Classic 1971, Bobby Murray.
Can it be 50 years ago? 50 years ago, Alabama's own Ray Scott had a plan. Classic has been going strong ever since. It is the undisputed World's Championship, and the 50th champion will cross this stage today, tomorrow, and Championship Sunday. Who's it gonna be?
It's the 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. Being brought to you live by Humminbird.
Hey, good news, number 50 is here. The good news is we're going. We're there right now. That was the scene in Guntersville at the takeoff about 45 minutes ago. 53 anglers out there with the chance of a lifetime, literally. A chance to change their lives, literally. And this is the start of 3 days of fishing. I'm Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona, the former Classic champ Davey Height. We are set to go. Let's take you to this legendary playing field, Lake Guntersville. This is the promised land for any bass fishing fan, guys.
Exactly right. Taking a look at our Humminbird lay of the lake. So much history on this body of water. Records have been set here. Potential records this week. But the one thing to be noted, Davey Height, you have spent so much time on Guntersville throughout really your entire lifetime. This is a different monster this time around.
No doubt about it, Z. It is a different monster because all the current, all the water that has been going through the Tennessee River, and the water stayed fairly clear. A lot of current usually means for good fishing, but we do have that high pressure today. We'll see how it all unfolds. The one thing you notice by looking at Humminbird lay of the lake, the field is spread out from one end to the other. About 75 miles they could spread out. They're not quite that far apart, but that's a great sign of a tremendous fishery is when the anglers can spread out.
All right, the action is underway. Most of our anglers have found the way to their starting places. Let's take a look moments ago. Stetson Blaylock.
Barely hooked too. I don't think that one's going to be a keeper.
Moments ago with Blaylock, one thing you notice, you don't really like to see that bait outside the mouth. Just barely hooked, just cold morning. It could be a little slow this morning, but hey, we're on Guntersville. It's not going to be slow very long.
Exactly right. If you're just joining us here on Bassmaster Live, one of the things, this is a different day today. These guys practiced a lot of low pressure conditions, dark skies, and the fish were biting. There was reports, and we're going to be able to really dive into the conditions of this lake. There were several reports. Blaylock just hooked up again.
Golly, I couldn't even catch that fish. Yes. There's a little chub.
That's what you want to see.
Got it.
Got it.
That feels good right there, boy. That feels real good. Number 2. Ooh.
That's more
Thank
like
you,
the
Lord
size he's
Jesus, for
looking
that fish. Holy cow, he ate it.
Beautiful fish.
Pre-spawn fish right there. We were talking about, there were some reports with some of the anglers that we actually have cameras on today of 25 to 30 pound practice days.
It is all looking good. These guys are out there. Stetson Blaylock, of course, one of the favorites coming into this, the second man in from the Bassmaster Elite Series, the top level of fishing with the Bassmasters. And as we heard him say, if you saw our pre-show, he said, you know, it is my first Classic, but I've been performing at a pretty high level for a long time in the sport of fishing, and he proved it last year, picking up a win at Winyah Bay. He's got confidence coming into this year. Let's take you up to Drew Benton.
We're already starting to see a lot of the areas that we've covered in years past, whether it's the back of all reds.
We got a chance.
Just down from the state park right here with Drew Benton.
This is a big bite kamikaze swim on. It's a excellent chatterbait trailer.
Bitten a little bit out of the wind, as you saw in some of the early shots. It's whipping out there on the main lake, northwesterly. A lot of westerly, you think, to that.
When we walked out of the hotel this morning, I mean, it was straight gassing.
And this after days and days of rain and clouds. I mean, this is a big turnaround, big changes, and it'll be changing all through the tournament. It always does.
I got small on me. That's not what you want to be doing.
Looking at Drew Benton here, I talked to him last night, and this is a very shallow area, and he was concerned about the high pressure and the colder night, but knew that he would be protected from the wind. A lot of this guys that are fishing out on the main river will be negatively affected by the wind, but Drew Benton should be protected today.
4.
I think what a lot of the guys were concentrating on with some of those big stringers, like Paul Mueller the last time we were here for the Bassmaster Classic, was that main river eelgrass. And I think with the way the wind is today, and we're going to get some shots out on the main river for sure, I think that'll be the most heavily affected of all the anglers we're covering.
You know how the weather's been in the southeast all spring or all late winter long, the current ripping all up and down the Tennessee River. So that's just one of the things these guys will factor in. They're used to it. They know how to deal with it. They know how to take advantage of it. Drew Benton hooked up again. Almost.
Well, it is going to go today.
Stetson hooked up.
Wow. Oh, he's easy. Dude, that's number 3, baby.
As you mentioned, Tommy, we've been watching Stetson all year. He seemed to, almost one angle year, finished second overall.
Very, very close.
But you can tell he's got a little different get up about him this morning. This is the Bassmaster Classic, and you can tell it in Stetson's mannerisms.
He proved to us at the end of the season he's one of these guys who knows how to make those changes and move out a little, whatever it takes. He showed us that at the AOY at the end of the year last year. He's got the skill set, that's for sure.
Little booyah hard knocker getting done this morning.
Popular bait here on Guntersville. If you look at that area that he's in, basically in the back of one of the most popular areas on Lake Guntersville, he said there was fish exploding schooling late on the day of his practice on Wednesday.
That's what you see from Benton, Arkansas. Grew up on places like Ouachita and DeGray, but has been fishing the big leagues for 11 years now.
He got it.
Oh, wow. You notice how he's fishing that lipless. He's letting it sink to the bottom and yo-yoing it up. That's real effective when you've had a high pressure like this come in a colder night. Instead of just reeling that bait steady, he's yo-yoing it back to the boat.
We've seen a little of that in Classics past.
Oh, yes.
Davey.
Oh, yes.
Oh, he's just barely hooked though. Yes. Dude, I got him on the outside of the head.
second fish he caught.
It's not what it's going to take.
Swimming out super fast. He said, I couldn't hardly catch up with that fish. That's always a good sign that there's a group of fish there and they're being competitive. Once they eat, they want to get away from the other scavengers.
Fourth fish for Blaylock. That's going to put him real close to the lead once that registers on Bass Track. You can watch it right here on Bassmaster.com. Let's get back out to Chris Zaldain. We went early this morning.
Well, that is a good look at what you're going to deal with on the main lake today. That west-northwest wind.
So I started on this bridge here. The water level came up a little bit down here, so I'm seeing a lot of floating eelgrass, and that's going to be my biggest challenge this week, or today actually, because we just had a bunch of rain. After the water level comes up, all that dead eelgrass that was on the bank starts floating, and you see it all right here. And if your line just barely catches one of those little blades of grass, it just, kills the bait completely. So every cast has got to be perfect. And I'm throwing a swim, of course. So it's got to look as natural as possible through there, and you can't look natural if there's blades of grass on it. So I've got a bunch of little different spots like this. I'm going to rotate this all day. And that grass and wind is constantly changing. That current's changing, the water level's changing. So that eelgrass moves around as well. But it's just a timing game. I mean, when a big pre-spawn female comes up, it's there to feed. So I'm just gonna keep hucking this swim bait pretty much all day on spots just like this.
Well, would you expect anything else from Chris Zaldain? High risk, high reward. That's his game.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, he mentioned this morning before takeoff, if I can get 6 bites and land 5 of them, I'll be good. That's what he's all in. He's had those second place finishes. He's been so close, and I think he realizes this is his time to try to win this event.
And really one of the only anglers that we're going to be on today that is solely concentrating on rock. He said, you heard him say it right there, the grass is almost a hindrance for him, and really going to stay on this lower end where he feels there's a lot more quality, not as much quantity. You see Blaylock already going through 2-pounders. That is absolutely not what he's after. Individual bass, just like last year's Classic.
I've heard more people say that this year than any year I can remember, that I'm going to try to win. And you always have that feeling, so to speak, but I mean, guys like, not just Chris Zaldain, but multiple guys said 2-pounders, I'm not looking for that. I'm not looking for that. This is a tournament where you try to win. I think it being the 50th anniversary, it's added something to that also. It's a special event.
Brandon Lester hooked up. You see our angler from Tennessee.
That's somebody we better keep an eye on today. I'm sure we will.
Definitely one of the leading lights of the last couple of years on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Don't. Let me load it up.
He's a pretty good way up the lake right there.
Yes, he is.
Way
good
up the
lake.
lake.
Good eyes.
Get us started.
Farthest we've seen so far this
A
morning.
familiar area.
Yes.
A couple miles north of Goose Pond.
Bigger than that, but I'm proud to know they're still there.
Lester, again, one of the favorites coming in here, maybe the odds-on favorite. Let's talk about an Alabama guy who just happens to be a reigning Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Scott Canterbury. He says, I'm not a Guntersville guy. Hey, I'm a Coosa River guy. I'm other stuff. I'm not Guntersville. Trying to throw us off a little bit.
He's got a lot of experience right here. Don't let him fool you.
I want to know how you're feeling. Yeah, I mean, it's been a slow start, but it's been tough every day of practice.
Not catching a lot of numbers. I just, I practiced a little bit different than I normally do, I guess. Just trying to land on a gold mine, and it may end up hurting me, but I just want to settle down, catch a couple. If I could get a couple of bites. This is a spot I didn't even fish. There's a point comes out and it's got some eelgrass on it, and there's about 4 big scattered stumps out here, and they're right off the edge of it. And I've caught some really big ones there in the past. Just taking a chance. I mean, it's not like you're gonna catch a bunch here, but I have caught some big ones here. And just keep bumping around. I feel like, we'll run into them. I got several places that I know's got some fish. There's some fish in the back there. Not really too active. I didn't slow down enough. But I just trying to bump into them. So I'm gonna keep doing what I do, and hopefully we'll run into a couple of big ones. You ain't got to have a whole bunch of bites. Just got to have a couple of the right ones.
Lester with another fish right there. One of the things Lester said, he's actually on the back side of the main river channel up the lake. He said
a little bit deeper here. Actually throwing a 3/4 ounce, trying to get down, but I've caught several on that 3/4 this week. Probably gonna be just a little bit bumpy, trying to run around and hit some places. Today.
They're biting at every cast.
Talking to Scott yesterday, when he's mentioned he caught a few good fish. I had an 8, I had a few 7s or 6s. I mean, he's certainly fishing those big fish, high percentage type places, those scatter stumps outside that vegetation.
Just an amazing Angler of the Year speech Wednesday night.
Yes,
we talked about it. It was absolutely phenomenal.
Something very special. Seth Fighter now, also one of the big pregame favorites.
Yeah. Made it up to where I wanted to fish. There's absolutely nobody around. Pretty excited about that. A little windy here, but I thought it was going to be a lot worse, to be honest with you. The takeoff, it was pretty choppy. So feeling pretty good right now. Just be nice to get a bite and get the morning going, but I'm pretty confident I'm going to catch them here. Did strike a submerged log pretty good right before we got here, so hopefully the motor's not messed up, but if we get a good bag earlier, I'll take my time getting back, make sure I can get in. So all's good, just waiting on the first bite now.
So that's one of those anglers that did see one of those 25 to 30 pound practice days. And what's interesting is Seth is one of the few anglers that has been able to find hydrilla. This lake, basically from the lower end to the upper end, and we talked about how different Guntersville is this time around from years past. It is loaded with eelgrass, and really what that eelgrass has done, it's not allowed a lot of those notorious areas with milfoil and hydrilla. And Seth said he has a 1 mile stretch on this main river of hydrilla, and that's exactly where those giants came on Sunday.
Had a good shot there, you see, using the Mega 360 imaging on the front there, and that's key to being able to find those small patches of that hydrilla. It's amazing to me, Tommy and Z, that the vegetation, there's more grass on Guntersville there was in June when we were here. These guys, and all this high water, dirty water, usually that's so bad and you lose so much of vegetation, but all the anglers I've talked to said there's a lot more vegetation here on Guntersville than there was in June.
If you talk to a lot of the local guys that do really well here, guys like Alex Davis, we talked to him earlier this week. He said the same exact areas that have played for the last 20 years still play. They're just a little more challenging to fish with the eelgrass. The fish live there. It's not like they've just abandoned those areas. But one of the most interesting things that Alex said about Guntersville, he said, it's rare, but it has not got a lot of pressure like usual winters because of all the rain. He said you can go to, which is rare, but you can go to a lot of the boat ramps and there'd be no trailers for weeks on end with all the rain that they've had.
That's
here.
bizarre.
Bizarre.
It's unheard of.
But you were talking about that conversation earlier. You said he has seen a huge uptick in recent weeks, right?
His exact comment was it was probably the worst winter of guiding and fishing until 2 weeks ago. He said it was like clockwork, and he said usually when those trees just start to bloom, that's when you see the explosion on these lakes down here. And he said it was clockwork. 2 weeks ago is when you started to see those giant bags show up.
On the left, our Rookie of the Year from 2019, Drew Cook. And Drew Benton, the two Drews from North Florida, South Georgia. Really outstanding fishermen, both of them.
Grass.
Drew Cook was one of those anglers that got to talk to you,
Should've got
Davey,
beat
earlier.
right
Had a
there.
great
Grass.
Got a couple different things going on. We'll see. He told us this was how he was going to start on a little offshore place, but he's got some offshore spots, and then got a flipping stick on the deck. We might see him use some today. These fish really want to be shallow here this time of year. The day, the days being longer, it I think has as much or more to do with those water than the water temperatures. It's just incredible. This time of year, those fish want to be shallower, even after a cold night and with high pressure.
Drew Benton fishing in his third classic. Just like Seth Feider, whom we saw just a moment ago. Drew Cook in his first one.
I really just coming off the first hour of fishing. I think the guys that are scary in this tournament, the Seth Feiders, the Brandon Lesters, if you go off of history at this place, if you're going through numbers on that main river, you are going to collide with giants. If you just go off of whether it's a springtime tournament or a summertime tournament, that is where the monsters live.
How deep does your game plan have to be? How many backup spots? How many different positive places do you need to have in your pocket?
I don't think a guy like Lester or Seth really knows what they're on. When they got a few bites on some of those stretches, they just got out of there. But here's the thing: they were the right bites.
And Seth, speaking of Seth, how many places he's really only got one that he has a lot of confidence in, and he caught those bigger fish, but it's a mile long. So the difference between a Seth and a Canterbury is he's going to hit multiple places, and some out on that main river, but he's going to run through a lot more places just because of his history here and so much knowledge of Guntersville. But
It was funny. Seth said the really one of the things that worried him throughout practice, and anybody that fished Guntersville is going to laugh right now. He said, "I'm scared these bridges will fire in this tournament, just like it did for Randy Howell when he won years ago." Robbie Floyd is up right now by North Saudi, where a
little bit of deep water before it rolls up on 2 foot up here.
You think that track's ever caught one?
When I found them, they were kind of up here on this 2 foot.
There was a local tournament one a couple weeks ago, 30 pounds. We talked about it. I believe it was a team tournament. Robbie Floyd is by that bridge where it was won, and he said there are 15 locals fishing that bridge this morning.
That's Guntersville. That just comes with the package, right?
Yes. There would be a few people fishing that bridge before 2014.
Right.
Now, this time of year, from now until May,
Yes.
there'll be a dozen to 15 boats there.
Drew Benton went top 10 in the Angler of the Year competition in 2019. So Drew Cook, a great year, 7th overall, and the Rookie of the Year, and was a true rookie. If you were listening to our colleague Such during the pregame show, he informed us.
Killing it. He was killing it.
Absolutely. And one of the really telling facts is that this is an anticipated classic for what? One of the reasons is there's no former classic champ. There's no Davey Hyde in there. These are all guys looking for their first classic victory, and that makes it kind of special.
It absolutely does. Someone's life will be changed right here Sunday afternoon.
That's right.
I heard my name. Yeah, and you can go around saying I am the winner of the 50th Bassmaster Classic. How about that? That's a nice title.
That's right. All those guys at the very first bet were fishing for their first classic title too, so it has something in common with that.
You could tell though throughout these guys know the magnitude of
no doubt
what they're involved in here.
I'll be honest with you, I had chill bumps up and down my spine when we started this morning.
Yeah.
It doesn't do that during a normal elite tournament. And I'm just sitting here, obviously.
You want to shower for a minute?
But it's different.
We can get out of here.
Water temps kind of been right around 48 to 51, hovering around there, just about perfect. Probably get a little spike in that later this weekend.
There's Shane LeHew, appearing in the lower left of our 4-box there. We'd love to see a quad box early everywhere, especially here at Guntersville.
Good shot there. You can see the light makes a little difference, but you can see the different water clarities. Shane LeHew's hooked up.
Shane LeHew fishing in one of the most popular areas of Lake Guntersville this time of year, Siebold Creek area.
It was maybe 2 pounds, not a very big one, but I pulled the last day of practice. I pulled up here. I made 3.
Here's a guy that I've said we better keep an eye on, no doubt.
Shane LeHew fishing in his first classic right there. Look at the crowds this morning at Guntersville. That wind blowing. It was good and cold and plenty of fresh air. And boy, these people all know the significance of first the Bassmaster Classic, as it always is the #1 tournament in fishing. And this, the 50th edition. It really is one of the most successful experiments in the world of sports overall. Ray Scott wanted a tournament to go to the wider world, to get more attention for his sport that he was growing, and that has been the case. Let's take you to our great host city, which is another big part of the history of the Bassmaster Classic, the BJCC Arena. Inside that will be the thunderous finale on Sunday. Inside the Expo Center here, this is the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Show. And Davey Hyde, Mark Zona here. I'm Tommy Sanders. So glad to be with you here on Bassmaster Live. We got 3 days of competition that will go by so quickly, guys. And all these 53, we know they have the skills to pay the bills, but there's one attribute that's not evenly distributed, and that's the ability to stay ahead of the changes. And someone figures it out, it seems like, every classic we cover.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Someone will. These guys are great fishermen. A lot of these guys, it's their first classic, but they are great fishermen, and you'll see that unfold. We've talked about community areas, places that aren't secrets. There really aren't any secrets anymore on Guntersville, I don't think, but you will see the best in the business dial in on what's going on, the best baits, and we'll see 20, 25-pound stringers, no doubt about it.
Oh, I totally agree. A lot of the anglers that we actually got to talk to yesterday before Media Day, after Media Day, said a failure. A failure will be 18 pounds today. A lot of these guys thought if they catch less than 18 pounds, they will be out of it after day one.
All right, we got the crew in place here. We'll be with you for the next 3 days, as I just mentioned. Such, Mike Sukan, we got to spend a lot of time with him in the pregame show. 50 is a big number, Such, and that sort of hangs over everything here. It's kind of inspirational.
He looks lonely.
I am. My right flank is not covered here. Ronnie Moore's coming back from the lake. We only got one guy with a limit. He's culled up. John Cox, our big fish. 3-6 from Cody Huff, our college qualifier. I'm waiting to throw out a new feature, though, Z. The BFFA, not Big Fish Alert, Big Fish Flurry Alert. I'm wanting to see some of those this week.
Such, thank you for getting us started here. All of us were watching from the very start this morning, and a little anxious because it took a while for those bites to start showing up and everything.
Pretty
but so
solid
they did.
45 minutes right there.
One of the stars this morning is one of the favorites. We clued into Stetson Blaylock, and Stetson Blaylock currently in second place right there. John Cox fishing in his third classic, I believe it is, or a second classic, John Cox. And he is the man on top. But Stetson Blaylock has been around the game for a long time. He wants the classic for all the regular reasons, but he also knows what a fantastic platform is for any angler who wants to uplift the sport and all the players.
I know it's a life-changing tournament, a life-changing week for one guy out here, and if that happens to be me, I want to be able to represent Bassmaster and the sport better than any champion in the past. I want to be able to, I know that answering your phone is going to be hard to answer every call you get. I've only won 2 major events, but I know for 2 weeks your phone blows up. I can't imagine how much press and coverage and all that you would receive winning this tournament. And I can tell you this, that I'm ready for it. I don't think that as far as life-changing goes, yes, it is a tournament that every angler on earth wants to win or have the chance to win. And to hold that trophy up, it's definitely going to change your life, but I feel like I've set a good path to get here, and I think I'm ready to do it.
The 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is brought to you by Toyota, Garmin, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Minn Kota.
Gear up this spring at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Serious competitors demand serious tech. We've hand-selected top anglers from fisheries around the U.S. We've taken them to Lake El Salto, Mexico, and armed them with a full one-boat network setup from Minn Kota and Humminbird. Their mission? Do battle in a series of challenges designed to prove their fishing skill, all to create a new legend and put the ultimate fishing system to the ultimate test.
What an awesome place to have the Bonus Bucks event right here on Pickwick Lake. This is definitely bass fishing country, and it's great to see this Toyota Owners Tournament come to this venue.
The Toyota Owners event's really cool. It's a standalone deal. Just be part of the Bonus Bucks program. You get invited to the event for free. So if you haven't registered for Bonus Bucks, it's a free program, and not only can you win all the bonus money in the tournaments, you can also attend the Owners event for free.
You're crazy if you don't sign up. That's the whole reason I bought my Toyota. No other truck manufacturer does more for fishermen than Toyota.
As a professional angler, you've got so many things on your mind. Any advantage that we have is key. And not only rods and reels and lines and baits, but in our clothes. And the guys at AFCO, they have something for every situation. There's nothing AFCO hasn't thought about with the fishermen in mind. It's designed for fishermen, by fishermen, for every scenario you can come to. Any fish, any water, any condition, AFCO has you covered.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now for your chance to win a fishing trip with 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Scott Canterbury. Trip includes hotel, airfare, rental car, and $500 spending cash, plus a Skeeter Boat ZX190W with Yamaha SHO outboard, Lowrance electronics, and an amazing prize package. Total value $52,000. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows? You could win.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
Shrimp po' boy, fried chicken. Man, Academy has the best selection in bait. Oh, gotta get a badonkadonk. What else do we have here? Oh, the twitching mullet. Definitely. Gone fishing.
You're watching the 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. Being brought to you live by Humminbird.
Bassmaster Live here at the Classic, the 50th Classic. First one back in 1971. Every year since then, it has been the single number one tournament in the sport of fishing. There's our fantastic host city of Birmingham. I'm going to take you back out to Lake Guntersville, legendary Lake Guntersville. This was moments ago with Seth Feider.
Subtle bite. Pretty sure that's a keeper. Not the kind we need, but sign they're still out here. Real subtle bite.
Also moments ago, this is Shane LeHew. So I catch one a moment ago.
Look at them on the outside of the mouth.
Five fish for Shane LeHew. Let's get back over to Brandon Lester. We had a quick hit on Brandon early this morning. Caught a fish for us. Glad to know that those fish were still there. That's what he's said with keeping him going.
Not that far from where the tournament was won last year.
Absolutely.
very close.
Very close.
See a lot of bladed jigs, lipless crankbaits so far. Kind of typical for here. Oh, there's been a lot of fish caught flipping and frogging right there throughout the decades.
Yeah, it's a little better there, I think. Oh my God, what a bass. Dude, I got a biggin. And I'm talking about a biggin.
He's not joking either. I saw it roll.
Stay on, girl.
Giant.
Oh my gosh. Please stay on there. Oh, she's got it swallowed too. Look at the head on that thing. Let me open your mouth. I'm talking about the Bassmaster Classic, baby. Look at that one. Woo! Yeah! If that don't get you fired up, you ain't breathing. Oh, it's a... come on now. I'm gonna hurt you. There we go. It's 6.5 all day long. No doubt. Easy.
You're being very conservative there with the 6.5.
So you think? Talking about roll tide right there.
What? Wait a minute.
I told you. Thank you, Lord. That'll wake you up.
Probably the only angler I talked to that's fishing on the main river, or real close to it.
Right.
That said, where I've had some bites, there's groups of them.
Pods.
Yes.
Wow. It's interesting. Taped a Zona show with him a month ago, and he made the comment. He said, I know where I'm going to concentrate throughout practice and what I'm going to do, and really stuck to that throughout practice.
That moved him to third place. Break out the BFFA. John Cruz taking the lead. He's up there 13.5. He has a 4 and a 4.6 with a couple 2.5 pounders.
Not that far from Brandon Lester. A couple miles away.
Back to another look at Chris Zaldain. Still got some rocks in the picture as promised. He's got Canterbury. Made a little move.
You know, one of the things that if you've never been to Guntersville, that really separates it from a lot of the other lakes that we've gone to this time of year, even though we've had what seems like 900 inches of rain for the last 2 months, it doesn't blow out. You know what I mean? Like,
well, that was it was a shocker.
If you look at where Brandon Lester is, and you look where, even where Shane LeHew all the way to Seth Fighter, you expect a lot of these pockets and stuff to stay cleaner, but really the whole system consistently stays fishable.
Yes.
Not get it. They're a little tight this morning, and honestly I expected that. Anytime you're post frontal, the day after a rain system and you got sunshine, north wind, they're going to be a little tight, but it's a heck of a start. We definitely got one of the ones in the box that we need at the end of the day, so they're still here. I got nowhere to be till 3:20, so it's all good. I've got other stuff if I need it, but I know what lives right here.
John Cruz just filled his limit, over 15 pounds.
It's just a big eelgrass flat, and there's 2 little pods of them that I have found. I know there's more. There has to be more, but there's 2 little pods of them that I've found out here. It's eelgrass in like 3 to 5 feet, and it's not solid. It's patchy, and they're kind of sitting between those patches is the deal.
Spent a lot of time with Brandon at our last event of 2019, St. Clair, and his reputation as a guy who will stay and exploit a place, take timing out of the picture. If you know they're there, stay there.
Talking with him on Tuesday, we talked to all the 10 anglers we have cameras with today. I'm going to say I would call he's prime or ripe to win an event like this.
Yeah.
He's a great angler, but we've seen him develop each and every year. He's confident. I think this is his 5th classic. He understands what goes on around this event. He just one of those guys that the rest of the field better look out for come Sunday, because he's just primed to hold that trophy over his head.
You're going to see a run out of him in the next few years.
Yep.
You know, he's done this a while now. And the other thing, if you look at the last fish that he caught, something that he said I thought was very interesting. He said, I'm in an area I know they're living. And he said the reason, he said, if you look at the color of the fish that he's catching, living in that grass, he said, they're dark, man. They are dark. They've been there a long while.
I know they do. I do too.
Matt Heron just came across the board with a 4-pound 5-ouncer. Nice start.
Got one of the Alabama anglers in that.
Only 3.
Cameras with our top 10 Angler of the Year finishers from 2019 today.
You never know who to put a camera with on day number 1. That's always a problem, but
We never do.
That's a good place to start.
Yes.
Lester's hooked up again.
He's a keeper. He ain't a big one. We'll take him. That one ate it good, dude. He knocked a foot of slack in it. Thunk. Look at it sideways in his throat. I know that's a keeper, but I'm gonna make sure. Yeah. Number 4, another little guy, but we'll let him fill a spot.
Brandon Lester off to a good start on this very important first day as we take a little trip not too far away to the guy who actually, young John Cruz, the most classics of anyone here. 12 classics, B&H trailer hitches on the line with John Cruz. John, thank you for letting us intrude on your classic important day, but just give us a sketch of what's going on with you out there this morning.
Well, we're off to a pretty good start. We put a limit in the boat, got a couple 4-pounders. Those are the kind of fish you need. Now I just got to focus on those other 3. Those other ones are between 2 and 3, so I just got to get 3 good ones to go along with that, and we'll be on our way. We had a little flurry right off the bat. Kind of pulled up on a spot out here in the middle of this grass flat where I got a couple bites Wednesday, and came back out here and they were just absolutely gagging right off the bat. Had a few other ones miss it. I feel like there's some more fish here. I'm just going to kind of move around on the area here and see if I can't snag a couple more of those 4+ pound fish that you need at the classic.
B&W Trailer Hitches on the line with John Cruz. John, real quick, is there a lot of pressure in that area, or are you kind of by yourself?
Right here, there's one local angler way over there. I think he's taking a whiz at the moment, but I can't even see another competitor right now.
John, obviously Guntersville is a place where you feel very, very comfortable. You've had great results there through the years. You feel comfortable through all the conditions. Is this something you feel like you can handle today and really have a great day on it?
I hope so. I've got a couple other deals that I'm excited about fishing a little bit later, and I'm glad that I got off to a good start, especially on day 1. Like I said, I got a couple of those good wade fish that I know will come in handy, and now I can just focus on bearing down, just trying to get 3 more of the right bites. I've got all day to do.
John, thank you so much. Very important day, and we appreciate your generosity, letting us intrude for a little bit. B&W Trailer Hitches on the line, going to be one of our important tools throughout this classic. The marshals get so good. Their Skype skills are starting to get and their camera skills are off the charts, and that just lets us show more anglers. And ideally, we can have a moment with every one of our 53. I don't know if that'll happen or not, but boy, that's what we strive for.
Our sport has changed so much with Bassmaster Live and being able to have 10 cameras on the water, but being able to Skype these other anglers that we don't have cameras with, it's changed everything about our sport. It's absolutely incredible.
David Mullins came in with a nice 4-pounder, and Clint Davis followed it up. He's got a 5-pounder, his first fish. Both of them in their first classic. What's that like, Davey, catching your first fish in a classic? Takes the little butterflies out?
Oh, absolutely. These guys are great, and they all have earned their right to be here, but it's a big sigh of relief when you put that first fish in the boat. Nobody wants to come into this big arena with no fish in the live well, but it has happened to some of the best.
I'm definitely going to fish them this way first.
Z, you mentioned that Brandon Lester saying, I know they live here. That's when you got a scary guy.
Yeah.
When he's just got that much confidence, he's going to stay right there and pick them apart because he knows they're there. The big thing about fishing a tournament, if you're in an area and you don't have confidence those fish are there, then you just run around and end up just spending too much time running the big engine. But if you settle down in an area that you know they live in, and we've already seen a 7-pounder, then when that's a guy that's spooky.
We see a lot of traditional spawn pocket fishing right now. This, traditional this time of year style. Guys like Stetson Blaylock, Scott Canterbury, they're in areas that these fish are coming to. When you look at a Brandon Lester, do you think where he's just off of the main river, he's basically east of the main river, do you think those fish spawn in areas like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that upper end, I'm surprised we're not seeing more people that far up and farther. It's traditionally a place that those bigger females are caught in February, earlier in the year, early March, and it seems to kind of work its way down the lake. But I absolutely believe where he's at, and even below there all the way down to, around in front of lakefront, that area, those fish live on those bars year round.
Drew Benton just caught his limit, moved up to 5th place.
We'll be with Drew all day long, that is for sure. Our winner a couple of years back at the
Let me know when.
Toyota Bassmaster Texas tournament.
Well, it's been a lot slower than I thought it was going to be, actually. And the quality's just not here like I would like. The water looks good. I guess it's just this high pressure. It's kind of knocked them in the head a little bit this morning. I've had a lot of fish slap at my bait and not get it good. I'd have them for 2 cranks and they'd pull off. I mean, I don't think any of them were good fish, but we got us a limit to start with, but it's just not what I expected. I'm really having to do some crazy stuff to get them to react and bite. Real erratic retrieves, and the only thing that I can get to come through the grass this shallow is this chatterbait. There's a lot of slime, it seems like, on the bottom. Anytime I try to throw a rattling boat through it, it gets fouled up. So we're trying to learn the spot right now. I didn't lean on it too hard in practice. Whenever I found there was a few fish back here, I just kind of left and figured I'd spend some time in here this morning and figure them out. I'm kind of feeling like some of them might have slid a little bit deeper.
Can't hardly get a cast through there now without hanging in those little root wads.
Got a full field of 53 fishing today and tomorrow. Only 25 on Championship Sunday when we'll decide the World Championship.
That one feels like a little one, but I'm not real sure. No, it's not. Definitely not a little one. Come here. Come here, fish. Come here, fish. Got you. Number 5, and that feels mighty good. Oh, thank you, Lord. Told you, I was sitting on top of them. We got a limit, baby. Give me some. Yeah. Dude, that one knocked the snot out of it. They're sitting in that one stinking little spot right there. It's crazy.
Another look at this one, a little bigger than he initially thought, and when this one rings in on Bass Track, he's going to be right up there, right up with John Cruz at the top of the leaderboard. John Cox got a good race going already, and one that's going to be adding and subtracting, people moving in and out of those top spots all day long.
Our winner here last year, Jamie Hartman, just landed his first fish. He's on the board with a 2-pound 6-ouncer.
Stetson Blaylock back over to Brandon Lester. Brandon Lester on a place that he's, at least for now, pretty satisfied with. Boy, that water looks
That
real good
watercolor's
up there.
so good, isn't
It's
it?
perfect.
Wow.
There he is.
Is he throwing it on braid?
Nice one.
I don't think so. I hear what you're
Oh,
hearing,
barely
but
hooked.
I don't think so.
Yeah, stay on.
Another good fish.
One hook.
Ooh.
Oh, don't do that. Ain't that big, but I don't want to lose it. Got him. Oh yeah. Number 5. Again, not a big one, but we got a limit anyway. I'm gonna move it. You good? I ain't gonna push it off, I promise.
Stetson and Brandon both had a very calm confidence about them on Tuesday, and you see why an hour and a half in, they both got pretty good limits.
It was interesting listening to him before last year's classic, that Adifo one. He said, "You're all calling me a local. I don't fish here." He said, "Really, I would consider Guntersville more of my home lake." So actually, he talked about that when the Bassmaster Elite Series went there. When we came here last summer. Yeah, that's braid. He's throwing it on braid to keep.
Is he?
Yeah.
Wow.
The
To
main
be able to
river
pop it
is
out.
literally right out there, right across that bar. And this water's dirty, and it's been dirty for a while. So you would think those fish would be white as a sheet, but they're not. They're green. That tells me they've been sitting there for a while, and they'll probably be here for a while. So you can't always predict what fish are going to do, but that's pretty exciting to me. And there should be new ones coming every day, I would think. Hopefully. I mean, I've got other stuff, but like I said, I know what lives on this stretch right here.
Limit now for Brandon Lester here, and of course he's not known as per se a Guntersville guy. He is a Tennessee River guy. He knows how to fish this place through the season.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's one of the guys that we all knew coming in to keep an eye on, but he's certainly doing it for us this morning. Got a lot of confidence in this area. He's caught him here many times before. He's in the area that big strings have come from year in and year out.
Exactly right. Taking a look at Brandon Lester right there. Throwing a lipless crankbait. Looks like he's fishing it on braid. We'll try to find that out a little bit later. But it was this fish right here that definitely shot Brandon Lester up the leaderboard earlier this morning.
Bassmaster Classic, baby. Look at that. Woo!
That is the Bassmaster Classic we want to see. Guntersville, man, we've got all the ingredients to have a great one here for you. It's early on day number 1, and look at Brandon Lester right there, tucking in right behind John Cruz, right there in second place. Brandon Lester, a guy who's fishing in his 5th Bassmaster Classic. This is the 2020 edition Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, and for Brandon Lester, this is the perfect intersection of the anglers and the fans.
I mean, it's been said many times, but it really is the Super Bowl of our sport. This is it. There's no bigger stage than here. But the biggest stage in bass fishing will always be the Bassmaster Classic. There's no doubt. This is my 5th one. I'll never, ever take one for granted. As a competitor, when they pull that curtain back and they play your weigh-in song and you look up and you see people stacked all the way to the ceiling, that's as close to rock stars as we're ever going to get, man. I mean, it's an awesome feeling, for sure.
The 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, is being brought to you live by Humminbird.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
The season is starting and it's time for you to bring it. Pit your knowledge against friends and fans everywhere in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. It's free and it starts by signing up. Then pick your 5-angler team for each event. Grand prize winner gets a Bass Pro Shop shopping spree, cash, and Rapala prize pack. Plus new opportunities including $4,000 worth of prizes for each individual event winner. Plus another $500 if you're a Bass member. Total value for the season is $90,000. Sign up today and start bringing it at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Serious competitors demand serious tech. We've hand-selected top anglers from fisheries around the U.S. We've taken them to Lake El Salto, Mexico, and armed them with a full one-boat network setup from Minn Kota and Humminbird. Their mission? Do battle in a series of challenges designed to prove their fishing skill, all to create a new legend and put the ultimate fishing system to the ultimate test.
What are them sons of fishes up to now?
Fellas, I give you the Force Trolling Motor. It is the most powerful, the most efficient on the water.
Yep. Most powerful. We're really in trouble now.
And it's quiet, too. You can't swim here.
What a dumb bass.
Built for the guy who has everything and needs to tow it. The Tow and Stow is equipped with multiple ball sizes and adjusts in 1-inch increments to the height of your trailer for level towing. Best of all, it stows when you aren't using it, away from your shins and garage door. Machined from American steel, with a 2-stage finish, the Tow and Stow is the last hitch you'll ever need.
You're watching the 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook, being brought to you live by Humminbird.
For the 50th year in a row, that's the #1 tournament in the sport, and nothing else really comes close. That was a scene earlier this morning from Guntersville, on Lake Guntersville, the takeoff. 53 anglers who have worked and strived basically all their lives to get here, and many of them have been here many times. The man who's been here the most, 12 times, John Cruz, is the man who sits on top of our leaderboard, according to Bass Track. Of course, it's unofficial, as always, but it gives us a pretty good profile of what's going on out there on the water. Some are doing great. A lot of guys are waiting for things to get started. Of course, Scott Canterbury trying to carry over some momentum from 2019. He was our Angler of the Year, one of 3 Alabama anglers in this classic right here, and he showed. He put the work in and got the results he needed consistently all through last year.
It really kind of started with that second and third day down at the St. Johns River, and really Canterbury just stayed solid all season. But this tournament right here, when he went to the St. Lawrence River, fishing really St. Lawrence River did not have a lot of experience, but putting up that top 10 at the St. Lawrence, you kind of knew it was Scott Canterbury's year. And make no mistake about it, we talked about this. Coming from the FLW, Scott Canterbury has caught him for the better side of the last 5 years as well as anybody in the country.
He really is, no doubt, one of the best fishermen in the country. And it was amazing watching him this past year on Bassmaster Live. Man, there were several times, day 2, late in the day,
Yes.
he was not going to make that day 3 cut, and he always pulled it out of the bag.
Yeah, just Winyah Bay, just about everywhere except Lake Fork. He was the guy who made that right move, who just stayed ahead of the curve, and that's what separates you. That's what gives you those results like that right there. You see the 49th, the only cut missed there at Lake Fork, and everything else just superb in all sorts of conditions, and closing it out. Wasn't handed to him before we got to Lake St. Clair, but he got the job done there as well.
That was just a weird tournament in general there. And you really looked at some of our northern anglers going into that tournament, guys like Corey Johnston and stuff like that. Going to head back out on the water right now. We're going to actually sneak just down from the state park with Drew Benton.
There's Drew.
I'll throw this up here.
Do you remember years ago we covered an event here that it looked like Tommy Biffle was up in a rapids?
Sure, 2005.
And I thought about what he was doing. There are 2 of those rapid areas on Lake Guntersville. If any of these, number one, if any of these guys were old enough to know that. Hang on.
Better fish here for Drew. A lot of better fish.
Lee, don't think he's hooked good. Come here. Yes. Woo! Yeah. Wake up, Bass Live. Wake up. We catching them now. They'll start biting this thing. We're gonna catch them. Get off of him.
He moved out just a little bit. He's not deep, but a little deeper than he was fishing earlier this morning.
Ain't as big as I thought, but he's a fat one.
Drew Benton holding his own this morning. Drew Benton, of course, a great season last year, the big win on Lake Travis a couple of years ago. Take you down a little bit, and right there, not too far from Corey Johnston, we find, again, Shane LeHew. What was that? Mud Creek, the one that had the waterfall in it?
Jones, Town and Jones. And what was interesting about it was the whole key to it was having a massive amount of rain coming into that event.
It was exactly this time of year, too, was it?
It was exactly this time of year. That was some of the coolest footage I had ever seen in bass tournaments.
First call you ever did on a Bassmaster tournament.
It was. I was so nervous.
You did great.
How do you lose hook?
Better fishing. He's been catching here too. Definitely will help him there.
God, that one choked it. Look at that. That makes me a little worried. I'm right in the tongue. See any blood? I knew I had a bite. I just kept throwing up there till he bit it again. Actually, I switched baits. And he ate it.
LeHew, we learned a lot about Shane last year, but very impressive things about Shane LeHew, the young angler from North Carolina. UNH trailer hitches on the line. Another one coming up right here. Good opportunity, our first conversation with the first-year Elite Series guy, the longtime high performer in the world of bass fishing, John Cox.
Exactly right. B&W trailer hitches. John Cox off to a lot of people watching you in this tournament, John Cox. Kind of walk us through your morning so far.
I've never caught them here, so, the last 15 years fishing here, I've never caught them. Maybe we stopped this morning on this little ditch that was kind of going back to a big spawning flat, and I was throwing a Berkeley wharf pig, and man, they were eating every other cast. We didn't get any great big ones, but we got some nice ones, so feel good getting a few in the boat.
So, John, this area, you say it's a little ditch leading into a spawning flat. Do you expect more fish to move up there? Is this a place that you'll kind of hunker down in today?
I don't know if I'll stay here too long. It's pretty windy, but I don't know if
Well, we're going to let John fish on. The wind's a little strong there. Our B&W trailer hitches, though, tool here is going to come when the wind dies down, and I apologize. I got my W and my H's mixed up this morning. We're so thankful that those folks have stepped up and make this possible for us, because we just have so much more coverage than we ever had before.
Is that the deepest we have ever seen John Cox fish, potentially in his lifetime?
And what is it, 3 feet?
I wanted to ask him, so how do you find a ditch with no electronics? I mean, he normally doesn't even have to use electronics because he can touch the bottom with a 5-foot rod everywhere he goes.
This is no joke, and I've been lucky enough to fish with him, tape with him, and a lot of people do not believe this. The majority of the time that he bass fishes, he does not have electronics on his boat.
Unbelievable. Certainly knows how to catch them with or without electronics.
Got a couple big fish to report. Hank Cherry with a 5-pounder. Brandon Carter with our second largest of the day, a 5.6. He jumped into our top 10. Like they're sitting 6th, Card, and Cherry 7th right now.
And I believe our Robbie Floyd has got with, I believe he just located John Cruz, so they've got a camera right near John Cruz right now. Seems like a lot of the better stringers that we're seeing, at least so far early this morning, are pretty much up lake.
You know, John Cruz is fishing where you and I have fished together.
I saw exactly where he was. John Cruz fishing frighteningly close to where the tournament was won a week ago.
Yes, yes.
Again, we talk about this wind, which really should be dissipated a good bit by tomorrow. The low temperatures will get lower tonight and tomorrow night, but the high temperatures can continue to climb. Hey, it's still winter, but we are down south in Birmingham coming up on a full moon, and some things you just can't hold back.
You know, one of the things that John Cox said, it was really cool. I said, are you on them in your typical way? And he said, no, not really. He said, I'm trying, because he's very, very close to the main river channel right there. He said, I'm fishing in an area where I truly believe they come to as they're going to spawn, where he really thinks there's a number of fish that kind of cycle through this area throughout the day.
Did you call that a bass station?
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. I'm going to tell you, that guy right there, Such, has come to play at this 50th Bassmaster Classic.
He was on fire at the night of the champions and every place else.
Right.
Yeah.
Where the Such comes out to shine.
I think there's a song in that somewhere.
Gosh, and that is just a massive, massive grass flat, matted grass flat throughout the entire summer.
A little surprised that the tournament was won there in June, and that very close to there, but it's so famous for lipless January, February, March. I mean, I'm surprised there's not more people around him. But it's a huge area, and there's just a few little key spots that Brandon has found. So some guys could have spent 4 hours and not even cross paths with some of those fish.
Getting on out there. There's just some scattered milfoil out here.
All right, we've been waiting to hear from our colleague, Robbie Floyd, always on the spot, and he is with John Cruz right now. And John Cruz looking very much at home in this place where he's gotten great results all through the years, and our senior competitor.
You can see I'm not too far away from him right now, and I got a little bit of delay between where I'm hearing. But, yeah, John, unbelievable. I pulled up to him. I actually asked him earlier. I thought he was one of the guys who was fishing up at the bridge. There's a lot of bridge beaters today. I'll put it that way. With all this wind and current, a lot of people fishing bridges, and I don't mean just tournament anglers. There's a ton of recreational anglers today out, probably more than I've ever seen at any classic I've covered in 19 years. I don't know why. It's usually the case that they're so into the sport that they kind of give these 3 days to the tournament anglers, but that doesn't seem to be the case. But right here, John Cruz out here in the middle of the of North Saudi, out in the open. He caught his 5 bass limit in about 15 minutes. He said the vibrating jig was his bait of choice. He said there's a couple of different spots, but he caught most of them all in this one particular area. It just had the right kind of grass on it. Right now, I think he's looking at a hump out there, looking at his electronics, but there's a little hump that he's trying to hit. But yeah, you talked about this is a heavy area a week ago when they had a big tournament here, but also 2 weeks ago when the Alabama Bass Trail was up here. Quite a few guys came into this area. So those community holes are going to play very prevalent, but right now John Cruz has this community hole all to himself.
Hey, Robbie, real quick, just for folks, just to give kind of how the conditions were out on the main lake. You had made the comment last night that you were going to make the run from our takeoff all the way up to the Goose Pond area, and you decided to call an audible and trailer up there. Was it that bad?
Well, I listened to a good friend of mine named Mark Zona and a former Classic champion in Davey Height, and they said if you can drive up, you need to go ahead and drive up, and I did just that. So it's windy right now out here. I couldn't imagine what these guys were dealing with making that long run up there. But yeah, it's really windy. Water's moving. It's a little stained, but it's not chocolatey brown like a lot of people thought it would be. When you're talking about the clarity, I think the water color is actually pretty good. But the wind is whipping. It's sunny. I know you're in that lovely booth in the Warren, but I mean literally just a few flurries of clouds out. It's going to be a different day today than it will be tomorrow and the next day. But the wind's definitely a factor today.
Robbie,
yeah, go ahead.
One of the questions on some of those causeways, they obviously get a lot of pressure 365 days a year. Are a lot of the locals mixed in with classic competitors today that you're seeing?
Yes, absolutely, and evidently the crappie bite is on. I saw so many crappie being bit. So yeah, if you want to drop it out of microlight or something like that, the crappie fishermen are really out in force today. And unfortunately, that's where the bass tend to hang out as well. But when you're loaded up with all these crappie anglers tied to those bridges and underneath, you're not able to get to the spot that you would normally try and do. And that's what I was saying. There's quite a few bass anglers out, but there's also a lot of crappie anglers out as well. And as well as I do, those bridge pilings and all those places to trap those bait fish, they're really, really covered up right now.
Robbie, you were out there all day on practice day as well, going all over Lake Guntersville. And when the weather couldn't have been more different than what it is today, has the distribution of the anglers changed accordingly, or are some of these guys just sticking with the places that they had scoped out in practice?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. I think that they were looking at the wind, and everybody that I talked to this morning said that I may not be able to hit all of my spots. There's still big questions because you're way down south compared to those guys that maybe moved up to Goose Pond or whatever, even Mud Creek. If you're going up that higher in the main lake, the big question was how much current. How much is that wind blowing into my spot, but was the eelgrass also being, jacked up into my spots where I couldn't throw those treble hook baits? That's a question that I still hadn't seen out there on the main lake. I'm telling you, out here in this particular area, I mean, we're out on an open bay. There's no factor because there's no grass blowing in. They're targeting the milfoil or the eelgrass or the hydrilla that's underneath, and you don't see any of that stuff floating on top. So it's still a very good situation for guys like John Cruz. Even though the wind's blowing, it's not affecting them at all.
Robbie Floyd out there with our tournament leader, John Cruz. Robbie's going to be all over the lake today. We lean on Robbie heavily, and he always comes through. And sometimes he's on the leader before the big leader becomes the leader.
Robbie has saved us 2 of the last 3 years.
As he got Stetson Blaylock. Let's take a look at something that happened really just moments ago.
Yeah! Yes! Check that out, baby. Whew. That's what we're after right there, boys.
Stetson Blaylock won a lead event last year and had a second place finish, but I didn't hear him breathe like this. This is definitely a different deal. It's the Bassmaster Classic. And $1 million on the line.
Put a tag in that one too, just so I can keep up with it.
Well, we're seeing a lot of familiar areas playing early today.
You know, see, honestly, this place is just fished so much that there's somebody will show us a new place, a place that we haven't seen fish being caught before, but it's just there's not many secrets on Guntersville anymore with the mapping that we have with the Lake Master and the tournaments, and I mean, it's just
There are a lot of locals watching this going, I've made about 15,000 casts right there.
Absolutely.
So much history here on Lake Guntersville. Good fish starting to bite this morning.
Just out here, you're out kind of over this scattered stuff. There's another one. It's a little one. I don't think he'll help. Eating it good though. That's a good chunky fish, but I don't think he's gonna help.
we get ready for another one here.
I like it.
There's your TH Marine Weather Watch right now. The high expected today of 57 degrees. Down pretty cool tonight, low of 34.
That one had to be close to 4.
And windy. Tomorrow, yeah, not so much wind tomorrow. The highs are higher, the lows not quite as low tomorrow night as they will be tonight.
Oh, it's going to go on Sunday. It is.
Absolutely.
It is going to go on Sunday. A lot of anglers felt like today with, being really this is the first day I think the sun has shined here in 3 months.
That's exactly.
A lot of
Thanksgiving,
guys,
I believe.
Yes,
yeah.
I think a lot of the anglers thought that today was going to be the survival day. Fishing should get drastically pretty good so far this morning, though.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
But I agree with you 100%. Sunday it should be on. And how fitting.
You got to be in the top 25 to fish on Sunday. That's a big objective, immediate objective in everyone's mind.
Looking at 2 or 3 boats.
Looking at some past classic stats, it was surprising to me that some of our bigger stringers of all time were caught on the final day on Sundays. These guys get better as the tournament unfolds.
Here's our guy, Corey Johnston. Well, let's slow this morning. Oh, we got to get out last night.
That's what you got to do. That's what it's going to take, is just making the right moves at the exact right time, which is what happened right there. It wasn't but second or third cast in here.
Dave Mercer was all fired up. So many Canadians have come down to this event.
Because he shamed them into it. He made Canada come down here.
Yes.
Good for him. Corey, one of 3 Canadians in this event. Brother Chris Johnston and Jeff Gustafson as well. If a Canadian should happen to win the trophy here, I think Dave Mercer should get in that boat for that trip around the arena. Do you not think so?
I don't know if you'll
sort
be able
of
to
like
keep
the
him out of
masthead.
I don't think you can keep him out of
I
it.
think Dave Mercer would implode if a Canadian won the Bassmaster Classic. I really believe that.
Big one.
Ooh.
Maybe not. Can't tell. Not that big. It might help though. Dude, they're chewing on that thing, man. chewing on it. See that?
That's a solid fish. If that does not help him, be a little light on bass track.
Says he's got 2.25 pounders in the.
That fish is more than 2.25.
Oh yeah.
Didn't call that one. That's a good one. I'm gonna put him on this side. Definitely called that one. That's a chunker right there too. We're in the game, boys. We are in the game. One, two, three. Haha. 4, 5.
I know you've done it too, Z. Right after you release a fish, you count to make sure. It's like
maybe even you count like 3 or 4 times, and then you ask yourself, "Do I know how to count?"
You don't want to make a mistake. There's so many things that go along with winning this event, other than just catching the fish.
I love it when they bite. Yes. I'd say 2 3/4. I'm gonna start weighing them now after that, just so I know what my smallest one is when I call it.
All right, Lester.
Hank Cherry just jumped to 6th place with his 4th fish, but I got a BFA. Todd Otten, 7 pounds, 6 ounces.
Wow.
Wonder what he caught that on. Todd Otten, one of the best bladed jig fishermen you'll ever meet.
He's 8th place with 2 fish.
Boy, good morning for some. You're looking to be in that top 25 at the end of tomorrow. And top that leaderboard is John Cruz. There's our playing field, Lake Guntersville. And there, a little more than an hour away, is Birmingham. That is our host city. So much history in Birmingham, and right here in the BJCC Convention Center, right next to the arena. And that's where we find our Bassmaster Classic outdoors show. And boy, it's going to be a big one. It's going to open the doors for a media preview about 11 o'clock, a couple of hours away this morning. And then the public at large, the public is more than invited, and it will be mobbed, especially as we get into the weekend proper.
You know, I think one of the things that we have to start to pay attention to for a lot of the anglers that are out there fishing today, their very first Bassmaster Classic, boy, you're going to start hearing voices within the next couple hours out there, and you're going to start to feel that pressure of the Bassmaster Classic. In fact, you got to see a little bit of that yesterday at Media Day.
Yeah, you certainly did. But here's another thing. Here, speaking of hearing of those voices, out on Lake Guntersville, you mentioned, Tommy, about the mob, the people that are going to be here in the arena, but there's going to be a lot of people on this lake this week. Somebody like a Brandon Lesser. Do you burn this spot on day one, and do you have other places to go to? That's the things you need to think about. A Stetson Blaylock, they've all got good starts, but do you burn more places, or do you need to save them? Because there will be some local fishermen on these spots that these anglers are being seen.
No doubt about that.
Well, a lot of reasons these guys look forward to the Classic as an opportunity of their lifetimes, and there's a lot of prestige, your place in history, of course, your chance to be the leader of the sport for a year, but the money's also important, and that's the way the money shakes out here at this 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. First place, $300,000. Second, third down there. Pretty much the first place has always been the big prize here. And, of course, they say it's not true, but they say nobody remembers second place. But we have had a lot of action this morning with our anglers. It took a little bit of time to get started. It was cold and windy, but, man, we are seeing some guys. Stetson Blaylock saying he's got the timing worked out properly. Brandon Lester kind of taking timing out of the picture, camping out in one place and feeling confident about it.
Yeah, the 300,000 we saw there for first prize. This is the only event in our sport that the title is worth. Even though it's 300,000, the title is worth more than the payout.
Absolutely, and even going back to the very first Classic back in 1971. Well, the money was not important then either. It's being part of that experiment, making some history, and the first champion can fill us in.
You know, the first Bassmaster Classic, the winning prize was $10,000. Winner take all. Second place was last place. Just like in all of our other sports, $10,000 in 1971 was a lot of money. That 10 is still salted away back there. It's grown pretty good since 1971, so I'm still clipping coupons off of it.
The 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, is being brought to you live by Humminbird.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
Gear up this spring at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
What do a taco and a taco truck have in common? Nothing. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
The noise, the sounds, the cheers, the lights. It's probably the most special tournament I'll ever fish in my life.
When I pulled up this morning, they were wall to wall.
It is for the fans. Look at that crowd.
Winning a Bassmaster Classic puts your place in the history books. It makes your career.
Deep in the shadows, here you are.
It's the Super Bowl of bass fishing. It's the one tournament that everybody remembers you for.
It's game changing. Hopefully I'm the guy standing there on that stage.
You got it really good. I'm really trying to make that trophy mine.
Bassmaster Classic Champion. That title is everything. Every angler dreams of being on the big stage and winning that trophy.
I just wish everybody in this world could have experienced that. I wake up in the middle of the night and think about it, even after it's gone.
Yes, sir! That's what I'm talking about right there. Give me some of that.
Right there. Check it out.
Yes, that's a big one. Knoxville is a great fishing city, and these folks in Tennessee are outdoorsmen, and they love fishing and hunting, and they really like these kind of events.
Where are you from? We're from Troy, Michigan!
Everybody knows about the Bassmaster Classic.
Blast off for a Bassmaster Classic in front of 6,000 of your fellow Tennesseans. That was a real special moment.
How many classics you been to? This first one. How many are you gonna go to the rest of your life? Every one if I can.
That kind of excitement, that's what the Bassmaster Classic is.
I'm calling it now. We are gonna set a new all-time attendance record for the Bassmaster Classic.
How about that for a start?
That might be a good one. Yes.
Woo-hoo! Ooh, there we go. That one. Give me something on that. Oh, yeah! Woo! Yeah! Yeah!
And your Bassmaster Classic champion is
Serious competitors demand serious tech. We've hand-selected top anglers from fisheries around the U.S. We've taken them to Lake El Salto, Mexico, and armed them with a full one-boat network setup from Minn Kota and Humminbird. Their mission? Do battle in a series of challenges designed to prove their fishing skill, all to create a new legend and put the ultimate fishing system to the ultimate test.
What an awesome place to have the Bonus Bucks event right here on Pickwick Lake. This is definitely bass fishing country, and it's great to see this Toyota Owners Tournament come to this venue.
The Toyota Owners event's really cool. It's a standalone deal. Just be part of the Bonus Bucks program. You get invited to the event for free. So if you haven't registered for Bonus Bucks, it's a free program, and not only can you win all the bonus money in the tournaments, you can also attend the Owners event for free.
You're crazy if you don't sign up. That's the whole reason I bought my Toyota. No other truck manufacturer does more for fishermen than Toyota.
As a professional angler, you've got so many things on your mind. Any advantage that we have is key. And not only rods and reels and lines and baits, but in our clothes. And the guys at AFCO, they have something for every situation. There's nothing AFCO hasn't thought about with the fishermen in mind. It's designed for fishermen, by fishermen, for every scenario you can come to. Any fish, any water, any condition, AFCO has you covered.
Ever since you could remember, it's always been there.
Man, that's a big one.
Golly! That's a giant!
That's a giant.
It's a passion that drives you. Dream big.
Got you!
And win on the biggest stage.
That's what we're talking about. And Scott Canterbury rockets all the way into first place. Scott Canterbury joins a League of Legends, becoming a Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
It just proves that dreams can come true.
Your 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Scott Canterbury.
shrimp po' boy, fried chicken. Man, Academy has the best selection in bait. Oh, gotta get a badonkadonk. What else do we have here? Oh, the twitch and mullet. Definitely. Gone fishing.
You're watching the 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook, being brought to you live by Humminbird.
A singular event, nothing like it in any sport, especially in the sport of tournament bass fishing. This is the #1, the World Championship, the 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. We're going on Lake Guntersville. 53 anglers. There's our leaderboard right now, according to Bass Track. Unofficial stats right there, but we think that's pretty close to right on. And John Cruz, the man with the most classic experience in this field fishing in his 12th classic, is on top. And Stetson Blaylock, we've been spending a lot of time with him this morning. He feels like he's got his timing down. He's got a good plan in place. He's probably not the only one. So many of our anglers from the Bassmaster Elite Series, but the Classic is such that outstanding anglers from other venues can get in, including BassPro.com. Opens have representatives in this. The team event has a representative. College as well. This may have our highest college finisher ever in the Bassmaster Classic this time around, too. Carhartt Bassmaster College Series. Looking at Drew Cook hooked up.
Barely got him. I mean, barely. I think I just put it on a hook.
Mark Zonin, do you remember back in the day how many of those barely got them lipless fish would get off? The quality of hooks have completely changed in the last 20 years.
Yes.
Barely got them lipless 20 years ago was
lost them.
A nice story at weigh-in about the big one that got away.
Solid fish right there. Drew Cook, one of those anglers, definitely said he was impressed with his practice, but was worried. One of the things Drew Cook talked about, he said, man, these fish are moving by the hour right now on Guntersville.
Drew Cook, our Rookie of the Year for last season, spent some time atop the Angler of the Year race during the course of that year, but back a little bit, but still outpaced the rest of the rookies. Very promising young angler.
Talked to Drew Cook last night, and he's got several different things going on, and I love his plan. He's doing what he said he would want to do today, and then change up and change areas in a big way, hopefully for day 2 and day 3. And if he's able to stay in this area on day 1 and catch that good stringer, look out for him on day 2 and 3.
Definitely on a part of the lake. We're not going to give an exact location. We'll call him kind of mid-lake.
Little bitty feller.
Close to the main river.
I'm gonna measure and just. I mean, I know good and well. Wait. See, I would have thrown that fish over. He ain't got nothing to it. He's just long and skinny, but and his hair lip. Hey. I didn't even know they made keepers on Guntersville that small. He can't stay. I know, that's all right. But I'll tote him around for a minute. That's fine with me.
There they are. It's interesting looking at our entire field and where they're fishing and how spread out the entire field is right now across Guntersville. Very different from last year's Classic. Yes. Very different. There was a predominant technique, a predominant area last year. Such a different situation when you get on a lake with a lot of grass in it.
Each Classic is special in its own way, but you love to see anglers be able to spread out, have different patterns, different techniques that they're using.
I was looking at the map a little earlier in the morning, and the majority of the anglers were on the along the western shore on the map.
Golly.
Good fish here in the group.
Come here, fish. Come here. Come here. Come here. Got it. He had that other hook in there, and then whenever he come out of the boat the first time, that other hook popped out, and I was...
A little bit of a flurry there for Drew Cook. Many folks having some good success with that particular technique. We're from above, Corey Johnson. Another look at him. This is live action. Corey out there. Again, one of our 3 Canadians in the hunt here among the 53 who've qualified.
Man, it's been a tough morning. Water's been pretty dirty in a lot of my areas, so just kind of trying a few different things here right now to see where we can get some bites. The water hasn't warmed up a ton. It's still 49 degrees, so kind of the same as practice. I'm still convinced those big ones are out in that little bit deeper water on the close to the main channel, but we'll try some of the shallow stuff here and just see if we can get a few bites and try and figure these things out.
What's some of the dirtiest water we've seen?
Yes.
So the thing about this lake is any cast, you can catch a big one, and I mean, you can pull up to any one of these points and there'll be a school of good fish on them. So keep grinding away here and see what happens.
Big thanks to the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame folks, Dave Breck, Barbara Bowman, bringing the whole crew treats this morning.
Oh, yeah, well, I didn't see that. They didn't tell me. They never do.
They know us well.
Yes.
They're gone now,
donuts
right?
on day one of the 50th Bassmaster Classic. I mean,
Such
bringing it.
Pounced like a minx.
Get the best ones, yeah.
Crouching minks, that's what they call it.
Got some new news to report here. Formerly of New York, Jamie Hartman's at it again here on Guntersville. He's up to 11th place, and right behind him, New Jersey's Greg DePalma. 3 for 9 pounds. 12th place.
Jimmy Hartman has proven in his relatively short time with the Elite Series he can catch them everywhere. And of course, it was the most recent Elite winner here.
He had no idea he had won that tournament.
No.
Started out the final day in 10th place. Doesn't happen very often.
Happened twice last year, and those guys were starting to think that's the place to be on the final day.
Yeah. This is a place it could happen, though. I mean, if you're fishing on Sunday, if you're in top 10, you certainly could win here on Guntersville. We've seen the 30-pound bags before.
Do you concur with Mark Zona that Sunday is going to be the fireworks day?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, Randy Howell had at the time the largest classic comeback ever. 11th place, about 9 pounds back.
Yeah, that's it.
I think there was another one Robbie saved us on.
Yeah, I think it was over there in Texas, was it not? Or well, no, there in a few other places too. Yeah.
Oh, they're catching them very good this morning, I think, for the conditions. This should certainly get better the next 2 days.
No doubt. And you feel like there's still we're gonna have a few collisions with some of the guys we have cameras with. A lot of the anglers did say, which is typical, really in every classic that we
still got a lot of work to do
have covered this time of year. It's a lot of times first 2 hours, last 2 hours.
Boy, Micah Frazier and Mike Huff just landed fish, giving us 25. Almost half the field has a fish on the board. Kind of amazing that Seth Fider, Paul Mueller, among others, Scott Canterbury, Brandon Cobb, Keith Combs, are fishless.
Did we see Seth catch one?
No, I think we
Did he?
Seth's got
Did he?
a 2
Oh,
pounder.
no, not Seth. He got one, too.
Let's tighten up.
2 donuts and
spinning.
Tighten up.
Kiss my butt.
Canterbury, Cobb, and Combs. Fishless.
Canterbury surprises me, but you got to talk to him probably more than anybody, said how bad his practice was, yet then threw out some numbers that were pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he's just one of those guys, I mentioned it earlier, that doesn't think catching 2.5 pounders is going to do you any good. He knows this place so big, so good. 8 pounders, 7 pounders, he had those quality fish in practice.
A little bonus coverage here of Todd Auten, as a matter of fact, the first guy to pop up the top of that leaderboard this morning. Todd Auten had a great first day, as I recall, on the first event of the Elite Series this year as well.
Sure did.
South Carolina angler. He's been around for a good long while.
I think he might have been doing the same thing, throwing a chatterbait around boat docks. He's pretty good at it.
Yeah.
Like one of the best.
Todd in his 4th classic, the angler from Lake Wiley area. South Carolina, just across the border.
We got a big mover, Hank Cherry, with his second 5-pounder on the day. He's up to 16.5 pounds.
It is a jerk
Going to
bait
take over
kind
the
of day,
lead.
isn't it? It's a jerk bait kind of day. Lester hooked up. Little one. Smaller. See some of these guys fishing extremely shallow. And on the Tennessee River, Guntersville, obviously one of the lakes, when they're pulling this much current, that water just rolls and turns. I don't think the water temperature is any different. It's probably 8 feet deep. If you're anywhere close to the river itself, it's probably not any different in the temperature from 1 foot to 18 feet deep, or 8 or 10 feet deep. The water level on the upper end has been much higher than the lower end coming in too. It's like in the bushes spread out of the banks above the Baby Comer Bridge, and then as you get a little bit closer to Goose Pond, about normal level, and then a little bit lower than that on the lower end.
It's interesting looking at, just call Hank Cherry fishing on the lower end of the lake, fishing exactly where there was a day one top 3 bag caught the last time we were here.
We talked about that yesterday, didn't we? Sleeper place.
Yes.
Not a community hole. Sleeper place.
Well, it's
can be both.
Not the whole community.
The elite community.
Can't reveal that right now, but maybe on Sunday.
Freaking wind's making it hard to present the bait right. Could be a lot worse, though. I guess I shouldn't complain.
Mr. Hank Cherry's added again another 5-pounder. His third, he's up to 19.5 pounds.
Wow.
Wow. Commanding lead. It's the classic. It is Guntersville. The expectations always high, perhaps the highest of just about all the classic venues. Boy, for certain anglers, those expectations have paid off. There has been some impressive catches so far today.
Certainly has. Actually, a little better than I thought with the conditions, that northwest wind. But it took these anglers a few minutes to settle in. It seemed like those fish maybe had relocated just a little bit. But when people like Brandon Lester found where those little groups of fish had moved to, you saw him catch that 7-pounder there.
New look to the leaderboard with Hank Cherry of North Carolina on top right there. Almost 20 pounds already. John Cruz was displaced from that top spot, but he's got a good number where you want to be on day number 1. Ditto for Stetson Blaylock, Drew Benton, Brandon Lester, John Cox, and on down through the top 10. And Drew Benton, definitely a guy who feels like life has prepared him for this moment.
You know, this event, it just feels like you've just prepared your whole life for it. Every adverse situation you've ever been through, every bump in the road, you prepare for this and you don't even realize it. When I played baseball, when I went through a Category 5 hurricane, had to pick my life back up, it all prepared me for the Bassmaster Classic. And people don't realize what kind of weight this event has on you. And it's a different event. It's everybody who's involved in fishing, every fan, every member of Bass is here. And the weight of that is huge. And your whole life you prepare for this. And I'm just happy to be here.
The 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, is being brought to you live by Humminbird.
What are them sons of fishes up to now?
Fellas, I give you the force trolling motor. It is the most powerful, the most efficient on the water.
Yep. Most powerful. We're really in trouble now.
And it's quiet, too. You can't swim here.
What a dumb bass.
Built for the guy who has everything and needs to tow it. The Tow and Stow is equipped with multiple ball sizes and adjusts in 1-inch increments to the height of your trailer for level towing. Best of all, it stows when you aren't using it, away from your shins and garage door. Machined from American steel, with a 2-stage finish, the Tow and Stow is the last hitch you'll ever need.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now for your chance to win a fishing trip with 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Scott Canterbury. Trip includes hotel, airfare, rental car, and $500 spending cash, plus a Skeeter Boat ZX190W with Yamaha SHO outboard, Lowrance electronics, and an amazing prize package. Total value $52,000. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows, you could win.
Serious competitors demand serious tech. We've hand-selected top anglers from fisheries around the U.S. We've taken them to Lake El Salto, Mexico, and armed them with a full one-boat network setup from Minn Kota and Humminbird. Their mission? Do battle in a series of challenges designed to prove their fishing skill, all to create a new legend and put the ultimate fishing system to the ultimate test.
Back-to-back domination, unbelievable!
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
You're watching the 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, being brought to you live by Humminbird.
50 years, that makes it a kind of a young sport in relation to all the other major sports, but it seems like it's been established for a long time, and it has been for the length of the Classic. It has been established as a #1 tournament. We try to bring you the small magic moments and the big turning points. Maybe that's a big turning point, at least in the context of the first day. Hank Cherry of North Carolina busting up to 20 pounds and leapfrogging the field. A lot of good stuff going on today, and catching continues apace out there on Guntersville. Take you right out to Brandon Lester.
This one right here moments ago during our break.
That feels heavier. Oh, because it is. Stay on, baby. Get in here. Yes, sir.
Another good one, might make the cut. Also, moments ago, Seth Fighter.
Seth Fighter fishing just south of Brandon Lester.
Big one.
Uh-oh.
Big one.
Wow.
Stay on, baby. Stay on, baby. Come on. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go. Slow grind, baby. Slow grind. We're going to do this all day. Nice and that's what lives out here. 4 more of them and we got them. Slap hands. Yes. Oh, that was a long time without a bite. Slow grind. Let's go.
Turning point for Seth, for sure. Also, moments ago, Matt Area. First look at Matt today.
Color change, and we caught one. There. Probably one of the ugliest 15 inches in the lake. But we're on the board in the Bassmaster Classic.
Well, we're coming to you from down here, about an hour and a quarter away from Birmingham, the BJCC, that iconic arena here for the weigh-ins and also the outdoor show, and that's where we are right now. The outdoor show going to start its preview a little bit earlier. We're seeing a lot of things popping today. Hey, there's still plenty of time to get big things done for all these anglers, right?
No doubt about it, but what you're really starting to see transpire is it's almost like a lot of our competitors, especially ones that we have cameras on, are relearning what they learned in practice. You see little flurries here and there. You can tell Seth Fighter's just trying to track down what he learned last Wednesday. And the other side is, I'm going to tell you, that to me, those guys that are fishing the main lake, really from, let's call it Seabold all the way up to the B.B. Comer Bridge, those are areas that traditionally this time of year will constantly reload compared to a guy that's sharing a bridge with somebody else.
Yeah, absolutely, because those bridges get so much pressure now, we know that. But those traditional areas, like you see Brandon Lester and Seth Fighter, you always see fish caught there this time of year. And it took them a little while. Wednesday was their last day of practice, so we had a big weather change. It was raining. It was low pressure. Took these guys only about an hour, and now you're going to see things clicking more and more.
All right. Well, using the first day for a learning experience is good, and it's something you need to do. Bear in mind, you've only got 3 days to get the job done, so you have to think of that as well. Thank you for being with us on Bassmaster Live this morning. If you're at the pre-show with Such and Ronnie Moore, you knew that Ronnie Moore was out at the lake. Now he has made his way back here, and, of course, we find him in a familiar haunt, the screen of knowledge, Ronnie. Let her rip.
There's a lot of pressure. It's the day one of the Bassmaster Classic. We obviously want to produce with the screen of knowledge, but we're going to jump right into Rapala fantasy fishing, and that's something that's been big this year. A lot of prizes at stake for fans that are competing, and for the Classic, it's a lot different, guys, because there's only 10 anglers or so per bucket, and you get to choose from. So 10% shot of picking a really good angler, and as we look at the couple Alabama anglers, there's 3 in the field. Such mentioned that early this morning. Scott Canterbury, Matt Herron, and Clint Davis, the 3 Alabama anglers, but they're more so the Coosa River guys. They don't claim Guntersville to be their home lake, but it's a place that obviously they have a lot of experience at. And when we look at the fantasy fishing outlook, Scott Canterbury is one of the biggest shocks of the morning, not off to the hottest of hot starts. 35% of fantasy fishing players chose him on their teams in Bucket A, the premier pick in Bucket A. Clint Davis sitting there at 13.5% or so. Bucket C, he's obviously one of the higher picks in that bucket. And Matt Herron's kind of a product of Bucket A. There's a lot of top Angler of the Year competitors. Obviously, Scott Canterbury there, some of the guys who did well at Guntersville last year when we were here. So he's only sitting at 6.5%, but a solid pick. Somebody who's getting some feet underneath of him. Him and Clint Davis with a few fish in the boat. Canterbury's a shock, though. And when we look at the 3 anglers that factored in this event in June, obviously a different time of year, but the winner, Jamie Hartman, then you've got Chris Zaldane and Matt Airy. Jamie Hartman's got a couple for sure in the box. He's sitting there in that top 15, doing a good start to his morning. And then we just saw Matt Airy break the ice with a color change. He might start to get dialed into his areas. And someone like Chris Zaldane, He's going to be a go big, go home guy. We've talked about that before. Trying to win it, doesn't care about 2nd through 53rd, so he will have those highest of high moments and maybe some of those lowest of low. But it's early. It's only been 2.5, 3 hours into the morning. We're almost halfway through day 1 of competition, so these guys are still figuring it out as that changes. But it's good to be back in Birmingham.
Oh, yeah. Nice to have you out there on the lake this morning. Great crowd out there, and Ronnie was a part of it all. If you get up early tomorrow, make it a point to hit us before you come to Bassmaster Live, because at about 7 o'clock Central Time, it's a good show with Such and Ronnie.
It was weird not having Ronnie at the set.
Well, it was, but it feels
strange.
better now.
Yes, it was.
It feels like the team's back together here.
Let me ask you guys, up until about 12, 14 years ago, local knowledge was more of a curse. If you wanted to win a classic, it just didn't work out. It's been kind of different since then. What do you think about the value of local knowledge, being a quote-unquote Guntersville type guy? How big is that?
I think we see both ends of the spectrum working out. A Brandon Lester, who I got to consider a local guy, currently in 2nd place. He might be a little, some of those fish I think are a little bigger than maybe what we have
I
put them in
totally
Bass
agree
Track.
with that. No
but then
doubt.
you see a Scott Canterbury, who probably has the most experience here, and he's having a real rough start.
All right, now some bonus coverage. Let's check this out. This is pertinent. This is our leader, Hank Cherry. We're going to get to watch and kind of get a clue as to what he's doing here.
Looks like he's throwing a swim bait. Just letting his arm rest a few minutes from all that jerking, maybe.
Hank Cherry fishing a very popular creek on the lower end of Guntersville.
Sat with him yesterday at media day at lunch, and we talked a little barbecue. He loves that North Carolina barbecue, and he's been here since Wednesday, and he's itching to fish, boy.
Hank made his first big splash at the Classic Tulsa back in 2013. That was when he really contended up until the last little bit.
Yes, he came so close to winning his first Classic. I'm sure he has not forgotten that weekend.
He's had some good results in elite events through the years here. Getting to do what he likes to do. That's
he's one of those
a trademark guy for the jerkbait.
He's versatile, but he's one of those guys. He does what he likes to do and feels comfortable. You don't see him mixing up, doing a lot of
good
crazy
spring
stuff.
I mean, you're a May fisherman. That's when you come
the
to
king
play.
of May. I think that's
Mr.
right.
We had
May.
heard that, Mr. May, always. But really, if you look at Hank Cherry's career, when it's an early pre-spawn, he shines.
Definitely. And not always with a jerkbait. Well, I remember, was it Toledo Bend? He was swimming a jig around those boat docks. It was pre-spawn. Certainly several events with him fishing a jerkbait. It looks like I don't know if he's using a vibrating jig or a straight swim bait here, but it's definitely just reeling something steady. It's not a crankbait.
It's very nice photography from our marshals. Play a big role.
Who is his marshal? Get some.
It's a work of. It's like a painting.
Absolutely steady, crisp.
Couple nice fishes came across the board. Jake Whitaker with a 5 1/4. Micah Frazier with a 4-pounder. He's jumped into the top 10 with 4 fish.
always amazes me, as many times as we've been there, whether it's been tournaments or shooting shows, if you really look at the last 30 to 40 years on this lake, and if you're watching at home and you've never been to Lake Guntersville, you cannot get the full effect of the pressure that this lake gets. Yeah. And what stuns me is tournament after tournament, year after year, how this lake stands up to it.
And it's never been explained. I don't think completely.
And the other thing is it. And I think when the umbrella rig kind of came out, it really shows these fish are very conditioned on this lake. They're very conditioned. It's not like you just go to. I did a blog about this that was on Bassmaster.com. It's not like you come to Guntersville and they're biting the side of your boat. I mean, you got to bring your game on this lake.
Just about every place we do Bassmaster Live, not every place, but a great percentage of, we worry. We don't even accept the good fortune of having them catch them giant on day one because we worry about every place being cleaned out after day number one. Guntersville traditionally is a place we don't worry about that.
Right, it's where we rise through the.
And you're exactly right, Z. Unless you've been here and seen every boat ramp around the lake full every day of the week, you just can't appreciate it.
Well, you ask yourself, does anybody work?
Yes.
But that's, being one of the, you heard Seth Feider say it earlier this morning. This is the home base. This is the capital of bass fishing. But again, you don't get the gauge of it unless you've been here to see it, especially really from this week till the end of April.
Now, no Classic winner is going to complain about where he wins the Classic, but don't you think it's just a little bit of an extra boost to be able to win a Classic at Guntersville?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
This early in any tournament, it's lure information. Rightfully so, is a little bit hard to come by. You don't have to show all your cards, right after the first deal. But we can look around and not match up lures with certain players. Just look on decks, and that's what we did this morning, right at takeoff.
And really, this is our AFCO Taste the Bait. If you've been watching, if you look at the array of all the shots we have of our anglers, baits on their deck, really this morning so far today, and I'm sure it's not a surprise to anybody that has fished this lake, lipless crankbait has been a big player. Bladed jigs, I would say those are number 1 and 2.
Quite a few DT6 and 10s on those decks too, I just noticed. But you're right, that vibrating jig right there is, I think we've seen that on every deck we've looked at so far.
Have not seen much of a swim bait being a player so far today.
There is one right there, but you're exactly right. I guess Zaldane, the only one we've seen throwing a swim bait so far this morning.
Pretty much all he said he will throw the entire week.
Check that out.
Wow. All right. Don't say we didn't show you the baits. We kind of did.
It's been really cool watching Brandon Lester fish so far today. We were talking about throwing a lipless crankbait in eelgrass is a bit of a pain, fair to say.
Oh, yes.
A lot of work to do.
He mentioned earlier, not the wind making it difficult for him to make the cast he wanted to.
Got one big one, one 3-pounder, and some 2.5s and stuff, so it's looking okay. These mats up here are looking pretty darn good. I'm gonna have to daub something around in them mats for just a second. I can't help myself. Well, this is a very well-known spot on Lake Guntersville, and I know that. Right now, as far as competitors go, I've got it to myself. Honestly, I'm gonna catch every one I can here today, but I'm gonna go run some other stuff too here in a little while. I mean, I've got some other stuff that I'm counting on too, so We'll see.
And finally, you watch a segment of hanging with height, do you?
Absolutely. I would hang with height. Anytime he wants to hang, we'll hang. That's a good dude right there. I like Davey. And I ain't just saying that. I ain't just saying that because he's listening. He's a good one.
Wait till he gets a load of you in May.
Yeah, that's an X-Zone muscle back finesse crawl. Real good little punching bait. My thought is, all these fish that were out here on this little hard spot, I mean, anytime you have a cold front, I don't know care where you are in the country, if there's mats around, those fish will get in those mats. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time doing it, but that's a way to catch a great big one. I got to try it.
I appreciate the kind words, but you are definitely after my heart right now, Brandon Lester, pulling out that big rod.
Yes.
X-Zone muscle back finesse crawl.
Oh, that
it's
looks
like a
so
little
good.
3.5 inch crawl. Got some real cool little claws on it. They stand up. Gives a good action whenever they fall.
Ooh, I want to flip in that same mat. That looks so good.
You just want to hear that braid singing.
Yeek.
So for folks at home that are watching this, he's on the inside line of the river channel. On the other side of that mat is the actual river channel.
Still surprising to you guys he doesn't have company in there?
Yes, it is for me.
A little bit?
It is for me, yep. And to be honest with you, he mentioned no other tournament anglers. It's surprising he doesn't have more local anglers around there. I mean, we see the background from several different anglers, and it's unusual because that's a very popular area this time of year.
There'll be more boats on the water as we go through the weekend. The weather continuing to be doable.
I like what I'm hearing from Brandon also is he's got some other stuff.
Yeah.
He's got some other stuff. He really feels comfortable right here. But he's got some other tricks up his sleeve, no doubt about it.
When you hear somebody say, I'm going to burn him here today, I'm going to catch as many as I can, he's got other. Boy, there is so much history where Brandon Lester's fishing. From right there, if you look down there south of him, that 3 mile stretch.
Reloads and reloads.
Yeah.
John
Cruz.
Sure I mean, it's not that much different than practice as far as this.
I'm sorry,
stuff
Stetson
goes.
Blaylock.
It's just,
My bad.
I know my bites are not going to be, unless I hit the right little stretch at the right time, I'm just going to get one or two in an area. But at this point in the game, if I can just get those ones that I'm looking for, I'll be happy. Sometimes it's not always about how many you catch. Especially in this tournament, I only need 5 great big ones.
Boy, I'm just waiting for Brandon Lester to set back on a 10-pounder like we saw Kyle Wetcher catch at St. John's. and rip that braid through that grass.
Sure would be a good place for old Big Mama to be sitting.
We got plenty of wind though. I won't complain about that. Break out the old War Eagle, see if we can't get one in here in the shallower grass.
There's a man who, well, that's what he plans to be doing a little bit later. Brandon Lester says he's definitely got a couple of other spots he is going to visit, some other things to try out on this first day of 3 days of fishing. Speaking of threes, let's take a look at where all the 3-pounders plus are caught on our Humminbird Lay of the Lake.
Exactly, Tommy Sanders, and this is pretty much what you can know about Lake Guntersville. Being a diverse lake is when your 3+ pounders, everywhere you see those little yellow bass flags right there, are 3 pounds or more, pretty much from our takeoff all the way up to the B.B. Comer Bridge.
Yeah, it's a great sign of a tremendous fishery when you see it spread out, about 30 miles there, and spread out equally. Looking at the Humminbird Lay of the Lake, a lot of those fish I'm seeing are 5s and a 7.5 and a 4.5 and a 6. They're not just 3-pounders.
All right, what an incredible place. Definitely one of a kind, even in the context of all Tennessee River lakes. Oh, a little trivia, perhaps, maybe. We'll give you some of that. How many times has Birmingham hosted the Bassmaster Classic? Has Birmingham hosted that? That may be the key to it. How many times has Birmingham hosted the Bassmaster Classic? 6, 8, 9, or 11? Think about that. And we'll have the answer for you when we come back. We've got another 30 minutes in our morning session of Bassmaster Live, so don't go away.
The 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is brought to you by Strike King, Power Pole, Academy Sports and Outdoors, the American Fishing Tackle Company, and by B&W Trailer Hitches.
Gear up this spring at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
As a professional angler, you've got so many things on your mind. Any advantage that we have is key. And not only rods and reels and lines and baits, but in our clothes. And the guys at AFCO, they have something for every situation. There's nothing AFCO hasn't thought about with the fishermen in mind. It's designed for fishermen, by fishermen, for every scenario you can come to. Any fish, any water, any condition, AFCO has you covered.
What an awesome place to have the Bonus Bucks event right here on Pickwick Lake. This is definitely bass fishing country, and it's great to see this Toyota Owners Tournament come to this venue.
The Toyota Owners event's really cool. It's a standalone deal. Just be part of the Bonus Bucks program. You get invited to the event for free. So if you haven't registered for Bonus Bucks, it's a free program, and not only can you win all the bonus money in the tournaments, you can also attend the Owners event for free.
You're crazy if you don't sign up. That's the whole reason I bought my Toyota. No other truck manufacturer does more for fishermen than Toyota.
Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
Shrimp po' boy, fried chicken. Man, Academy has the best selection in bait. Oh, gotta get a badonkadonk. What else do we have here? Oh, the twitchin' mullet. Definitely. Gone fishing.
Son gets it done. Jordan Lee, back-to-back domination, unbelievable.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
Serious competitors demand serious tech. We've hand-selected top anglers from fisheries around the U.S. We've taken them to Lake El Salto, Mexico, and armed them with a full one-boat network setup from Minn Kota and Humminbird. Their mission? Do battle in a series of challenges designed to prove their fishing skill, all to create a new legend and put the ultimate fishing system to the ultimate test.
What them sons of fishes up to now?
Fellas, I give you the Force Trolling Motor. It is the most powerful, the most efficient on the water.
Yep. Most powerful. We're really in trouble now.
And it's quiet, too. You can't swim here.
What a dumb bass.
Built for the guy who has everything and needs to tow it. The tow and stow is equipped with multiple ball sizes and adjusts in 1-inch increments to the height of your trailer for level towing. Best of all, it stows when you aren't using it, away from your shins and garage door. Machined from American steel, with a 2-stage finish, the tow and stow is the last hitch you'll ever need.
You're watching the 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook, being brought to you live by Humminbird.
And just like that, we're almost halfway through. Day number 1, the Classic goes by so very fast. We are thundering toward the final day. We'll talk about what happens on that day in a minute, but let's answer our Bass trivia question. How many times has Birmingham, our host city, hosted the Bassmaster Classic? Is it 6, 9, 8, 11? Davey?
Ha! I fished my first Classic here in Birmingham. I know this one, I think. C9.
C9. See?
B8.
B8. I'm going to go with A6.
I was going C9 as well.
All right.
Davey.
Okay. Got 2 C9s, an 8 and a 6. That answer, as we look at the Birmingham skyline, is 9.
Yes.
Oh. Knowledgeable people.
Way to go, Ronnie. The state of Alabama has 13 classics, though, when you go to the Alabama River and Wheeler, and then the first Guntersville one was held in Guntersville.
Oh, look at that. Look what time it is right now, guys. Come on.
See, I forgot about that 2010 Classic.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Oh, the truth hurts sometimes. Hey, you know what, Tom?
Yep.
I think it's pretty much the easiest power pole replay of the day we've ever had in the first morning of the Bassmaster Classic. Hey, Brandon Lester hanging out near the B.B. Comer Bridge. A lot of history, rich tradition, lacquer, my friend. Brandon Lester, guess what you are this morning? You are the power pole replay of the day thus far with an Ebrakonski Babillon.
Oh, my goodness. That was a great one. That was a perfect Guntersville fish right there.
What it was.
He said at least 6.5, and I agree. It's at least 6.5.
I would say
maybe
so.
more like 7.5.
Good one early this morning from Brandon Lester on a lipless crankbait. And I'm going to say that will not end up our power pole replay of the day by the end of the first day of competition.
All right.
Wow.
Let's get back out live with our reigning angler of the year from 2019. There's Alabama's Scott Canterbury.
We know where that is, don't we, Z?
Yes, sir. Shocker, there's a boat coming out.
Yeah. Going in. There'll be one coming out in just a second. Oh, he's fishing. Oh,
that is so frustrating when that happens.
My mouth full. Man, we're still practicing, trying to figure it out. If I can figure out how to get a bite.
Zaldane right there, wasn't it?
yes. He's sticking with those rocks.
But really struggling at this time.
Keith Combs just caught his first fish, a 2-pounder. Micah Frazier filled his limit with a 3. He's up to 15.25 in 4th place.
Tough morning. Been a tough practice on me, but we're gonna keep at it. Figure out a way to get a bite or two. I got a lot of stuff I can run.
Time battle last season between Micah Frazier and this man right here, Scott Canterbury up in New York. It was fun to watch, and kind of surprised us at the very end.
It did. Speaking of surprised, and I talked to Scott this week, and he's not fishing for those schoolers, so to speak, the 2-pounders, 2.5s, but I would have lost money. I would have taken anybody's bet he would have a fish in the live well by 10:30.
Absolutely.
I would have lost my lunch
I'm not
money.
getting bites doing anything. I've been throwing a chatterbait, rattle trap, lipless crankbaits. And that's how I got most of my bites during practice, but it's been tough. I didn't do much of this during practice. Caught a few. Not many, shook off a few. I didn't catch any of them. But it's not easy to get a bite doing anything. I like pitching a jig on boat docks. I know you can catch a big one doing it. This is the Bassmaster Classic, and it's supposed to be about having fun. So we're gonna have fun and do it. For a little bit anyhow. Not gonna just do it all day, but I'm gonna try a few of them.
Well, Scott and many others have the rest of today and tomorrow to manage to get it up into 25th place or better. That's the only way you're going to have a shot at the Classic Trophy for 2020, the 50th anniversary of the Classic. And, of course, the Classic is not just Elite Series members. We talked about the winner of the Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest. That winner, Brandon Cobb, of course, he's in the Classic. The Opens champions, the BassPro.com Opens champions. 6 of those. College Classic qualifier, Carhartt Bassmaster College Series qualifier. The Team Series has a single qualifier for there. The Nation sends 3 top 3 finishers from the Nation Championship, including the champion. Of course, the AOY standings as well. It's all the platforms send their best to the Classic.
What's amazing is those nation qualifiers, we've had them all represented. It's basically all 50 states and even other countries, that the 3 nation qualifiers to qualify for this Classic, one's from New Hampshire, one's from Washington, and I believe one's from like another New England state. So it's all across the country.
The one common denominator there, they're all difficult. No matter which path you take,
the Nation, it's not just a year's job.
Yeah.
It's a lot of investment.
That whole Open series has become difficult too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Slide back down right now. John Cruz. Good morning so far.
John again in his 12th Classic here.
It's interesting to see some guys fishing boat docks. We've had some early year events that boat docks definitely played the last 15 years.
Oh.
Yep.
That'll help.
Yep.
That's what we were looking for right there. That'll call. Mini flip. Mini flip. That D-bomb on there. That's a chunker. It's a three something. That's a 3 something. That's a good little call right there.
Cruz with the cullet might bump him up ahead of Brandon Lester. We'll see what Bass Track shows us in a minute. Put him into 2nd place. Get back over to Drew Cook, Rookie of the Year from 2019.
Drew was another angler in 2019. We kind of expected Drew to do pretty well when we were down around Florida and in the southeast, and really did not falter anywhere we went last season on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Well, the spot that I started on this morning, it was out of the wind, and it didn't really look like anything changed. I hit one in the back with a trap, and that was the only bite that I had in there, which is pretty surprising. figured I could, catch quite a few of them in there this morning first thing. And where it is a super popular area, so figured I'd start there and get that out of the way. But didn't get a bite in there. Moved around, pulled into one area and caught 3 out of it, and I think 4 non-keepers. We're easing our way up the river. We're gonna fish this spot right here, and then we're gonna go way on up the river. I got one little area up there I want to go check, and then we'll work our way back down. We got 4. We got 2 good ones and 2 little ones, but it's starting to get better. Figuring out a few things. There's something definitely going on with the fish. Where I caught those 4, had a lot of bites that didn't get it. I mean, they'd knock the fire out of it and just wouldn't get hooked up. But we're gonna keep getting after it, and hopefully we leave this pocket with a limit.
Show you one thing. For the first time, we've actually got live shots from the drones.
That's
now
incredible.
We usually have to put those in later, so take another little technological breakthrough that makes the coverage that much better. That's just a little insider stuff for TV coverage geeks. You know who you are and how ashamed you should be.
So Drew was hoping to stay on the lower end today and make that run upriver tomorrow, but it sounds like he's
going to pull the plug.
Pull the plug.
It is staggering of our 53 competitors how spread out they are among the entire system. It is unbelievable.
Just so much history here.
It's definitely getting warmer.
Everywhere we see those anglers, it's like, wow, that's a good area this time of year. 30 miles farther upriver. Wow, that's a good area.
I wonder if I could put a map in front of you two and just randomly point at 4 different places, and you can't say, no, I have caught them there. I have caught them big time. Every place. You guys.
It's such a great lake.
I guess one of the things that, and it's a gamble going in there, but we've covered tournaments where they've got crushed in there, but it's more of a quality and not quantity. There is not a boat in Honeycomb all the way on the lower end. There's not a boat in there.
It doesn't get the pressure some other places, but I'm shocked there's not a boat or two there.
Not one boat.
This time of year.
Right, especially the back.
Yes.
Lee Livesey just filled his limit. He's jumped into 8th place, 12 pounds.
Get a decent limit. Anything over 15 pounds, you gotta run around the most obvious crap in the lake. Because that's how Guntersville is.
Just peeking at the weather, and it will be exactly right on the seasonal average for this time of year on Sunday. Plus, afternoon starts the 100% of the full moon on Sunday as well.
To the back of North Saudi.
When they say Canterbury's in 37th, he's tied for 37th. There's that many guys who don't have a fish, including Zal, Dane, and Perch, and Menendez, and below. There are several anglers. Let's note that their bass tracks are not reporting, though. So try to get updates on all of them.
There could be some big bombs among that many people.
Yeah, but that's Guntersville.
Absolutely.
We talked about it first thing this morning that it seems like it's easy when you see those. Oh, it took 30 pounds to win a tournament last week, but you can.
There's a lot of have-nots.
Yes.
In fact, every tournament that we cover here, there's a ton of have-nots.
Yes. And there will always be one or two that you can't believe it's a have-not.
Yes.
Like so far this morning, Scott Canterbury, but he's got a lot of fishing to go and a lot of tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, you look at it right halfway through the first day, and 25th place is under 5 pounds right now. So
it's always going to take those big weights to win here, but it's not always easy. And the guys just don't fish for those smaller fish. I mean, because you may as well zero as to come in. I shouldn't say this, I guess, on day one, but, man, if you come in with 4 that weigh 8,
You know what's interesting, though, is looking at the map and seeing where they're spread out in a lot of the community holes or areas that we've covered in past events. There's a lot of areas that we said, oh, gosh, they're catching them in areas that we've covered. There's also a lot of areas that are popular that are absolutely not playing.
Yes. Have we seen a bridge fish yet? We haven't, have we?
No.
That's surprising.
What was crazy on Wednesday when I went out with Fighter, like a lot of current, a lot of rain has pushed a lot of current through Guntersville, and every bridge we went to, it was just like you could sit there and you would not float out or it would not push you in. There was not much current coming through those bridges, which shocked Fighter, it shocked me, and we did it a couple different places on the lake that you figure even wind direction would do it, but it wasn't much movement coming through those bridge areas.
I'll tell you one other thing that really stunned me was guys like Brandon Lester, guys like Seth Fighter that found unbelievable looking milfoil on this lake. Like the cleanest, greenest live milfoil. And both of them were like, I don't even know if they use it anymore in this lake. Now, if you look back on last year, you looked at Matt Herron. He was fishing around the Goose Pond, North Saudi area. He had found some of that milfoil, a little bit of hydrilla mix in there. But it's weird how these fish totally now relate to that eelgrass.
You guys should have seen, you might have seen some pictures when I was on the way back of the takeoff this morning, but with the wind direction coming from the northwest blowing right in on takeoff, I mean, it was 5, 6, 7 feet of eelgrass pushed up on the bank, and like thick as can be. Like, wouldn't be able to walk across riprap because it would have been so slippery with all the grass. Just that was floating that got pushed there. So just imagine how much is below the surface that's not ripped up.
How many you got? If you got any, it's more than I got. I caught one that's 14 inches.
Wow.
What do you think those two are thinking right now?
Wow.
Wow.
They're just not biting. They both might think the other one's pulling their leg. Is what they probably both think.
Pretty tough.
Fish may be trying to figure out what sunshine is. It'll take them a little while to get that.
It's going to be a pretty good afternoon, though.
If
you really go off of the morning bite and go off of the anglers we have cameras with, a lot of them said last 2 hours fireworks started. It's been a morning and late day gig.
Hank Cherry, the guy who's certainly gotten the job done this morning, bumping up on 20 pounds. Of course, you got to do it all 3 days here at the Bassmaster Classic. John Cruz acquitted himself very well for the veteran of Guntersville, veteran of the Bassmaster Classic. We have seen some pretty special moments for these anglers this morning. Stetson Blaylock seemed to have his timing on just right.
He definitely did. He's moving around more than Brandon Lester and some of those other guys, and he's been right on time, like you said. Time has been everything.
And we've got a Robbie Floyd going to kind of get around some of our leaders, too. And granted, he's probably 60 miles away by road, but he is making his move.
We count on Robbie a lot. He'll be on the move this afternoon, that is for sure. Got a weigh-in coming up at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com, and we will be back with part 2, the last half of the day of Bassmaster Live in 1 hour. Live mix stays on the air.
Bassmaster Live.
Little backs and pockets do it, though.
I think I'm not going to get to fish that causeway without somebody going up underneath it. What's up, Bobby? Cat's a nut. All right, let's roll. It's got a lot more pressure in here than I thought there would be.
Come here, sweetie. Got it choked too. Now we can get the Bassmaster Classic started. That's better, much better. That's what I needed. I needed a hint. We had a color change. Staying confident, staying positive. It's going to be a slow grind, but we're going to catch them. Huh? 3. Yeah. That didn't hit it like he's supposed to, too. And you saw where it was in his mouth. Man, acts like it's switching or something. Take 3 or 4 more of those. May just be waiting until it warms up just a little bit. Well, we just caught 2, one short and one 3-pounder. So things definitely looking up a little bit. Definitely a lot tougher to get a bite. Than it was Wednesday, which not surprising. It's going to be a slow grind, but we're going to keep after it, and we can get 3 or 4 more bites like we just got and mix in a great big one somewhere. We'll be all right. It's a lot slower than I anticipated today, though. A lot slower. We fished right through there earlier with a white bladed jig and switched to green pumpkin when we were up there in that pocket and got a bite. Well, I got 2 bites. So I said, well, we'll run back down through here with that green pumpkin, and it seemed to make a little bit of a difference. Hopefully we can just get it around a few more fish. I know they're out here.
There he is. I don't think he's gonna help though. Don't think so. Put him in there and get my deal out real quick. Gotta get my scale out where I can figure out if he's gonna help me or not. Don't think he is, but I'm gonna check it and see what he weighs anyway. $266. I don't think he's gonna help. Let's see what this one is, just to get an idea. He's not going to help. Pretty sure. Ooh. That's the other smallest one I got. I need to balance beam him and this one. Not gonna do it. This one's still bigger. He don't look bigger, but he's got a bigger belly. And that one's bigger too. Yep, that one's chunky. Kyle, if we could just get a couple bites, we'd be cooking. A couple big bites. No. I mean, it's good to get a bite after running all the way down here, but it's not the size I was thinking I was going to get. Still see a lot of activity, but there's not near the shad that there was, which to me is a pretty good sign that this little deal ain't happening like it was. just about done with this. Feel like I could catch a few more, but I wanted to get a big one right there. If I would have got a big one right there, I'd have kept the confidence up to go a little more, but the shad aren't down through here like they were. Apparently, neither are the fish.
Do what? Okay.
Yeah, let's catch one. Yeah, overall slow day. I mean, we're around a group of fish now. We just need a few more of them to fire, and I think hopefully the water will warm up another little bit, and maybe they'll get going. Very slow. I'm surprised at the number of non-keeper bites I've had. I've caught, what, 3 or 4, 14-inch fish, which I haven't done since I got here. A little frustrating there. Those are supposed to be 3-pounders, 4-pounders, or at least keepers. Corey's just following me, ain't he? One or two of the right bites and we're right back in the game. Really wish he wouldn't have run straight across that freaking flat. But I know that's the only route to get out of here pretty much. Oh, he's coming at me. That might actually keep. That might actually keep. God, that sucker's coming at me so fast I couldn't even catch up to him. We'll measure him, but I'm sure that makes it. Yeah. 2-pounder to add. They're starting to bite a little bit, so like I said, we're just a couple 5-6 pounders away, and this place has got plenty of them. I couldn't catch up with him. He got it and came at me so hard and so fast. We'll be in this area probably the rest of the day. I don't have a lot of other areas that have what I feel like are groups of fish. Who is that? He coming at me so fast, I actually thought he came off for a minute. Glad we made that color switch earlier. Had we not, we might still not have a fishing box. It's amazing how the sun can change everything. I was talking to my roommate, Canterbury, the other day, and I said, man, I don't know what it was. Wednesday it was, but all they wanted was white. I mean, they were choking it, and it was overcast all day and cloudy. Sun pops out and you got to go to something a little bit more natural, and I guess my only explanation, just glad I switched. Got a few fish to show for it now.
Well, we switched it up again, came back to the grass. I know I need to kind of stay with it and commit to the grass for a while. It's just hard because, like this pocket right here, the coots pull all the grass up at the back, and then the wind's blowing out of it, and it's piling up the grass where it's hard to get a cast in that's effective. I feel like I'm on the verge of another good one if I can just get in the right area at the right time. I know I've said that a lot, but it's very important to be where they are and where they're ready. Right now I just feel like I'm kind of hit that little dry lull. I don't know, I gotta keep doing what I'm doing though and get a couple more good bites before the day's out if I want to be in contention. Still feel good about what I'm doing and the decisions that I've made so far.
Damn, baby.
Bassmaster Classic. Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. 50th edition of the Classic at Guntersville. Classic Guntersville, that can only mean good stuff, and we have seen a good bit of that this morning. Maybe the toughest, most challenging day so far for these anglers of the 3 days it will take to decide our world champion, Brandon Lester,
It's the
earlier this morning.
2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. Being brought to you live by Humminbird.
That's a scene out there at legendary Lake Guntersville. It was mighty wind whip this morning, but there are certain spots right now that are looking good. Hank Cherry, North Carolina's Hank Cherry, who made his big splash at the Classic back in 2013, has made the biggest splash so far the first half of the fishing day of day number 1 here. John Cruz off to an early lead as well. We saw Brandon Lester catching some quality as well. Micah Frazier slipping up that leaderboard. Welcome to the BJCC and the Bassmaster Classic Outdoor Expo. This is where we're bringing you Bassmaster Live. Tommy Sanders with the former Classic champ Davey Hyde. Mark Zona in his 15th Classic coverage gig here, man. As the time goes by.
I'm surprised I'm not covered in grease by this time.
I was hoping that would not be the case.
15 years.
Let's get some impressions from the morning. Am I right to say could be the most challenging conditions they'll face all week?
I agree with you 100%, Tommy. The conditions are high pressure. We haven't seen sunshine here in like 3 weeks. I think it's been raining. So today with the high pressure, I thought it'd be a little slow. And it did take those guys about 30 minutes or so to adjust because the last practice day was on Wednesday. Low pressure, lots of rain. But, man, Brandon Lester, Drew Benton, Hank Cherry, those guys have figured them out.
Exactly right. And a lipless crankbait predominantly was the biggest player so far this morning in this event. Little bit of bladed jigs mixed in there. And really, here's what we got to see this morning. It was small flurries. Almost every angler that we covered this morning said the first 90 minutes, very important, and the most important bite of the day, the last 90 minutes. We're also getting word our Robbie Floyd, our man on the water, just getting with Hank Cherry, so hopefully we'll be with him soon.
Well, we will kick off the second 3 hours of our Bassmaster Live first day of the Classic with, of course, our midday report, what we have seen this morning, so you can see it too if you weren't able to join us, or even if you will. Let's talk about Scott Canterbury. A little bit of a disappointment for him, I would have to say.
You got to talk about him. I mean, he's a reigning Angler of the Year, has a lot of experience here on Guntersville. I did talk to him, though, and he said, I haven't been getting a lot of bites. I'm not fishing for those fish that seem to be schooled up. I know it's going to take big fish. Very slow start for Scott Canterbury. Shocking to not just me, but a lot of people.
I think he's on every single fantasy team across the country, but slow and steady this morning. Drew Cook, probably the most, fair to say, the most outspoken angler about having a really solid practice, but really watching him today, call it mid-lake, near the main lake. Drew Cook, it seems like he's trying to refine what he found in practice.
Yeah, conditions are so different from what they were in practice. Several other guys, including Drew Cook's buddy, Drew Benton, found their best areas during that one day of practice. But, man, that was a good day. We're going to have some of that later in the week. Saturday and then Sunday, I think, will be phenomenal. A little slower this morning for Drew Cook.
Yeah, the prospects for Sunday look really, really good. Back to absolute normal temperatures and a full moon. Absolutely 100% on Sunday. So everyone looking forward to that, but I think there's going to be plenty of fish in there. Took Seth Fighter a while to get going this morning.
It did. Seth Fighter fishing about a 1 mile stretch of hydrilla that he located. Kind of has 2 clean edges on this stretch of hydrilla, cradled with eelgrass. This bite right here, Seth Fighter. And here's the thing about Seth Fighter. He's not getting a ton of bites on this stretch, but when he does, about a 75% chance it's a good one.
I don't understand it, but there's something about Guntersville this time of year. You can find beautiful, lush, green milfoil, and it won't be as good as dead-looking black hydrilla stubble, and that's what Seth Fighter is fishing. It doesn't make sense a lot. I've never seen it happen on other places like it does here, but the one thing that's consistent about this dead hydrilla on the river, they're going to be bigger fish if he can get 5 bites.
Another angler who finished the top 10 in Bassmaster Angler of the Year competition in 2019 was Drew Benton. We were on him this morning. He got some numbers going. Did not get quite the size as he wanted to, but you got to figure he's on the right track.
We talked about how the days should get better, the fishing should get better over the course of this tournament. This is one guy I talked to Drew for a long time yesterday. I thought he was going to really struggle today. If he survives today, look out for the next few days.
Thought one of the things watching Drew Benton early this morning, started with a bladed jig, started making little adjustments, going to a lipless crankbait, putting better than average size fish in the boat. But really, Stetson Blaylock, the first 30 minutes, put on a show.
He did, no doubt about it. And I got to say it again, if you weren't tuned in with us earlier, Stetson Blaylock had a very confident demeanor when we interviewed him on Tuesday, and he's not the kind of guy that's going to act like that if he doesn't feel real good about it. He had a phenomenal year this past year, second in AOI. He's going to be in the hunt come Sunday. There's no doubt about it.
He's made a lot of right moves today. If you're looking at that area, he started and said there was fish schooling everywhere at the end of the day on Wednesday. Made a couple adjustments today. Moving around, I mean, we're just going to say he's on the lower end of the lake, and the other side is he is in an area of Guntersville that has a lot of history winning tournaments.
Stetson Blaylock and Drew Benton currently positioned in 7th and 8th according to Bass Track. And Stetson Blaylock said today, assessing his morning, he said, you know, my timing's been good. I've been landing the right spot at the right time.
Yeah, and he's used a variety of baits here. You've seen him with a square bill. You've seen him use a lipless quite a bit. Saw one fish earlier this morning on a swim bait. I think it's the only swim bait fish we've seen so far. But he's moving around. He said his timing was good. You see him in a different area of the lake here, total different water clarity right there. But seeing him using different baits, jumping around different places, he's got a lot going on, a lot of confidence in multiple areas.
Very impressive. Also impressive this morning was Tennessee's Brandon Lester.
Brandon Lester with a big morning, fishing way up the lake. Well, call that the upper end of the lake. A lot of history in this 2 to 3 mile stretch. Brandon Lester really just was slow and steady until this bite early this morning.
Let's watch this.
I'm talking about the Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Bassmaster Classic. That's a 7-pounder if I've ever seen one. It certainly looks like to me just a beautiful fish. Notice the color of these fish. They're living in this shallow eelgrass. Maybe a little mixture of hydrilla because that area is known to have some hydrilla mixed in there. Brandon Lester has this classic planned out day by day. He said, I'm going to stay right here the rest of the day, but I've got other places. I've got other things going. It looks like his plan's working perfectly.
Let's talk about the grand old man. How can I say this? The grand old man of the Bassmaster Classic, Self Classic. He's the veteran here of classic competition, and that is Virginia's John Cruz, who has a great history here at Guntersville.
John Cruz fishing right around the Goose Pond area, and really big flurry this morning. Upgrade right there. Going to take a look at our Humminbird lay of the lake right here, and it is. Here's the great thing about Lake Guntersville. It is one of the most diverse lakes that we visit all season long. And really the entire field spread throughout the system.
It's great to see this. You know, last year in the Classic, we saw most of the guys that were doing well in one general area, and they got a little tight there, especially on Sunday. I don't expect to see that. You can see, looking at the Humminbird lay of the lake, anglers spread out over about 30, 35-mile stretch of this 70-plus miles of Lake Guntersville and the river.
It really seems, though, that the west side's getting a lot of attention looking at that map right there. But really from Browns all the way up to Seabold, you look at Mink all the way into the Goose Pond area. Obviously, Goose Pond getting a ton of attention right now. And here's the amazing thing. A lot of the more consistent bags are basically from Jones Creek all the way down to Browns.
Well, let's get out to some fishing going on right now. Take you out to Chris Zaldane, certainly a big factor in last year's Classic.
He has a spinning rod in his hand.
The first thing I noticed.
Still looking for his first keeper.
Chris Zaldane made the comment he would lock a swim bait in his hand and try to make it play all day long. Said he was not going to concentrate on any of the grass, any of the eel grass.
Super slow bite. It's just a little one. Come on. Just a little keeper. Barely even felt the bite.
I don't know what it is, man. The water temperature's right. It's 55, but they're not biting the swimmer. Finally. I was on that side of those rocks and I saw those birds pushing bait up here. At this point, I wouldn't mind just a limit of fish and then really work on them tomorrow or Sunday, you know? If you look over here, there's loons and there's terns and there's blue heron. They're all working a ball of bait right here. As soon as they push that ball of bait towards these rocks, it's like every cast with a swim bait, and that's what I saw in practice. So I need that group of birds to come and sweep that bait up against these rocks. You catch them really good and fast that way.
Chris Zaldane last year, going into the final day of the Classic, had that trophy close enough he could almost touch it, but his success on the final day was dependent on wind and the certain direction, certain speed of it, and it just didn't materialize for him.
He's one of the few anglers I really thought the wind this morning would help, but it hasn't. That swim bait.
Yeah, and one of the things he was excited about, and we heard this last year when we were up in Knoxville, is to really get that whole game to play is having sunlight, having light penetration in the water, and he really thought it was going to even improve from what he saw in practice. You know, start to look at one fish, two fish this time of day, you'll end up eating off a charcuterie tray on Sunday with us.
No.
You know,
surely not.
Air's not.
As long as that tray has some Lake Guntersville crappie covered in grease.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the crappie bite is on. Robbie Floyd
yes.
hipped us to that this morning.
And that generally, ever since I can remember, has gone on this lake.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you can recall such a time.
Oh, yeah.
Got a couple catch-up dates. Brandon Carter with a 312 has climbed into third place at Todd and has 3 fish, and he's in 10th place, but he's only got about 12 and a half. Powered behind the Berkeley Big Bass of 7.6, though. So he's got plenty of room to make some headway.
Again, we got 53 qualifiers out there today and all day tomorrow. But you got to be in the top 25 to fish on Championship Sunday.
Around the corner.
We've seen Scott Canterbury all last season, on his way to win Angler of the Year, pull it out later in the day. But I guarantee you, he's thinking, I can't believe this is going down like this. I can't believe this is happening. I promise you, I can't believe it's happening to him.
My gosh,
he knows this place so good.
See, they're just busting on that shad over there.
Here's Jake Whitaker, another North Carolinian. Bonus coverage of him right there. He was certainly a big part of our story down to start the season for the Elite Series at St. John's River.
Great start for Jake there on the St. John's.
There, get another one.
2018 Rookie of the Year?
Yes, sure was.
Jake Whitaker.
Good course today. Sitting there in 9th place with over 14, well, exactly 14 pounds according to Bass Track.
I'm as surprised with Zaldane as you are Canterbury. Really? Yeah.
You
no
talked
doubt.
to him, though. You talked to him a good bit.
Yeah. And,
this week.
And he knew that, and whenever he fishes that way, it doesn't matter if it's at Fork and Loudon, doesn't matter where we go, when he fishes that way, you're not dealing with 24 bites. You're dealing with 6 to 8 bites. But he thought, worst case scenario, he's going to get 5 shots on goal with that swim bait.
I don't blame him a bit. It's the first day of the Bassmaster Classic. But when you lay it down for an hour or two and you were only expecting to get 5 or 6 bites, the snowball keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Yes.
I'm not saying he shouldn't and pick up. I don't blame him a bit for picking up a spinning rod and catching his first keeper of the day.
But one of these events, he's gonna blow it out doing that.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And it's not about making enough money that your grandchildren can't spend it all.
No,
it's about
Never has been.
Exactly. I mean, it's about the trophy, Tommy.
Yeah, I know.
Stetson Blaylock.
There we go. Hooked up.
Doesn't feel very big. Can't tell, though.
Todd Otten, his 4th fish. He's up to 5th place. 15 pounds, 6 ounces total.
Fastest man out of the blocks this morning was Todd Otten.
Todd only has 4 fish.
Yeah.
Correct, Such?
Yes.
Wow.
But a 7.6
helps. Northern Alabama stud.
We'll weigh it just to make sure.
All right, we're going to take you right across the lake from Stetson Blaylock, and you know who we're zooming in on right now. It's our tournament leader, according to Bass Track. Hank Cherry's got almost 20 pounds, and with him, that is where we'll find our own Robbie Floyd. Robbie, what's going on there?
Well, he shows that he's just under 20 pounds. He may be at 20 pounds or a little more, because I said, you got 3 5s in a row, and he goes, maybe a little more. So he might be underguessing just a tad. But, yeah, I just pulled up on Hank Cherry. Remember, I was way up the lake and trying to find the story at the time. We were with John Cruz. He was catching them. Hank Cherry doing it on the other end of the lake. And one group that I was at just a moment ago said he was doing it different, using the vibrating jigs, how he caught those fish. Now he's trying to catch those big fish. And right when I pulled up, caught 2 bass underneath the bow dog. So when you got 20 pounds in the live well, it's time to go search for those big ones. It's exactly what he's done. And he's actually had a couple of bites. They've just been surprisingly small.
Robbie, if you can kind of dial us in, the area, we're not going to give the exact creek that he's in right now, but a pretty popular area if you go off the years past here on Lake Guntersville. How much pressure is in that creek?
Right now, 0. I'm looking at a total of 3 spectator boats, and it's a pretty big pocket, but I don't see anybody around, so things are good for him here. And again, this isn't where he caught those fish earlier, but they were more out in the open, so even less pressure. So I think that's pretty good for Hank. I asked what is it they were necessarily keen on, and he said it's over there where there was short grass. So I don't know the depth, but he was looking for short grass, and that's where he was getting the bites.
So, Robbie, you've moved about 20 or 30 miles south of where you were just an hour or so ago. Tell us the difference in water clarity. Is it pretty consistent?
Yeah, no, it is actually. I mean, we're in skinny water right here. I mean, so we're churning up mud, even trolling around. I mean, 2-3 foot deep at these boat docks. But I was around a little bit deeper water. But yeah, the water color's been pretty good. I did when I talked to John Cruz, and the area we saw him earlier this morning. I asked him if he was going to go back to that spot because he had some luck. Maybe let it rest and come back. He said, "I think I may have to because I think it might get blown out. It might get muddy in there." So that's interesting that you say that because I think that's something that John's even thinking about ahead of time, because if it's good today and not good tomorrow, why not use a little more of it up today?
We talk about that. Hank has had a limit for a good long while now. Robbie, during the course of catching that limit, did he catch a bunch of keepers or pretty much a 5-fish situation?
I don't know. He just said it was a flurry. I literally just pulled on him. What I'm going to do is I was trying to find out a little info right when I got here because I was a long ways away, and we did trailer again. Even running that little bit back to Goose Pond where we put in, the wind is whipping. On that lake, it is big time. It reminded me of kind of Conroe on day 3, how it was so windy when Jordan Lee, I remember that run back with him when he was having motor difficulties. That main lake is really whipping, but I'm actually going to put Dan, the cameraman, Miami Dan, we like to call him. I'm going to put him in Hank's boat, and that way you can get some of that insight and talk like you would normally see for the Bassmaster shows.
That'd be great, Robbie. Thank you very much. That's good stuff.
Saved us once again, guys.
Yeah,
so,
Robbie.
Absolutely.
Robbie, we call him the fireman.
Cherry's called twice. We have a move from Jason Williamson. He's just jumped into the top 10 with a couple catches in a row.
Everyone helps. I mean, it's. I just keep thinking any minute one of those is going to stop it, and it's going to be a 5 or 6 pounder, which can happen very, very easily.
Interesting to see all this different stuff that you can do on Lake Guntersville. Just looking at that quad box right there, you're looking at about 4 different techniques. And the other side is, we were talking about that blog earlier, that's one of the things that can also get you in trouble on this lake, trying to do too many things.
I think that's exactly what's going on with Canterbury now. I mean, you've got so much history, and if something's not working, other things that could and should. It's like Zaldang's hooked up again.
Yeah.
So you got to try them.
I'm getting the number of bites that I felt like I needed to get to have
3 pounder or so, maybe. Two and a half. That's another fish, though. That's number 2 on a worm. Fished over that area with a swim bait. Nothing. I gotta slow down a little bit today, I guess. 2 pounder.
Zaldane 4th at the end of last year and Angler of the Year points. Won 2 times at the Bassmasters.
Big props to Marshall Gary Robin. Just been hanging with us in a 4-box. We didn't even know it wasn't a real cameraman in the bottom right there. He's been up for 15 minutes now.
And nailing it.
We've had multiple award-winning Marshall camera performances already today.
Well stated, friend.
I'll honestly say Whitaker right now with 5 in the live well for 14 pounds exceeded any expectation he had. It was not, his best day was Wednesday, and so he maybe figured something out, but other than that, it was 3, 4 fish, each day of practice other than that.
I had a couple anglers tell me there could be some zeros.
That is exactly what I was just going to bring up. One of those was Stetson Blaylock. He made a comment. He really thought that a quarter of the field would not come close to catching a limit.
Now, Suge, something you brought out this morning, there are some zeros on Bass Track, of course, but you said some of those may be
There's some
unreported.
people whose phone has disconnected from the cellular service and are not reporting at all. So.
Okay.
Like Bill Lowens hasn't pinged since 8:12 this morning, and there's 4 of them, Gray Buck, Josh Busby, Bob Downey, Caleb Cuphall, who have never pinged today.
So we're covering the top 10 in the 2019 Angler of the Year in points.
Right.
So we have cameras with today. Stetson has exponentially caught more fish than anybody else.
Oh, yeah.
He has caught fish all day long so far.
To be honest, the number that he has caught, I'm definitely surprised he hasn't at least hooked
caught a giant
6 plus.
Yeah.
Because you don't do that very often at Guntersville. If you can get that many bites on a variety of baits, on a variety of types of cover, you always have a chance at a big one.
Especially the areas he's been fishing.
Oh, yeah. I think we're a little light on his weight.
Yeah.
But
do you?
I agree.
Still doesn't have a real big one.
I hear cars, but I don't hear wind, and it looks like the wind has tailed off a good bit since this morning.
I think you're right, Tommy. I think that also had a lot to do with why we saw a lot of anglers on the west bank.
I agree.
Yeah. Just joining with us.
Wow.
South End again.
Yeah. Trocar hook way back. Oh yeah. I think I got to call trip again. I'm pretty sure it's 15 for largemouth too. I haven't been paying attention.
Todd Houghton just completed his limit with a 2-pounder. He got 17.6.
Hey, Trip, one more time. I'm sorry. How about largemouth is also 15? I haven't been paying attention. Sorry. Everything's 15. 10-4. Thank you. Sounds good. Thanks. You sounded mad at me. It's on your briefing sheet. Yeah, I know. Dozing off with a lot on my mind during our meeting.
Chris Zaldane kind of doing a little emergency measure now. Just get a limit in the boat. That's a big plus.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's changing his frame of mind, no doubt about it. I hope he's able to catch his 4th and 5th one in, and then go back to that swim bait and have a chance to catch some bigger fish.
Exactly right. You could tell he is fishing away right now. He does not want to be fishing. No doubt.
He didn't have to worry about what the minimum length was. He wasn't going to catch 15 or 16 inchers. Totally expect to catch bigger ones than that.
I'm not sure that we've ever heard that on the Bassmaster Elite Series. A couple of just keepers right there. We'll see Chris Zaldane back at it here shortly. Who knows how much this tournament means to Chris Zaldane.
You know, to hold that trophy at the end of the week, it's for Bass Nation. It's for the guys that stuck around through thick and thin. It's the guys who worked up from the high school series, the college series, the Opens, the Elite Series to get to this stage. It's for all those younger kids that have a dream to be here. So when I say we've been close so many times, it's all of us. You know, there's no better classic to win than the 50th. And we've been close several times. And I need to start turning those seconds into first. And this is the week to do it.
Is that still consider that area?
The 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is brought to you by Strike King, Power Pole, Academy Sports and Outdoors, the American Fishing Tackle Company, and by B&W Trailer Hitches.
What them sons of fishes up to now?
Fellas, I give you the Force Trolling Motor. It is the most powerful, the most efficient on the water.
Yep. Most powerful. We're really in trouble now.
And it's quiet, too. You can't swim here.
What a dumb bass.
Built for the guy who has everything and needs to tow it. The Tow and Stow is equipped with multiple ball sizes and adjusts in 1-inch increments to the height of your trailer for level towing. Best of all, it stows when you aren't using it, away from your shins and garage door. Machined from American steel, with a 2-stage finish, the Tow and Stow is the last hitch you'll ever need.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now for your chance to win a fishing trip with 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Scott Canterbury. Trip includes hotel, airfare, rental car, and $500 spending cash, plus a Skeeter Boat ZX190W with Yamaha SHO outboard, Lowrance Electronics, and an amazing prize package. Total value $52,000. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows, you could win.
Serious competitors demand serious tech. We've hand-selected top anglers from fisheries around the U.S. We've taken them to Lake El Salto, Mexico, and armed them with a full one-boat network setup from Minn Kota and Humminbird. Their mission? Do battle in a series of challenges designed to prove their fishing skill, all to create a new legend and put the ultimate fishing system to the ultimate test.
Back-to-back domination, unbelievable!
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
You're watching the 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook, being brought to you live by Humminbird.
Davey Height, Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. You see that right there?
I do see that.
Bringing us right back to break. And here's what's interesting. We're starting to see that late day bite starting
to happen, and we can definitely count on seeing some moves in the leaderboard, up the leaderboard from some of these anglers. And there's several of them that I think have a little more weight than maybe what we're showing right now, but you will see even those go up. Brandon Lester being definitely one of those. Hank Cherry, man, I think he might be sandbagging just a little bit.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple pictures definitely. But hey, before we get back out on the water, our friend Tommy Sanders, he has left the desk. But he has found us a special friend.
Absolutely. We had, this trip to Birmingham. Birmingham's history is, you can't separate it from the history of bass fishing, and it's so great to be here in Birmingham. It's also the story of the entire state of Alabama, and representing the entire state of Alabama is U.S. Senator Doug Jones. Man, it's so great to have you with us today.
Man, it's one, great to be home, but it's awesome to be here. We appreciate so much Bassmaster coming back to Alabama.
Yeah. You did all the folks at Media Day a big favor. You sent us a special message yesterday, and you're going out to the lake tomorrow.
I'm going out. I told him if I'm going to come here today and help cut your ribbon, you got to get me out on the lake. It's crazy where I am these days. It's great to be back home. I just, and getting out on the lake, and we're going to have pretty weather. And no more rain, which we've had so much, so it's going to be great.
These fish are still trying to figure out what sunshine is right now. At this point, it's going to pick up and be great in a little bit.
I think everybody's trying to figure that out. But, look, these people have figured it out, because you can see the crowds coming in here right now. They just opened the doors to the public a few minutes ago, and people are just streaming in. It's a really great event.
You talk about bass fishing. This is, of course, the World Championship, and it's big in New York, it's big in Texas, it's big down in Florida, but Alabama's kind of the spiritual home of bass fishing, tournament fishing.
Absolutely, there's no question. And recreational fishing. Now, we've got as much fresh water in Alabama as any state in the country, and so the fishing industry, the fishing recreation is such a big part of the state, not just for the economy, which is huge, but it's just part of our culture. Whether growing up fishing from a creek bank or getting in one of these new $70,000 bass boats, it is just part of the southern culture that we have in Alabama. We're real proud of it.
50th year for the Bassmaster Classic, and of course Ray Scott, the Alabama native, had the great idea. And for all those years, as big as the Classic is, right below it in importance and never wavering is Bass's dedication to conservation, and that got its start right here in Alabama as well.
No question. Conservation is important, but I'll tell you the one thing that I really have been most proud of with Bass these days, and that's what you're doing for kids. I mean, we got kids outside that are fishing, learning this, the hooked on fishing. It is just a wonderful program to keep that going from generation to the next.
Game and fish departments across the country are experiencing a little fall off in purchase of licenses. What are the kind of things, the suggestions that you hear to get that back up where it ought to be, Senator?
I think you're doing it right here. I mean, by opening this up to the public, not charging a whole boatload of money to get in, open it up, publicizing what you're doing, and doing these things with these kids, the educational opportunities. And I think one of the things we've got to do, we got to get these kids off their iPhones, get them off of their iPads, get them into the outdoors, because we have got such incredible opportunities here in the state of Alabama. I think that's going to be the key to keeping it up, getting those kids outside, because once they get out there, they love it.
Well, we all got to jump on that, because that is easier said than done.
Oh, it is. There's no question about it. I've raised kids too, so it's easier said than done.
All right. As we look forward to classics in the next 50 years of the Bass Angler Sportsman Society, I hope we can count on Alabama. Alabama's been the rock. I mean, Alabama has been the place that we've looked to for leadership on so many of these important points.
Well, let me tell you, you can always count on Alabama, because we can always count on you guys. So thank you very much for everything that you do.
Senator, thank you so very much for joining with us today, and everybody can see you out at the lake tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Thanks again. Back to you guys.
Roll Tide.
That's great.
Good stuff right there, Tommy. And not only that, Tommy nailing it always by the guideline, wearing his credentials. Bringing it.
So great of the Senator to come out here.
Sure is.
Enjoy the opening of the first day of competition here, the opening of the arena.
Packed
and they
in
are
the expo.
They are piling in the expo as we speak.
Corey Johnston, one fish. I mean, really?
He's another angler I talked to. He's saying, I mean, really, too. I guarantee you. He had a pretty good practice. He said, I know I can go catch 2.5 pounders, but can't win it like that. we've made jokes about it all morning, but really and truly, these fish have not seen totally clear skies, high pressure in a while.
And it's been, predominantly a mild winter. I think, gosh, talking to Alex Davis, who lives on the lake, basically said, we had 1 week where we dipped into the, water temp got around 45, 46. But for the predominant amount of this entire winter, it's been about 50-degree water temp. Very, very mild. And the other thing, if you're just joining the broadcast, there's been, the senator said it, there's been so much rain that the usual Lake Guntersville pressure and crowds have not been here because of the weather the last 60 days. I guarantee you they're coming.
Ain't my first rodeo.
Well, the senator just mentioned the doors to the public are now open. We had the preview going on from 11 o'clock on, and now the doors to the public of the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Show, which is a classic outdoor show, strictly speaking. It is one of the oldest and most popular, and it's something you don't want to miss. And at certain points during this weekend, it is going to be wall-to-wall folks, that's for sure.
I enjoyed hearing the senator, talking about getting the phones out of the kids' hands.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Swiping right, swiping. But seriously, I beat on my kids constantly to get the phones out.
Last night at dinner, you were like hammering them.
I'll light them up, Tommy.
That phone on her.
Easier said than done.
It is.
Like the senator said, but I agree with him 100%. If they lay it down and get outdoors and fishing, hunting, or whatever, hiking, they all love it. They all love it. Especially when you get some of those North Salty Bridge crappie covered in grease.
Covered in grease. It is about as busy as I've ever seen a Day One Expo just opening.
Well, no kidding. I said at some point during this weekend, it's now.
Wow.
It's wall-to-wall. My
That's
goodness.
awesome.
Everything that's going to be in the retail places all spring, online and so forth.
I'm
All those
hoping
products,
more.
you can come and touch them.
That's what's fun about it.
Sure.
Is I'm hoping more even show up tomorrow and Sunday. Mercer said he feels that records could fall as far as attendance.
Set the record last year at Knoxville,
Yep.
Tennessee. Great event up there.
One of the great things about the Classic, I truly have never talked to a man, woman, or child that came and did not enjoy the experience. Whether you're a fisherman or not, it's just a great experience.
Ever since you can remember.
Ever since I can remember.
That's a really good look. If you look at Brandon Lester up in your upper left-hand corner, as bad as that wind was, and you can see it's laying down a little bit, but you see that little strip of grass right there? That has acted really like a barrier for a lot of that wind that could have hit him this morning.
You guys talk about that Guntersville has no right to have this much good-looking water, what with all the turmoil coming down the river for so many years. But is it because of so much vegetation in here that it is as good as it is?
You know what's interesting, Tommy, is, and going back to talking with Alex Davis, was it did get blown out about a month ago when it was just nonstop. But what is interesting about it is how fast it can really cleanse itself.
Yeah. Well, there was a picture gallery, I think, of Thomas Allen and Gerald Swindle with the drone copter, looking at that. This was at least 2 weeks ago, and there were some significant mud lines, very defined, super cloudy areas back then. But boy, just since then, it seems to be terrific.
for the vegetation to be in as healthy a state and the look of it as it is, it couldn't have stayed very stained very long.
Right. But
it would have killed it.
There was a solid 3-week span that it was less than a foot visibility almost all over the system.
Wow.
Just looking at Bass Track right now, there are a handful of anglers in this field that I'm sure a lot of the guys in the top 10 will be very happy are pretty much out of contention to win this thing at the end of day one if it stayed the way it is right now.
Given that it stays, yeah.
Better not be happy about some of them until you see them walk across that stage, because they could do it in 15 minutes. It may be, could possibly be the last 15 minutes. This lake has that potential, and some of those guys you're talking about certainly have shown in the past that they can do it.
That ought to get bit right there. Yeah, just kind of almost in line with that pillar.
Such, we got Bass Track showing Chris Aldane 0. What is the tally for him right now? They can't hear us. Okay.
Talking to Robbie.
I think it's 3.
Talking to Robbie Floyd. Robbie actually sent us a couple pics via text of what Hank Cherry has in the live well, and he's straight up. He's one call from having a monster bag. He's got 4 giants and 1 dink.
Well, we will certainly be on him all day tomorrow. Give you as much bonus coverage as we can today. And then speaking of Hank Cherry, explain to us, for those of us who need to know, I may be one of them, why the jerkbait is not one of the things we have seen in action today.
A lot of these guys are fishing, I'd say, too shallow for the jerkbait.
Yeah, too much vegetation.
Vegetation and just the depth. You look at Drew Cook maybe could throw one a little bit, but Stetson Blaylock has been extremely shallow with vegetation. The treble hook baits themselves, I heard a lot of those guys saying, I can't throw a lipless where I would like to because of all the vegetation and fishing that shallow. But a little bit water clarity, a little bit the depth is not conducive for the jerkbait. But when that wind lays down and as much current as they're pulling through, it could be a player before this term is over.
You set up with the right one.
Yes. Yeah. I guarantee you Hank Cherry's going to keep it honest.
Garrett.
Yeah. And as we mentioned this morning, we'll get a lot deeper into specific baits as the tournament goes on, and especially by the final day. We will know all, see all, and tell all. But our AFCO Taste the Bait, for now, we can show you a lot of the baits right here. Just can't tell you who they belong to.
Absolutely. You see a DT10 right there. You're going to see swim jigs, those bladed vibrating jigs. Obviously, a lot of lipless. We're not, like you said, not revealing whose decks these are, but a few spinner baits, a lot of vibrating jigs, lipless, and then those couple crankbaits we've been seeing all morning. I guess the only person throwing a square bill, it has been Stetson. But
yeah, and really he's been throwing. It's a prototype Norman's that he was talking to me about. It's a speed trap like crankbait. You know, the old school speed trap, which we've seen it so much this time of year. We've seen bladed jigs. We knew that was going to be a big player, but really the MVP of the folks that we've had on camera has definitely been a lipless crankbait. But I don't think that's what Hank Cherry has used throughout the day.
Okay.
Which obviously we'll know a lot more of that later this afternoon.
I don't think I've seen that one out there today either.
I've seen it on the deck of a certain boat.
Okay.
That I saw the fisherman, but I have not seen him throw it.
Okay.
So it's a guy that's been catching them. That may be part of his backup plans. He had several other things going, he said.
Is he United States or Canadian? That's as specific as we'll get right there.
American.
Well, Robbie promised us he was going to let his cameraman go and get in the boat with Hank Cherry so we can get a better look at what's going on in the Hank Cherry boat. And Robbie can help narrate this for us. Have we achieved that yet?
Yeah, no, he's searching for that big bite, hitting going from boat dock to boat dock right now. But I found out a little bit more. Frank sent in his spectator, what do we call him, official observer. Yeah, Marshall. He's sitting next to me, and he was telling me about that catch, and Hank was telling me about the spot he caught the big ones on. He didn't even catch a fish on in practice, but it was one of those particular places that have been passed down through generations or through the years that he'd always heard about. And I'm not going to give you any more information about that because he may go back to it in the next couple of days. But Frank, it had to be pretty special for you getting to sit right next to do that. But I thought what was quite interesting, since today is Military Appreciation Day, you actually weren't even looking at fish being caught, but y'all were both looking up in the air and seeing an eagle. That had to be pretty cool.
It really was. Hank said, well, I'll be daggum, there's an eagle. About that time, we was both looking at it, and I heard her set the hook and started filming, and back to back, he caught two good fish.
So I guess it's a good omen being on Military Appreciation Day that eagle was flying around. And yeah, to let you in, he showed me those fish in the live well whenever I went to put Dan in his boat. And I'd say 5 would be on the bottom end. And I think he has 3 good fish, one that's pretty good, and then there's 1 dink in the mix. So yeah, if he can get rid of that 1 dink, and that's what he's trying to do right now, I think things will be looking good for Hank Cherry. But I bet you he has at least 20 pounds or 22 possibly in the live well for sure.
Hey, Robbie, really quick, if we can ask, do you know, was it a spot he was fishing where he caught those big ones, or is it an area that he had to himself?
No, a couple of big ones came in that spot, but we're all in that same area. And I asked him, I said, was anybody around you? Because you asked me that earlier. I said, was anybody around you? And he said, no one. I've had it all to myself, this entire area. And even right now, I can look around, and there's nobody. To give you more insight, this spot or this area that he's in is not where he's on actually right now. This area he's on is not where he wanted to be, but the wind really dictated it. And the guy who's a veteran of the Bassmaster Classic, and he's got a good one, this could help. No, it's probably about equal to what that dink was. Gonna help you or no? Get out the balance beam. This he didn't want to fish here, he told me. He said the wind really dictated that he just didn't want to fight the wind. So if this is a secondary spot for him, what's going to happen tomorrow and next day when the wind lays down? But you would surely have to think, if I caught this many good fish here, I'd still want to give this place a shot before I went out to the other. And here's the case, oftentimes you see one that's kind of close and you have to get out of that balance beam, and almost everybody has one, but generally you can eyeball it. But when the difference is 1 ounce, and we've seen it before at the Bassmaster Classic, you want to make sure that one is bigger than the one you're throwing away.
Oh,
Huh? It's about a half pound upgrade.
So we said about a half pound upgrade, so we're not talking just 1 ounce. We're looking at maybe 6 to 8 ounces, so that's pretty legitimate. Hey, you notice he's also stretching. His co-angler said when he caught that one big one, and I know y'all talked about it when he was shooting video earlier, I actually hurt his arm, and he was stretching it out. And he wouldn't let me know how bad it hurts, but you can tell it's definitely affecting him. And I may have lost contact to you guys unless y'all just sit back watching.
No, we're watching and we're getting to sort of hear Hank in the boat a little bit right now, so it's good. And it's good to have you in there too, Robbie. It all works together, so thank you very much.
It's all good. I was just sitting back. I just heard so much silence. But, you know, when I pulled up to him, I was like, you know, you catch 20 pounds before noon, you could see that weight was off the shoulders. I mean, how important it is to catch that limit, and a good limit, to know that you can go out there and try and get those donkeys. Because you have 20 pounds, that's great on any lake you go to. But on Guntersville, you know that 30-pound bag's out there every single day you're fishing.
Now you gotta believe, Robbie, that he thinks there's probably 10 more guys with as much weight as he's got out there, right?
Absolutely. I mean, he knows it. I mean, everybody knows it. It's like going to the big fish factories. When we were at Conroe, you know that they were big. If you ever fish Rayburn or Fork, Guntersville, one of those places, and it's an unbelievable fishery. And I've seen, I get to cover the Alabama Bass Trail, and I've seen 30 20-pound bags in a one-day tournament. It's unbelievable. And that was literally at this time of the year. It was 2 weeks before the Classic was here the last time. So there's a lot of 30-pound bags that happen on Guntersville, and you cannot rest. And again, this is not his primary area, so it's almost like one of those gravy things. If you can get 20 on a bad day, what are you going to get when you go to your good stuff?
But it's also very telling when Robbie Floyd shows up on day one of the Bassmaster Classic.
Yes. And just won't leave.
Hey, that's the one thing. They don't have a problem giving me interviews in the morning, and they even love it more when I show up in the afternoon, because it is. Yes. They say, okay, I'm either doing something right or something really wrong.
So, Robbie, you mentioned this is not where he wanted to go. We're not talking about just here where he's at right at the moment. This general area is protected from the wind as good as about anywhere he could have gone to. I'm assuming by seeing little clips of him earlier in the day, he was more offshore. Has he indicated whether he was going to go back out to that some of that stuff, even though he's staying in this area? Because he's, like you said, there could be 20 bags of 20 pounds or more on Lake Guntersville this time of year.
Sure, I think he was trying to find, some isolated spots out there in the more open type water. But, just talking to him for the brief moment while I was in that boat, I think he was looking for the stuff that is really getting hammered right now. And right now, it looks like an absolutely perfect day. I mean, get out there, the ladies, in the swimsuits, and get some sun, because where we're at right now is very protected. But again, these boat docks, we're in shallow water. We're hoping that these bass are underneath there. The sun's out. Let them get underneath those docks and try and find the big one. But again, this isn't what he wanted to do. He wanted to be out there in the open, but it's darn near impossible to be in the open today. I mean, even with today's technology, it would just be a whipping unless you just wanted to fight through it. But why fight through it when you come out here and catch 20 pounds doing what you didn't want to do?
Hey, Robbie, is it pretty much blowing the same as it was early this morning when the flags were on end?
Yeah, or more. I can't tell where I'm sitting right now, but we literally trailered from Goose Pond down here, and it was white capping. In the brief moments we did have to run across the main lake, it was a whipping. We were going down lake, and I thought the wind would kind of carry us more, but it was still blowing so hard. It was super, super choppy.
We have had multiple former Rookie of the Year winners in our coverage today. Drew Cook, Jake Whitaker, Hank Cherry was your 2013 Rookie of the Year. Also won the All-Star event at Muskegon. I believe that was his rookie year as well.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Won an Open on Smith Lake way back in the day, and he has been in the mix in countless other tournaments too.
So, Davey, I throw it to you. 2 Carolinians, first and second. Why?
Fishing the moment, doing what they.
There's a lot of experience there.
A lot of experience, no doubt about it, a lot of experience. 2 guys, I mean, certainly with Todd Auten, vibrating jig. I mean, that's what he lives for. Hank Cherry, a lot of experience. This might not be his plan A, but he's not just winging it. This is something he had up his sleeve in case with the wind predicted to blow as much as it has.
I mean, he has saturated that dock.
Yes.
Right?
Leave those 4 right now, including our leader Hank Cherry, and go up for another look at Corey Johnston, one of the anglers we've been with all day. It has been slow for Corey.
Yes.
Absolutely painfully slow for Corey Johnston. Just said, I got to find some way to get it lit. And this was just a few moments ago.
Boy, fishing some popular areas right there. Fishing just outside of Mink.
How many truckloads of bass have been released there?
Yes.
One of our Canadian entries, 3 of them in this classic. Corey Johnston, as much as all the anglers know, anyone can win.
Guntersville this time of year, we're in the beginning of March. There's a lot of rainfall. Water's been fluctuating. So, you know, for the guy that wins this tournament, he's going to have to figure it out on the fly. He's not going to have to rely on what he found in practice necessarily, but the guy that adjusts during the tournament and figures the fish out day to day is going to be the guy that's going to hoist that trophy. We grew up in bass boats. We were lucky that way. And, you know, it's the competitive drive that I love about this sport, where every day is different, everything changes, and it's one of those things that anyone can do it. It doesn't matter if you're young, old, male, female, don't matter. You can go out there, you can do it from an aluminum boat, you can do it from a glass boat, and I mean, anyone can out there can have a shot at winning the Bassmaster Classic.
The 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, is being brought to you live by Humminbird.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
Gear up this spring at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
What do a taco and a taco truck have in common? Nothing. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
Serious competitors demand serious tech. We've hand-selected top anglers from fisheries around the U.S. We've taken them to Lake El Salto, Mexico, and armed them with a full one-boat network setup from Minn Kota and Humminbird. Their mission? Do battle in a series of challenges designed to prove their fishing skill, all to create a new legend and put the ultimate fishing system to the ultimate test.
What an awesome place to have the Bonus Bucks event right here on Pickwick Lake. This is definitely bass fishing country, and it's great to see this Toyota Owners Tournament come to this venue.
The Toyota Owners event's really cool. It's a standalone deal. Just be part of the Bonus Bucks program. You get invited to the event for free. So if you haven't registered for Bonus Bucks, it's a free program, and not only can you win all the bonus money in the tournaments, you can also attend the Owners event for free.
You're crazy if you don't sign up. That's the whole reason I bought my Toyota. No other truck manufacturer does more for fishermen than Toyota.
As a professional angler, you've got so many things on your mind. Any advantage that we have is key. And not only rods and reels and lines and baits, but in our clothes. And the guys at AFCO, they have something for every situation. There's nothing AFCO hasn't thought about with the fishermen in mind. It's designed for fishermen, by fishermen, for every scenario you can come to. Any fish, any water, any condition, AFCO has you covered.
Shrimp po' boy, fried chicken. Man, Academy is the best selection in bait. Oh, gotta get a badonkadonk. What else do we have here? Oh, the twitch and mullet. Definitely. Gone fishing.
You're watching the 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook, being brought to you live by Humminbird.
Big history-making weekend. We're getting started on this Friday now afternoon, the 50th edition of one of the greatest successful experiments in the world of sports, not just fishing, the creation of the Bassmaster Classic. Ray Scott needed one tournament to do two things. He needed to settle the season championship for that great bunch of anglers he had in his new tour, and he needed something that got beyond the borders of the very core of fishing fans, and he achieved them both. Hit a home run. With this, let's take a look at our power pole replay and talk about hitting a home run.
Well, exactly right, Tommy Sanders. I'm going to stay consistent. Even though I made the prediction, my friend, Tommy, that this would be beaten by the end of the week. Hey, Brandon Lester. No, I'm sorry, you're right. The day is what I said. Sorry. Hey, Brandon Lester, earlier this morning, this one has, it has padded your weight, my friend, fishing up by the B.B. Comer Bridge. Hey, Brandon Lester, you are the power pole replay of the day. You catch one more like that, my friend, you will be covered in grease by the end of the week.
No, that's
Hey,
not.
Brandon Lester, you are, so far, the power pole replay of the day. Roll Tide.
All right.
Yes. See what I did there?
What a way to start your morning.
God, no doubt.
That's a good one. That's what you want from Guntersville right there. That's the expectation.
Yes, sir.
Of course, you always want a great big bass in the Classic. Here are the top 5 heaviest caught in the Classic. You'll remember back in Toho and the Kissimmee chain, Preston Clark with an 11-10 back in 2006. Rick Clunn, another giant back in that very same tournament. 11 years later, Brent Ayler, 9-12 over there. Mark Tucker, good morning. 2006
well
Kissimmee
done.
chain.
Good
yes,
recall
okay,
right
there
there.
we go. And last year, Odd Defo going almost 10 pounds on Fort Loudon Lake, right here on the Tennessee River. Let's get down. One of our Alabamans we are covering all day long. It's our Angler of the Year champ from 2019, Scott Canterbury.
First angler we have seen in Spring Creek all day.
Is that? That's hard to believe.
He is due for one of those double digits that we were just looking up there on the board of those records. You know, all those numbers change when we move to the Spring Classic. It has definitely helped our big fish category and our total weight categories when we change the Classic from a summer event to the spring event.
I don't want to speak out of turn, fella. Uh-oh.
Here we go.
See the bridge. Randy Howell one on right over Scott Canterbury's shoulder.
It's looking like a big one. He's acting like a big one.
It's a good one.
Now.
Much needed one.
Scott Canterbury fishing, I believe he's right below top of the river right
Yes,
there.
yes. We know a few fishing holes, but we know all the local restaurants around Lake.
Well, yeah, anything known better than the fishing holes.
I didn't know. I promise you, I don't know a whole lot.
Saw his roommate just around the corner. Last tournament of Guntersville in the regular season last year. Yes, Guntersville tournament, that is.
Is that the dock that the fish that
I was just
James
thinking
Overstreet covered lived under?
It was back.
Him and Jerry.
Yes. What was it called when we did the tracking?
The tracking.
The tracking.
Bass spotter. Bass spotter.
Is that what it was?
Bass spotter.
Yeah.
So here's
I think
what
it may
happened.
have been the same dock.
Yes, here's what happened is we tagged a bass with a transmitter, and we would follow their, and then, you know, we'd follow their movements and report them on the Bassmaster television show. And it just so happened we let we caught a fish here in Spring Creek, let the fish go on the other side of the creek, I remember. Telemetry.
Yeah.
Right on tip of my tongue.
I remember Jerry said, you're not going to believe this, but we would have a little tracking device. James Overseer would catch a fish, we'd track him around. The bass on day one of the tournament was right under the takeoff dock right there, Davey. Literally.
I thought that was the dock. You think that could be one of those Bass's grandchildren?
Absolutely.
I talk to people in their 20s. In their 20s, people tell me, I mean, this is like multiple times every year, their favorite thing ever in the Bassmasters was the telemetry, was the tracking. Our great friend Jerry thought that one up and pushed it, and man, a lot of people got a lot out of it.
It's so weird. I was just thinking about that.
I still remember J.O. and Jerry saying it's right here, under the dock. What the safest place to be, because Trip Weldon's not going to let you fish under the dock you take off of. I talked to J.O. about that, though. His experience, it was just so inconsistent, so bizarre. Some fish would swim for miles, and some would stay right under the dock.
And some would, some would literally swim across a lake.
Yes.
Oh, across Rayburn, across the big water at Rayburn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We saw it at Santee. Boy, Seth needs one good bite to hang in the game right now.
Sitting at 11-9. 4 fish.
Seth's been able to control his boat just fine, but when that wind, along with that current, it'll make that eelgrass, and even if it's that shorter hydrilla, it'll make it lay down. Those fish just can't set up in it like they can if it'll calm down a little bit.
Too much wind.
Was he just setting us up for a TH Marine Weather Watch?
Windy.
Well, that's we thought, what does Scott Canterbury think about the TH Marine Weather Watch? And that's too much wind. That's what Nancy answered there. 14 miles an hour, according
it's
to
all
our,
of that right
to our
now.
TH Marine Weather. It's kind of kicked up pretty good here in the last couple of minutes. 53 degrees today, climbing on up there. towards a high of 59 tomorrow. Going to get a little colder tonight, but mostly sunny and the wind less than half of what it is now tomorrow. That's the prediction anyway. Sunday, also known as the final day, the big ending to the 50th Classic, 63 degrees, not much wind compared to now.
So, Zona, you have skipped many a docks.
Yes.
And it does make it difficult when you have to time that bait just between the ebbs of the waves.
Yeah, in a nutshell, in a wind like that, it sucks.
Yes.
It's doable, but it sucks.
Fighter. No, that's Brandon Lester.
That's
a big one. Game changer right here. To go with a 7-pound already in the live well.
This is really, really critical. Oh, I thought it was a lot bigger than that.
It's not no baby. Definitely help him. I'm with you, though. I thought he was a little bigger.
Get in here.
Oh, I thought he was a lot bigger than that.
Jeez.
Help a little bit.
He's going to help.
If that doesn't help him,
yeah, he's got to go back. Yeah,
way off.
Yeah.
Do a little color change. Pretty decent. 2 3/4 probably.
2 3/4. When you don't even have to put it on a balance beam, it helps you considerably. There's no doubt.
We're coming back over here now anyway. I knew that sucker was in there. I missed him on that red trap a minute ago. Yeah.
So, I mentioned earlier, Brandon Lester has a plan. Day one has gone just as planned.
I would say.
And he's still got time to fish.
There's a lot of time.
You can just see he's feeling it. This is going just as planned.
First words out of his mouth we heard from him this morning. You know what? I'm so glad they're here. Yeah. I'm so glad they're still here.
I'm shocked he doesn't have more fishermen around him.
Yes.
I mean, you think Jamie Hartman would roll up there in the area sometime soon. He's not very far from him.
No. He's on the inside of that bar.
Yes.
Brandon Lester lost a heartbreaker up on the St. Lawrence River a couple of years ago. One lost fish.
Didn't I break something when he lost that fish?
You broke the desk.
I think I almost broke my hand.
Slam the table down. Hey, we're back. We've been running. I got invited to partake in a charcuterie board, but we're back now.
Whoa.
Yeah, all right.
Boy, he is feeling it today.
Yeah. You made the comment that everything's going right for Brandon Lester. Let's throw Such in the mix.
Oh, man.
Under the bus, you mean?
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
How about Clint Davis, 4th place? Jason Williamson, 7th place. A couple of calls recently.
Let's not forget Clint knows this
lake
very well.
Oh, yeah.
Has won himself a big derby a while back.
First-time classic for 29 of the 53 anglers. There's been 39 champs. We will crown Sunday our 40th classic champ.
Wow. And what do we have in common with that first classic? Nobody fishing this has ever won a classic, right?
Yes.
So everything is falling into place here.
Guaranteed to be the 40th on the 50th.
That was too easy of a trivia to ask that one, Tommy.
I go for the low-hanging fruit, Such.
That's me. That's my nickname.
Me too. Let's get back down to some of our bonus coverage. Hank Cherry, our leader.
Yeah.
It was a substantial lead at one point, but now he's less than a pound unofficially ahead of Todd Ott.
Well, there's been some big ones caught on that causeway right there.
My word.
One small one in his live well looked to be about a 2.5 pounder. Fair?
Yes. Is he hooked up
Hooked
here?
up.
Yep.
Oh, gosh.
Yep.
Oh, heel.
Yep.
Got your stuff in the way.
Oh, my.
Ooh, it's live, ladies and gentlemen.
What? I was born for this, man. This is everything I ever dreamed of. And more.
Wow.
It's awesome, man.
Look at that call.
Yeah.
Because those other four are nice. That's
Yes.
You called it an hour ago. He called that one.
He's got 5 in the live well right now, just like that one he just landed.
Yes.
Gosh, that is Lake Guntersville, man. You don't know when it's coming, but it is coming.
And you know what he's done? He's just in an area and he's doing this. Fish docks a little bit,
Yeah,
fishing grass
absolutely.
a little bit, old row bed here or there. He's just fishing.
Golly.
And it is scary that he made the comment to Robbie. This is absolutely. This was Plan B or C because of the wind.
Yeah,
I mean that is a veteran move, man. Wow.
What's that feeling like when everything you pick up, you turn around and it happens for you, and it just keeps going and going like that?
Oh, it's nothing like it, and you can't self-manufacture that. It either's rolling your way, you're making all the great decisions, or you're not.
That causeway that we just looked at, we're not going to name the exact one. We'll just say it's one on the lower end. How many tournaments have been won on that causeway? Seriously.
That's like the Yankee Stadium of bass fishing right
back
there.
when the umbrella rig just started, I think there was a tournament won every weekend on that.
And that's also where a classic ticket was punched in the team championship. Thomas Martins did the classic bracket fish off.
Yes.
And dialed it just to that spot, punched his ticket to fish the classic a couple years ago on that spot.
There's a couple bars out front of that causeway they done get on every now and then.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Cherry entered that as a 4-7, and it gives him a total of 21-15, but
it was not a
4-7.
It was 4-7 2 years ago.
His cull was about 4-7.
4-7. Wow.
Just imagine what his 5-0s might be.
Oh, Zona's got a couple pictures of him.
I've got a picture of him, and he does not have 22 pounds. He's in good shape.
Got a little bonus coverage of our second place guy after coming off a great catch from our first place, Hank Cherry. Palmetto State 1 and 2 right now. Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. Todd Otten was our first guy to take the lead as we watched Bass Track this morning.
It's a great picture there. It's Marshall.
I'll tell you.
And you're looking at two guys right there, unofficially first and second place, that will not get rattled from the pressure of this tournament as it builds into day 2 and day 3.
So what year was the Classic that Hank Cherry came so close?
13. Yeah, on Grand.
The cold Grand one. The cold Grand.
Grand one.
Yes, I remember.
Potentially
came
had
so close 7 years ago of winning
yes.
the Classic, and
Yes.
here he is.
Potentially had the winning fish on the line, lost it, and laid down on his deck, and just disbelief.
Oh, and I mean, we replayed that one over and
over and over.
Get young Patrick Walters to put a big one in the boat, and we'd have all 4 South Carolinians in the top 10 right now. How about that? On Guntersville.
So I will not count Scott Canterbury out until the end of his fishing time. We saw him last year pull it out in the last hour or two so many times. But can you imagine if it does end his day ends like this and he sees some footage a week or two from now of Hank Cherry catching a 6-pounder on that cast? Like, really?
Wow.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I keep thinking Brandon Lester is going to catch another big one flipping these mats.
You know, and I'll tell you something. That's something that we were talking about that earlier that Seth was worried about. He was worried that these bridges were going to fire. And with these guys not being able to get info, these bridges have fired the last few weeks.
Yeah. But mentally, you know, fishing a Bassmaster Classic and you go to, you know, just name the bridges.
Right.
There's going to be crappie fishermen there. There's going to be local. I mean, you've already got all this pressure on you, and then you know you're going to go pull up in about 15 boats and start casting, tangling lines.
Yeah.
I mean,
and it's just going to increase with each passing day here.
Oh, yes. Saturday will be much worse than Friday.
Another look at Matt Airy. Matt Airy, we know he can light it up here on Guntersville. Certainly had a great tournament here last summer. Different conditions, of course, but that's another guy who's got quite the portfolio. and really just getting started on the Elite Series. We saw a lot of him during the course of 2019. That's why he's among our 10 today. And Matt Airy, man from North Carolina, knows the importance of this tournament, and he knows the importance of the team that's known as family when you get to a tournament like this.
We all drive a long way to get to each and every tournament, but the drive to this tournament is a little bit different, especially it being my first Classic. It was there's a lot that goes through your mind, and you visually picture yourself, dream about standing on that stage on Sunday holding up the Classic trophy. And my wife, I've been married for, let's see, 14 years this October, and when I started fishing, she has been behind me. She's my backbone. And behind every good professional fisherman, there's an even better woman, I can promise you that. She's everything. She's the only reason I'm here.
The 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, is being brought to you live by Humminbird.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new Tour Grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
You can't remember a time when it wasn't your passion.
I have fished with bass every step that there was between high school, college, nation, opens, and now the Elite Series. There was a stepping stone for me.
Every moment spent on the water. Everything you learned. You knew how to use.
This is a dream come true.
To win.
Ooh.
Dream big. And now you are a Bassmaster.
Let's make this official. Some at the beginning of the season might have said, who's Drew Cook? I'll tell you who Drew Cook is. Your 2019 Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year.
The season is starting and it's time for you to bring it. Pit your knowledge against friends and fans everywhere in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. It's free and it starts by signing up. Then pick your 5-angler team for each event. Grand prize winner gets a Bass Pro Shop shopping spree, cash, and Rapala prize pack. Plus new opportunities including $4,000 worth of prizes for each individual event winner. Plus another $500 if you're a Bass member. Total value for the season is $90,000. Sign up today and start bringing it at Bassmasterfantasy.com.
Serious competitors demand serious tech. We've hand-selected top anglers from fisheries around the U.S. We've taken them to Lake El Salto, Mexico, and armed them with a full one-boat network setup from Minn Kota and Humminbird. Their mission? Do battle in a series of challenges designed to prove their fishing skill, all to create a new legend and put the ultimate fishing system to the ultimate test.
That's how you start the 2019 Bassmaster Elite Series. Woo! Oh God. Yes! That is some meat from Lake Fork, baby. Yeah! Yes! Yeah! Woo! Look at that! You're mine! Yes! Baby, we legit now. Clock's right.
Yeah! That's the biggest fish I caught all week. How about that for a Lake Lanier spot?
Yes! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Woo! Oh, yeah! Yeah! Oh, crap, it's cold.
We're getting somewhere now, boys.
Get in the boat, baby! Yes! 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 Get up in here! That's what I'm talking about! Woo!
Big bass, big stage, and big dreams. Brandon Cobb reminds us this is his home pond.
Got you! Woo! That's what we're talking about.
Got Canterbury shoots out the lights.
Oh my gosh! Got you! Yes!
Inside the mouth, way down deep.
Oh God, that's pretty exciting.
Giant.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Woo!
That might be a 10-pounder.
Yes!
That might be the biggest fish I've ever caught.
Yes! Dude, oh God, that's a giant. Stay on there. Oh my gosh. No, no, no! Yeah! Yes! Giant. Oh my God, it's a 6. Come here. Come here. Thank you, baby. Yeah! Golly! That's a giant! That's a giant.
Boom! Chakalaka! Giant bass!
Now we're talking.
That's a bass right there.
Keep catching them like that, we're gonna do fine, just fine.
Yes, sir. That's a stud, dude.
Oh God. Yeah! How fat is he? Give me a hug. That's a big one.
Yes.
I'm out doing Seth's hug from yesterday.
Oh my God. Yes. Oh.
That's how you make up ground.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Are you freaking kidding me?
Yes. Let's win this thing on smallmouth. No, you don't. No, you don't. Giant, dude.
That's what you want on day 3.
What a way to end the day.
Yes. Boom.
Get you a load of that, Bass Nation.
Yes! Lifelong dream. Come on.
Yes. Oh my God.
2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
What are them sons of fishes up to now?
Fellas, I give you the Force trolling motor. It is the most powerful, the most efficient on the water.
Yep. Most powerful. We're really in trouble now.
And it's quiet, too. You can't swim here.
What a dumb bass.
Built for the guy who has everything and needs to tow it. The Tow and Stow is equipped with multiple ball sizes and adjusts in 1-inch increments to the height of your trailer for level towing. Best of all, it stows when you aren't using it, away from your shins and garage door. Machined from American steel, with a 2-stage finish, the Tow and Stow is the last hitch you'll ever need.
You're watching the 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook, being brought to you live by Humminbird.
From Lake Mead in the Nevada desert back in 1971 to here, 2020, Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook at Lake Guntersville, Birmingham, Alabama, our fantastic host city. Of course, the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo Takes place right here in downtown Birmingham. We got Hank Cherry on top of the leaderboard, Todd Auten, and right now we throw it to Dave Mercer at the Academy Sports and Outdoors booth.
Welcome back to the Academy Sports and Outdoors, a Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook, and here we are at the Expo. Lots going on here. Let's go for a walk and see who we run into in the Academy booth. And I think I know this guy, Jay Mart, Duck Dynasty fame, and you're a legitimate fishing freak, which is what I really love about you.
I guarantee you. See, everybody always asks me, would I rather duck hunt or fish? I grew up fishing. So my heart's always to fishing because you can do it 365 days a year in Louisiana. Duck hunting, 60 days, that's it. So
you do a lot of work with Academy, and now that Academy is the title sponsor of this event, some spiffy cool things happening here this week.
Oh, I guarantee you, there's a lot of cool stuff going on. If you come in, bring in an Academy receipt, you can get a free live well ticket. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, free live well ticket, just bring in your receipt.
So all you have to do is have an Academy receipt, bring it in, and you get a live well ticket.
Yeah, you can go by there and buy a bottle of Coke if you want to. You can get a free ticket for $1.89 or something. You know what I'm saying? So it's unreal. And then the first 5,000 people get a free bucket. What redneck don't like a free bucket?
They love buckets. And I mean, you are, kind of a redneck aficionado, maybe?
I know a little bit about rednecks, just a tiny bit, So it's awesome, man. Got a cool booth space. It's so cool to be a part of the 50th Classic. Man, 50 of them. That's unreal, That's pretty awesome. And to see, I got to go to the launch this morning, see our boy Stetson out there rocking the H2O Express stuff just out there. And then by the time I got back to service, he already had 4. So I'm like, talk about landing on them, son. That's a good way to start after that rough boat ride.
It is incredible. I mean, you got to think that these anglers, everything they've faced this year, with the kickoff to the Elite Series being kind of like hurry up and stop and wait. We, had to cancel a tournament or delay it till next week, Chickamauga, obviously. Finally, these guys are getting to fish, and finally they're getting to show the world just how good they are.
And those suckers are good, man. They can catch them out of a mud hole. It's unreal. I tell everybody, because I got a lot of buddies that are anglers, until you fished with a professional, you don't know how good they are. You can't appreciate where they can put a cricket until you get in that boat with them.
Well, I know you're pretty good yourself. Will we ever see you in the Elite Series? Is that is that something you would ever want to do, or you just like to hang out on buckets?
I think I'll stick to the buckets because I have a very competitive nature, and I can't take losing. So the first time one of them boys won wearing skinny jeans and a flat bill, me and him had to go scratch gravel or something. I wouldn't be able to take that. So I'll stick to my style of fishing. I'll hammer on them crappies. I'll feed everybody while they go catch some bass. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? I want to go crappie fishing with you one day. I'm going to put you in the spot. Because you got to say yes because we're on Bass Live. Will you take me crappie fishing?
You dadgum right I will. I'll even come up there and catch some of them northern crappies with you. They a lot dumber than our southern ones.
Yeah, a lot dumber. Come by the Academy Sports and Outdoors booth. Are you going to be here all week?
I'll be here all weekend. I'll be bouncing around from booth to booth, but I'll be spending a lot of time in here. So, man, it's great to see everybody. This is like my 5th or 6th one in a row, so it's cool to see it grow every year, man. This place is awesome.
It's so awesome to see just truly how you're not just here because you're working with Academy. You're a true fan of the sport. I'll leave you to be, but come on, I'm going to show you guys what you got to do. This is how you're going to do it, ladies and gentlemen, before you get to the Classic. Or if you've already been to Academy, make sure you get your receipt and you bring it right here. Not to that gentleman, but right here. You bring it right here, and they will give you live well passes. Everybody's always wondering, how do I get in the live well? All you got to do is bring in an Academy Sports and Outdoors receipt to the Bassmaster Classic, and boom, you're sitting in the live well. Pretty cool. That's it from here at the Expo. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Dave Mercer. Dave Mercer, you'd think he has enough to do without coming over here and having to search out the free stuff for us there, but mission accomplished. Good job out there. Boy, the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo is ginning right now. Out on the water. Now, let me ask you a question. You asserted earlier that you had anglers tell you, Mark Zona, that the last, and we're getting the last hour and a half of fishing for the day, the last time, the last part of the day might light up. Davey, did the guys you talked to seem to say the same thing?
I heard a few mention that, but Zona had a couple that felt like the last hour could be better than the first, and that's a little unusual this time of year.
Yeah, and really though, if you do look at the way historically this lake lays out this time of year in general, It truly is. There's a little bit of a lull midday, but it's that first hour, last hour, and really that's what we got to see with Hank Cherry right there. And here's the most amazing thing to me with Hank Cherry. Old boy has not burned a lot of gas today is the best way to put it.
He has not, and it's neat to see someone with all the pressure that goes on you being in this Bassmaster Classic. And like I say, about 7 years ago, he came real close to winning one. With all that pressure, he has just put the trolling motor down, used 3 or 4 different baits, fishing different cover, different structure, and he is getting it done today.
Well, his last big-time Bassmaster win was about a decade ago in Muskegon, Michigan. Similar, small field, heavy hitters, and he came up there as a rookie and whipped them all up there in a very different environment that he was brought. Oh, speaking of which, I've been asked to correct yet another mistake by you-know-who, good old me. Hank Cherry is not from South Carolina. I have done the Tar Heel State. Yes. I've done the Tar Heel State. Oh, here we go. I got a fish on. Sorry.
3. Need 2 more.
He's real close to the border,
right.
Tommy.
That's right. I'm the heel, apparently.
Just a standard Carolinian.
So that's a significant fish for Scott Canterbury right there, for sure.
Even though this certain person lives in Little Rock, Arkansas now, he still wants the North Carolina to be proud.
Hey,
it's
I'm
not
just
South
saying,
Carolina.
Hey, it's an equal split this week. There's 8 Carolinians, 4 from North, 4 from South in the Classic this week.
I lost one big fish, like a big one. I fished a bunch of stuff that I thought I had a chance to catch a big one. Had a couple places that had some numbers that I thought of smaller fish, and it was just got blown. One of them got blown completely out. Wind. A couple boats on some stuff, but you know that happens. It's just been a struggle for me. I know there's some fish right here.
He's got plenty of time to put 2 more in the live well.
Oh, yeah.
Water's muddied up. I was wanting to swim all that grass. Still might swim a little bit of it. Sun's been on it. Not gonna get many bites doing that, but when you do, it's gonna be a good one. Maybe try a red one.
There we go, Tommy.
They like red on this pond.
I thought you were talking about somebody else when you were.
There's 2 of them.
Oh, there's 2. Okay, all right. Well, I know who the other one is.
Mm-hmm.
We see Matt Airy in the bottom right. This is moments ago with Matt Airy. We had 4 fish in the live well.
Come here. That's 5. And he is on the outside. I mean, that's the problem right there. That's how they're biting. They're swinging at it. But I can pay the ultimate price for swinging at it. That is 5, isn't it? Yeah, that's 5. Well, we've just boxed 5, so took us till 1 o'clock, but we got 5. That's unfortunately 5 is not the goal in the Classic. So I'm in an area I got a lot of confidence in catching a big one. I just really hard to get these fish to react today for me. At the last one I caught, he was outside the mouth and hit it hard, but just didn't get it. And I'm having to feed it to him. I'm just having to get that thing down there in that eelgrass and crawl it through there, pop it loose when it gets hung up on a little piece, and hopefully one's staring at it when that happens, and he'll react. I have moved out a touch deeper on this grass. I was in a little bit shallower, and I was getting more bites shallower that last day of practice, but it's like the few fish that are right here have seemed to favor this edge more today, this outside edge. I know I don't. We're not live. Yeah, just kidding.
Dane hooked up. Could be number 4 for him as a keeper. Maybe close.
First swim bait fish we've seen all day long today. That is not a usual size swim bait fish either.
No, it's not.
Maybe it'll start to bite it.
No, it's not. 121.
Wow.
Just
first
keeper.
Swim bait fish in the boat.
Oh, man, that was so good. Smoked it. A bunch of little ones in here. We need a couple big ones, boys. Man, that felt good. Thank you. Maybe they're waking up.
Help my fantasy team.
Yeah.
Right, 4 there for Chris Dane. That's helping the cause for sure. Was in the 30s. He might have moved into the low 30s or even into the high 20s with that 4th keeper right there. We'll see how it tallies up on Bass Track. Moving out to Drew Cook.
Well, there's a lot of history in these pockets here. Just across from Waterfront. Talked about it with Davey a little bit earlier. A little bit surprising, and probably due to the wind, a little bit surprising it has not got much pressure throughout day number 1.
Boy, it gets it.
Yeah.
It gets it. Maybe not today, like you said, from these guys, but historic place, area right here.
Stay hooked up, please. Stay hooked up. Choked him. Oh, gosh. Got him on one hook. I couldn't wait on that one. Hot dang. All right, now we got 2 to get rid of, for sure.
friend limit, bro. A hard-earned one, too.
Is out of service, but Seth Fighter caught a 3-pounder, jumped up to 12th place. Skylar Hamilton with a second 4-pounder is in 10th right now. Just landed that. Our 25th fish over 4 pounds today. Skylar Hamilton's 4-pounder.
There's only 5 guys that have 0 on Bass Track, and only 3 of those haven't pinged. So the 2 guys who have pinged actually do have 0. But Zaldane with that 4th one, even with just 8 pounds or so, he's right there at the 27th place right now. A limit will go a long way today.
Because I can't catch a good one out of it. Getting bit every 2 or 3 casts, but
ooh, boy, that was a big one. Gosh.
See them both on the left side of the screen there, and I know this could happen with anyone, but you have to think if Scott Canterbury or Chris Zaldane can just catch 5 today. It's not the start they wanted, but they're not out of it because they both could come back in a big way.
Yep.
I mean, like I said, anyone in the field could, but you just know those 2. They've done it in the past.
Hey, I'm gonna have to shut down and switch a camera battery out here soon.
Just heard Matt Airy talk about those fish swiping at it. Scott Canterbury set the hook there. Those were definitely bites there.
Yep.
He knows what a bite feels like, and he didn't do it half-heartedly. He definitely had bites right there. Yep. Our first jerkbait fish of the day?
Absolutely is. Yeah. Just a quick bait adjustment right there.
Yeah, if they're swiping at a single hook, throw 9 of them out there at him.
Measure. Oh, yeah.
15's the limit. Guntersville, in case you're just picking up with us here.
4.
You go.
Canterbury just hooked up on his potentially his 5th
stay
fish.
On. Big thing, stay on. We'll see if he measures in a minute. Yeah, he'll measure. Number 5. Yeah, it's been a dang struggle all day. It hadn't came together. I mean, I fish for big ones. There's a bunch of fish in here. I don't know if there's any big ones, but there's a bunch of fish, and thank goodness. Come in here and catch 2, so, or 3 really, yeah, 3. So it's been a saving deal today. We got to catch a big one though. We need a 8-pounder. We need an 8-pounder.
Boy, watching Scott Canterbury right now, he is scrambling. You could tell he is scrambling just to hang in the game.
Yeah. What was it? Midday, 1 fish. One fish.
Midday, 1 fish.
Wow.
Yes.
Guys, we came over here to the Screen of Knowledge earlier, and we talked about some Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing, some of those favorite guys that people picked, and that's the Alabama guys. And as we scroll over and check out some of the guys that were highly picked from the state of Alabama, guys like Scott Canterbury, we were worried when I did this hit earlier. He had 0 in the box, but him getting his limit now, getting his feet under him, he's starting to kind of feel it, and he's put him in the box the last 20 or 30 minutes. Guys like Clint Davis, Matt Herron had an early start, and they've kind of tapered off, haven't done much with it. But the unofficial top 3 of Bass Track right now, those guys are kind of steals in fantasy fishing right now. You look at it, Hank Cherry sitting there in bucket A, the toughest bucket of them all. I mean, that's the top AOI guys. That's the guys who are favorites here on Guntersville, and Scott Canterbury gobbled up 35% of ownership in that bucket. Hank Cherry sitting there, 1.1%. So for everyone who's picked him because he's a great classic angler, jerk bait, pre-spawn, they're paying off right now, 1%. Todd Otten, you mentioned it, Davey, great chatterbait fisherman, bladed jig guy. He's got that big bass that's really helping him out right now, sitting in 2nd place. He's a bucket D pick, one of those guys that's, barely snuck in the classic. He was in the 30s or 40s in points. He's sitting there really helping out a lot of people with their prizes right now. And then John Cruz, a really good pick, but highly favored, 18.5% at bucket B, one of the highest picked guys in that bucket, and he is paying dividends for him right now. He is the guy in the classic with the most classic appearances out of the 53 guys that are fishing today. John Cruz the most guy, and he's paying off. His experience is working out, and he's staying calm under the pressure of day 1 at the classic. So fantasy fishing gonna be a tight battle all week. A lot of people are gonna be fluctuating day to day in the leaderboards, and here are the 3 guys that are really paying off early on day 1, the Bassmaster Classic.
Thank you, Ronnie. Good stuff right there. A lot of stuff put in perspective, and that bit of goodness from the Screen of Knowledge and our own Ron Moore.
Yes, brought it all day.
There's your leaderboard.
The
Right, absolutely has.
fantasy fishing expert.
Yeah, absolutely. Hank Cherry on top, and Todd Otten. We mentioned Clint Davis. We'll look out for that guy as we go into tomorrow. And Scott Canterbury, 1 fish at noon, and now he's got a limit. And Scott Canterbury works with passion and emotion, especially when you talk about winning this one.
Winning this classic is something that, growing up, that you've always, that was what you inspired to be, is holding that trophy up on the stage. If I could possibly get a chance to make a run at it, this is one thing that you don't want to finish second. People don't remember who finished second. It's all about winning. The only person 5 years from now who's going to know who finished second in the Classic is that person. But if I could just hold that trophy up at the end of this one, be really, really special. No doubt about it. I mean, be one of the biggest days of my life for sure.
The 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, is being brought to you live by Humminbird.
Gear up this spring at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Serious competitors demand serious tech. We've hand-selected top anglers from fisheries around the U.S. We've taken them to Lake El Salto, Mexico, and armed them with a full one-boat network setup from Minn Kota and Humminbird. Their mission? Do battle in a series of challenges designed to prove their fishing skill, all to create a new legend and put the ultimate fishing system to the ultimate test.
What an awesome place to have the Bonus Bucks event right here on Pickwick Lake. This is definitely bass fishing country, and it's great to see this Toyota Owners Tournament come to this venue.
The Toyota Owners event's really cool. It's a standalone deal. Just be part of the Bonus Bucks program. You get invited to the event for free. So if you haven't registered for Bonus Bucks, it's a free program, and not only can you win all the bonus money in the tournaments, you can also attend the Owners event for free.
You're crazy if you don't sign up. That's the whole reason I bought my Toyota. No other truck manufacturer does more for fishermen than Toyota.
Professional angler, you've got so many things on your mind. Any advantage that we have is key. And not only rods and reels and lines and baits, but in our clothes. And the guys at AFCO, they have something for every situation. There's nothing AFCO hasn't thought about with the fishermen in mind. It's designed for fishermen, by fishermen, for every scenario you can come to. Any fish, any water, any condition, AFCO has you covered.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now for your chance to win a fishing trip with 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Scott Canterbury. Trip includes hotel, airfare, rental car, and $500 spending cash, plus a Skeeter Boat ZX190W with Yamaha SHO outboard, Lowrance Electronics, and an amazing prize package. Total value $52,000. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows? You could win.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
Shrimp po' boy, fried chicken. Man, Academy has the best selection in bait. Oh, gotta get a badonkadonk. What else do we have here? Oh, the twitching mullet. Definitely. Gone fishing.
You're watching the 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, being brought to you live by Humminbird.
50 years of tradition being celebrated this week in Birmingham. A new wrinkle, though, for this 50th edition. The Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook. The street party. Man, oh man, this was a kickoff thing. This was a throwdown supreme at the event, which is the ultimate throwdown for the sport of bass fishing. So I think it was well received, Davey. Huh?
The Bassmaster fans never cease to amaze me. The weather was not what I would say perfect for that yesterday afternoon. A little wet, a little cold, but a big turnout, The fans keep showing up to this to all of our events, but especially the Bassmaster Classic here in Birmingham.
Fishing, music, dancing, everything you want. Some fireworks, too, at the very end of the Classic kickoff party. I hope that's a tradition. There's the fireworks right there. Good stuff last night here in Birmingham, right downtown, right near the BJCC. And, of course, the arena where the weigh-in is coming up sooner than you think. That was the scene this morning at takeoff as we take a look at our Bass Track unofficial standings right now. Hank Cherry listed at 23 pounds, 2 ounces. Some of us think that may be a deflation right there instead of inflation. He may have significantly more than that.
Yeah, he's got a solid limit. You know, he had that one small fish in the boat, but he got rid of it, and I'd say it's every bit of 23 pounds.
Todd Auten, who got off to a good fast start this morning, kept steady all day long, and he is rewarded with a good second-place position right now. And man, oh man, we still got a bit of fishing left to go in this day one. They say, you know, the old saying is you can't win the Classic on the first day, but you can lose it. We'll see if that holds true this time around. You know, this Friday, day one of these 3 days of fishing at the Classic, Davey, is Military Appreciation Day. And that's important. The sport of fishing in general, veterans, active military, it's all ties together. They mesh in so many different ways.
It's super. It's just another way that Bass does great things with in so many areas. Conservation is just one of many, but being a veteran myself, it's near and dear to my heart to show appreciation for people that gave a lot more than I did. You know, I was a full-time Army National Guard person, but people that served full-time in those other branches, my hat's off to them. It's so easy to forget. Freedom is not free.
Absolutely. This Military Appreciation Day, like last year, we've got a special guest who was gracious enough to come back because it's so interesting and so entertaining to hear him connect bass fishing and the military. I'm going to let Mark Zona introduce our special guest right now.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. And last year, we got to meet this U.S. Marine. It is humbling. It was humbling to meet you last year and once again to stand next to you, U.S. Marine Dakota Meyer. And what's amazing is you were the first living Marine in 38 years to receive the Medal of Honor.
Yes, sir.
And here's what's amazing is I read a lot about your story, but really what I want you to talk about is what you do now for our veterans.
Yeah, you know, so I came back and I received the award in 2011, and it was like, what do I do now? How do I use this platform to continue on the mission of helping veterans, right? I mean, I'm not going to go back over and necessarily be in a gunfighting role, but how could I help them better transition back out of life, into life, right? That's the one thing that we all as service members do. It doesn't matter what job we do, we're all going to transition at some point. And so how do we make that easier and better, right? So I teamed up with Toyota and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and you know, we're trying to connect, you know, get help set veterans up for meaningful employment and let them come back to society and you know, bridge that gap between, you know, the civilian life and the military life.
Dakota, you are absolutely a hero. Look, all of our heroes on the water, but in real life, you are a hero. What more can we do? What more can we do to help our veterans?
No, I mean, look, I think going out, number one thing I would ask you to do is go out and live a life to the fullest every single day. We've got men and women who gave their today for our, you know, their tomorrow for our today, right? And so to do that, and then to you know, just Bass always does it great. You know, it's always an honor to be here at the Bassmaster Classic. You know, there's probably not a more veteran-friendly crowd and appreciative crowd than this one here.
Can I ask you a monster favor?
100%.
Can I take you hunting or fishing sometime?
I mean, let's go.
Thank you for everything you have done, Dakota. Great to see you again, guys.
Absolutely. Great to have Dakota back again this year. So many good insights and good thoughts about what the military means to all of us and to fishing.
I'm going to have to admit, though, Dakota is absolutely a hero, you know, for so many reasons. But we saw the footage there of him receiving the Medal of Honor, and I think he got to have a beer with the president in the White House. I'm a little jealous of that, too.
Yeah, man. Well-deserved one, I might add.
Absolutely.
Beyond well-deserved. Absolutely. Military Appreciation Day, this Friday, the first day. The Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. Back out on the water with, well, not an hour's worth of fishing time for some of these anglers with good runs and so forth like that to get back to the check-in. Still got Hank Cherry on top.
Great seeing Dakota again.
Yeah,
great
man,
to see
absolutely.
him.
Inspiring person.
Yes.
Absolutely, in so
Yes.
many levels. Speaking of Hank Cherry, take a look at this from moments ago. maybe. Don't know. We'll see how that turns out. Either way, he's got a bag of fish.
Yes, he does.
Yes. Yes.
Well, our reigning angler of the year has done it again. He had a pretty dismal outlook at midday, and look at him, he's already inside the 25 cut. But you got to be there tomorrow. That's the main thing. If you want to fish on Sunday, the championship is decided.
Hunter Shryock with a 4-pounder has jumped to 15th place, 14 pounds even.
Wow.
Dakota's an intimidating figure to stand next to.
Yeah.
It really is.
I can imagine.
Yes.
We're not done with military appreciation. Military appreciation day.
He has a special guest coming in.
We have a special guest, Greg Stu. Look forward to talking to him. So cool to have a military appreciation day here, the first day of the Bassmaster Classic. Yeah, when you stand beside a big dude and then you stand beside a big dude that's been in some big battles.
That's exactly what I was getting at. Yes.
Warriors.
Yes.
Yeah.
Warriors.
It's very humbling. It is very humbling. And he probably didn't know what an idiot he was standing next to.
I don't know. After a couple of appearances, what do you think?
No, you're right. Well played. Maybe he completely knew.
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm sure after a few minutes that I'm with Greg, he'll figure me out. It won't take very long.
Exactly. I've read this book before. Oh, that's great.
And here comes Matt Hare, and he's got a 3-pounder. After a 2.5 a couple minutes ago, he's up to 16th place.
As it stands now, our unofficial leaderboard, we might be seeing lots of Brandon Card tomorrow, lots of Clint Davis, Todd Otten, maybe some Jason Williamson. Micah Frazier, a winner last year on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Frazier, he's one to watch in these big events. He stays calm, cool under pressure.
Man.
He's been in the top 5 or 6 going into the final day a couple times, and on those final days, you know, they've swung for the big bags like a Hartwell. A couple guys really fell because they tried to go out and win it. They didn't need to necessarily swing. But he's been in the top 10 going to the final day 3 of his 4 classics.
He is such a flatliner. I mean, it helps. It keeps us from doing our job. We don't think he's doing any good because nothing changes in his demeanor. He fooled us big time this past year.
He and LeHew, they're flatliners. That's a great way.
Yes.
They're always there, and they're going to win a big one soon. But they're just. But you don't have to look far down the leaderboard to find them very often at all. They're just right there.
And Micah's another one that when we're interviewing him, you're wondering what he's thinking of all of us too.
Yeah, that's right. Tommy and I have been in those rooms with you and him before.
Look, I love awkward, but long awkward pauses, it does get uncomfortable during a classic.
Yep. It's part of the rich pageant, though.
That's
you have to admit.
Well played.
Brandon Lester has finally made a move, I think.
Yes.
Lester has a gallery up on Bassmaster.com of his morning and whatnot after that 7-pounder Thomas Allen does. He caught just as many as Blaylock in that gallery alone, and that was after his first 3 or 4 fish. He's been just catching them and weeding through them, not really culling and upgrading. Him and Blaylock have really been stalled in the leaderboard necessarily, but they've been still catching, where a lot of these guys go a long time before catching another one.
Well, that was the point he kept stressing to us. You know, this is where they live. That's why I'm here.
Find this interesting, Davey. You actually brought this up earlier. Jamie Hartman, just by looking, he is in the general vicinity where he won the tournament last year. Yes.
There was a blog post said he had caught near 30 fish, but a lot of them are 14 and a half, 14 inches.
Biggest bag without the limit currently right now, Caleb Cuphall.
He just landed a 5-pounder.
Man.
Mother freaker.
Got a gun on that one too. I don't understand.
There's bonus coverage in the lower right just popped in for you there. Hunter Shryock. Got it going pretty decent today, currently in 15th place. Hang on to that for tomorrow and get to go for the trophy.
There are at least 6 guys with 14 pounds or so. Like, there's a bunch of guys with very similar, all 2.5s and a 4.5, or all 2.5s and a 5. If a couple of those guys cull 1 or 2 of their 2.5s, they could be right there closer, closing that gap in the top 3 or so instead of being in the top 10.
Doing that. We'd go from 0 to hero in a hurry.
Well, it's been a very post-runny day with a lot of swinging and missing. A lot of fish hooked out. Don't get me wrong, there was a lot of fish that had a choke, but there was a lot of bass throughout this day that were either hooked outside of the mouth. You could see a lot of guys swinging and missing. Very, very high pressure day.
Yes, Hank Cherry obviously got it done, but
yes,
there's a lot of guys that'll be dangerous the next. I'm telling you, Scott Canterbury has had a very disappointing day, but he's far from out of this thing.
Oh, yeah.
One thing I wanted to note before I have to scoot off the set is a lot of our first-time Classic guys that are competing this week have fished professionally for a lot of years, but I'd say a good handful, 6 to 10 people, have never been to a Classic weigh-in. They might have worked the expo and had to be here, but they, like Stetson Blaylock, never went and attended the Classic weigh-in all those years because he just wanted to wait until he fished it. And I think that's like a lot. It's going to be a big moment today. Sunday's going to be a big moment, but it's going to be a big moment for a lot of pros experiencing that whole atmosphere for the first time. They've seen it, but they haven't experienced it.
They're going to be a little stunned at the weigh-in because this is about as big an expo on a Friday that I've seen in my entire lifetime covering this thing.
It really is.
And this is not a deal where you got to get on a bus and go to the weigh-in from here. You just walk across the street and it's right there.
So that surprises me. I heard those anglers say that, and I guess I get it, but so many other anglers, including myself, when I went to one in person, it lit a fire under me.
I did a gallery on that, Dave, and a lot
fire.
of them said their first Classic experience, like Jason Williamson. He rolled in his SUV with a couple buddies, hung out at Lake Wiley, watched the wind. He said, "That's what I want to do." And it inspired him.
We made the joke, Davey, when we were doing the interviews on Tuesday that there are quite a few people who have said, "I'll never go to a Classic weigh-in until I fish one," and they'll never go to a Classic weigh-in. So it's a big opportunity. These guys will check off their bucket list.
Careful before you say that. Yeah, that's right.
158.
It's like Drew Benton culling.
Weigh-in takes place today. The first fish is estimated to hit the scale at about 5:30 Eastern time, 4:30 local time here in the Legacy Arena.
So Tommy Z, we've seen a mixture. We saw the front deck of some boats, unnamed boats, and we've seen these anglers throwing baits. What's going to be the bait of the week come Sunday? Now, I know what I would call the bait of the day today from the cameras that and the fishermen we've had on camera, but come Sunday, what's going to be the bait of the week?
I still think, and I know we haven't seen a ton of fish catches on it today, but I still think a bladed jig is gonna prevail, some way, shape, or form. See, Drew Benton right now.
Yeah, that's who that. Yeah, like a keeper.
Absolutely did.
Yeah, definitely.
Take a look at that one more time. Fishing very close to Brandon Lester.
You hear anything?
No.
Just moments ago now from Drew Benton. Who's for the catch in 13th place. Good, solid, decent one anyway.
I think he might be bigger than Black.
He has a 2-pounder in the live well. We'll see if that gives him an upgrade.
Remember, I reported Bill Lowen had not caught a fish. At noon, he caught a 2.5-pounder. Then he caught a 5-pounder. And now with another 2-pounder, he's in 28th place, getting close to that cut.
Well, it's going to be a fight for 25th tomorrow, that's
Yes.
for sure. It's going to be a dogfight.
I think we're going to end up, by the end of this day, we're going to be really knotted up from 2nd to 10th.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Starting to see those little flurries start up again.
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like we
as
saw early
predicted.
this morning.
Several anglers tell you that the end of their practice
Yes.
days, at least in tournament time, were really superior to the 3 or 4 hours before. Oh, let's take a look, see what we got here. Drew Cook.
Wow.
That'll cool one. What I'm freaking talking about. That late day rally.
Drew Cook. Never a flurry guy, man. He is the steadiest. I mean, he spaces them out like it's on a ruler.
We hear the term grinder. It has not been a pretty day for Drew Cook.
No.
But it's going to end up a good day. It's going to be a good bottom line.
It's a good day. Good day also because this is Friday, day one of the Classic Military Appreciation Day, and talking about that bond between fishing and military, active military, retired military. And we had a great guest 30 minutes ago. We have another great one lined up right now. Davey's standing by with our next guest, Greg Stubbe.
So thanks, Tommy. It's my honor. It truly is. You know, a lot of people know that I was in the Army National Guard, actually full-time for 14 years. But I was nothing like this guy I've got right here with me now, retired Army Green Beret Special Forces, Greg Stubbe. Tell everyone a little bit about what you did in the United States Army for so many years.
Well, I spent 4 years in the infantry as an enlistee, and I thought I would try something harder. And I had no idea what I was getting into, but I wound up in the Special Forces and spent the rest of my 23 years deploying and going around the world doing what we do, fighting for freedom.
Wow. I've read a lot about you. That's a very humble way to describe your 23-year career. Tell us a little bit about your book. Didn't you just come out with a new book?
I did. I wrote a book called Conquer Anything, a Green Beret's Guide to Building Your A-Team. But the big deal to me is not me. And I know that this is Veteran Appreciation Day, and it just makes me so grateful that it is such a grateful nation. And I grew up watching you on TV. I grew up reading what you had to say. And I want you to know that we're forming a new generation of Americans. And I think the Bassmasters Classic is the epitome of what freedom can be. And it'll probably be a part of the decision making for the next generation on whether this thing is worth fighting for or not.
So tell us a little more about that, because you've been all over the world, and people, so many of these people here, I mean, the expo is just loaded with people, and we'd be willing to bet a majority of them haven't been to other countries and seen the lack of freedom that some people experience for their entire lives.
Well, I can tell you, in difficult times overseas, most of the time I wished I could go home and just go fishing in the farm pond in the back or on Kentucky Lake with my dad. There were so many things about freedom I wanted to explore for myself, but I couldn't for years in that capacity. It was tragic to see that other places around the world don't have it like we do. They're not conserving their natural resources like we do, and they don't celebrate performance the way we do. Look at this, it's fishing. But look at the competitive level and the commercial industry that's resulted from it. Look at all the careers that come out of this. This is the best picture of freedom that I can think of. and it's worth fighting for.
So there are similarities that you being a retired Green Beret Special Forces, similarities with what you did for all those years, for over 20 years, and conservation, the future of our sport, and bass fishing, tournament fishing itself.
You better believe it. We're all guardians of this thing called freedom, and or we should be, but only if we love our children. So conservation, being in the outdoors, this is the epitome of it. And you professional anglers, you're doing something most people will never understand, the difficulties that you go through. And I got to tell you, I bet you put fear in the hearts of our enemies knowing that in this country we do anything we want to do, and we're usually good at it. And they should be afraid if someone's signed up to be a Marine or a soldier or an airman and they're coming that way.
So Mark Zona mentioned standing over here with Dakota a few minutes ago, how intimidating he was. Well, you are to me, because it's incredible. Dakota was the same way, so humble. But I just know, with a son being a Army, United States Army captain, he's actually infantry at Fort Benning right now. I know a little more, I guess, than a lot of folks, but it is amazing to me what you have sacrificed, what Dakota has sacrificed, and how much it means to so many people. And we grow numb as being in this country and not seeing other people's way of life. We grow numb, and we somewhat take for granted our freedoms and the opportunity to go bass fishing for a living, and the opportunity that I was given and so many other people. And it's just super, super great to have you here.
Thank you. We truly are one team and one fight. Imagine what it would be like as a soldier fighting for this country and come home and there is no Bassmasters. And come home and there is no fishing. There's no fishery because people aren't taking care of it. So to me, it's a cultural thing. It is worth fighting for. You got to take a kid fishing and you got to pick up your trash.
Wow, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Greg. We really appreciate. I am honored to be here with you on Military Appreciation Day. All the veterans all over this country and this great world. So many of them right now deployed, defending us, and we're here in Birmingham, Alabama at the Bassmaster Classic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David.
All right, so
It's
great
awesome.
stuff there.
Awesome.
Greg Stube and Davey, and just so many things to think about as we go through Military Appreciation Day. Great point by Greg.
Awesome.
The fact that we have this, the fact that we're having the Classic here is lets the world know we appreciate what we have, and we'll go to bat for it. And that's we need to remember that we're ready to go to bat.
Highly puts things into perspective very, very quickly.
Absolutely.
No doubt. It's awesome.
Down to the last minutes of fishing. We're going to be able to bring you Bassmaster Live, but no telling, this is a place of great volatility, and Lake Guntersville could light up big time at the drop of a hat. And we are expecting bigger things tomorrow and even bigger things on Championship Sunday.
Things started firing pretty good the last 45 minutes.
Sure
Wade's
did.
starting to tighten up a little bit.
Hank Cherry still on top of Todd Otten. Significant distance behind. Clint Davis, Brandon Lester, Jason Williamson. Also, we saw Drew Cook with that good fish right there, the ultimate grinder. And what does Drew Cook think about the prospect of this, the ultimate winning Classic?
Really kind of surreal. I've got a very good track record with Guntersville. Guntersville actually helped me make the elites. Without this lake, I would have never had the money to fish the opens and qualify. So I was fortunate enough to win 2 team championships here and gave me enough money to fish the open. So I'm very comfortable in this lake. I love this lake. The lake seems to like me. And 72 hours away from making history. It's crazy. On my way up here, I had a buddy. It's like, dude, we talked about this whenever we were, little kids, fishing the Classic, and now you're doing it. It's crazy.
The 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is brought to you by Toyota, Garmin, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Minn Kota.
Gear up this spring at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
What an awesome place to have the Bonus Bucks event right here on Pickwick Lake. This is definitely bass fishing country, and it's great to see this Toyota Owners Tournament come to this venue.
The Toyota Owners event's really cool. It's a standalone deal. Just be part of the Bonus Bucks program. You get invited to the event for free. So if you haven't registered for Bonus Bucks, it's a free program, and not only can you win all the bonus money in the tournaments, you can also attend the Owners event for free.
You're crazy if you don't sign up. That's the whole reason I bought my Toyota. No other truck manufacturer does more for fishermen than Toyota.
As a professional angler, you've got so many things on your mind. Any advantage that we have is key. And not only rods and reels and lines and baits, but in our clothes. And the guys at AFCO, again, they have something for every situation. There's nothing AFCO hasn't thought about with the fishermen in mind. It's designed for fishermen, by fishermen, for every scenario you can come to. Any fish, any water, any condition, AFCO has you covered.
At Mercury, we invested thousands of hours of engineering manpower so you can enjoy hours and hours of untapped horsepower. Introducing the all-new V6 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly. At Mercury, there are no limits to what we'll do to make sure you have no limits either. Introducing the all-new V8 Mercury Pro XS. Light, quick, efficient. Mercury, go boldly.
Shrimp po' boy, fried chicken. Man, Academy is the best selection in bait. Oh, gotta get a badonkadonk. What else do we have here? Oh, the twitching mullet. Definitely. Gone fishing.
Back-to-back domination, unbelievable!
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new Tour Grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
Serious competitors demand serious tech. We've hand-selected top anglers from fisheries around the U.S. We've taken them to Lake El Salto, Mexico, and armed them with a full one-boat network setup from Minn Kota and Humminbird. Their mission? Do battle in a series of challenges designed to prove their fishing skill, all to create a new legend and put the ultimate fishing system to the ultimate test.
What are them sons of fishes up to now?
Fellas, I give you the Force Trolling Motor. It is the most powerful, the most efficient on the water.
Yep. Most powerful. We're really in trouble now.
And it's quiet, too. You can't swim here.
What a dumb bass.
Built for the guy who has everything and needs to tow it. The Tow and Stow is equipped with multiple ball sizes and adjusts in 1-inch increments to the height of your trailer for level towing. Best of all, it stows when you aren't using it, away from your shins and garage door. Machined from American steel, with a 2-stage finish, the Toe and Stow is the last hitch you'll ever need.
You're watching the 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook, being brought to you live by Humminbird.
Bassmaster Live coming close to the end of our allotted time here. In 50 years, it's hard to believe. Now, this is much anticipated. Every classic is much anticipated, but this one we've been looking forward to for a long, long time, and we put it in the context of all the sports. This is a young sport.
Yes.
In that you can come here and meet the heroes. The winner of the very first classic, he'll be here. Bobby's here.
He's standing over there.
He's standing right over
now.
there. Bobby Murray, the other winners from the 70s, Rick Clunn and Hank Parker, and all these people.
They're all here. They're all here.
We've got to embrace all of that, man. That is so good, and gosh, it won't last forever, but man, we embrace it while it's here.
So I've talked to Bobby Murray many times. I've never heard him say he still got that $10,000 he won winning the first Bassmaster Class. That's impressive. Clipping coupons off of it. That's
Absolutely.
Awesome.
He's a fascinating guy, just the friendliest fellow, and a great spokesman all these years, 50 years for the sport of bass fishing.
Absolutely.
I'm so glad you are with us. Hey, let's talk about back in 1971 how different it was.
Different as I wasn't on Earth.
Yeah, it was different for you especially,
Yeah,
not so much for me.
Right.
But it really was different for all of us. Take a look at 1971. The top movie was Fiddler on the Roof.
Wow.
The French Connection, Diamonds Are Forever, the James Bond movie, Dirty Harry, and Billy Jack. All right, TV, All in the Family. Oh, come on there, read it. Philip Lip Wilson, show Marcus Welby.
Sanford and Son.
Sanford and Son. We love Sanford and Son.
I remember Lamont Sanford.
Oh, absolutely.
I remember him.
Oh, man. Lamont, the son.
Yes.
Yeah, the son. And Fred.
Don't do it, Lamont. You big dummy.
You big dummy. Okay, three Dog Night. Joy to the World. Maggie May. Rod Stewart. It's Too Late. Carole King, of course. One Bad Apple. Favorite up here on the desk of the Osmonds, of course. That's right. Take Me Home, Country Roads, and John Denver. That was a long time ago.
Wow.
But we remember a lot of that, especially if you're an ancient human being like I am.
Boy, it is still really spread out looking at this lay of the lake. Interesting to see Brandon Lester in the back of Town Creek, not far from where Drew Benton's been fishing the majority of the day here on day number 1.
Definitely made a move. He's working on plan B.
I need another big one, a bad kind of way. If I could catch one more big one right before weigh-in, I'd feel like I'd definitely kept myself in the hunt anyway. I've got one big one, a couple of solid ones, but hunting one more big one.
What's it like to go out and catch a 6.5 on day 1?
Feels pretty good. We got an ice cream truck or a milkman or somebody stopping to watch us, but it feels pretty dang good. Sure.
Is that Such? He had the donuts earlier. He's got an ice cream truck now? No, he's over there.
No, it's not me. I'm right over here.
A good try, though.
I'll tell you what time it is. You want to know what time it is, friends?
Yes, it
Brandon Lester, you are a fine young man from Tennessee, and you know what you are here on day number 1 of this 50th Bassmaster Classic? So much heritage, rich mahogany.
What?
I know, that makes no sense. Lacquer.
Well,
earlier today, Brandon Lester, I said I did not think that this would hold out till the end of the day. But Tommy Sanders, this dadgum 205 Northern Alabama stud. And I'm not talking about the fish. Hey, Brandon Lester, you catch a few more like that this weekend, you'll be covered in green. That's right.
Maybe
I said
exactly
green.
That way. Maybe not exactly.
Brandon Lester. That didn't make much sense, but it had a lot of pop, flare, and sizzle. You are the Power Pole replay.
That fish gets bigger every time.
It really does. That is a 7-pounder.
Yes. He caught it at least 6.5.
Yes.
True, at least 6.5. I'm saying closer to 7.5 than
Heritage.
6.5.
A lot of tradition. And moments ago, Scott Canterbury, moments ago, your defending Angler of the Year champion.
There he is. Good one.
There's that pretty vibrating jig there, Tommy.
I thought that was a lot bigger when he locked up with it.
I did too.
I really did.
That should get him inside the top 25 after day one.
Again, Scott Canterbury. Let's take a look at Daryl Gleason. Daryl Gleason from Toledo Bend Country, an open winner. Yeah, this thing, a lot of people look for him to do well.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of similarities.
He is a hammer.
He's a hand.
No doubt.
He should feel right at home here.
Daryl from Manny, Louisiana. Certainly use that local knowledge to affect. BassPro.com open down there, Central Division.
Toledo Bend hand right there.
Oh my gosh, he is. He's a Toledo bender.
Yes! Boom! Boom! Oh, yeah, baby. How y'all like that? Bassmaster Classic, man. We ain't done.
Well, let's talk to Daryl. Hey, Daryl. Great job. That was impressive, my friend.
Hey, guys, how are y'all?
Good. Doing great today. Tell us, give us a sketch of your day and how it's gone for you today.
Well, it's been a grind. I don't know, you guys are probably tired of hearing that word, but Guntersville's tough today, man. Windy and cold. And, man, I've been grinding just to stay alive the best I could. I actually had 2 areas up the lake I went to this morning, and both of them were just blown out, muddy, too windy. And I still, the hard-headed part of us, I still had to try it for a couple hours. But I made a good call and bailed on it and come back down to a backup area. And I've been here since 11, just grinding, moving around, grinds. And I just caught a real key 4-pounder, man. I was pretty excited to have that fish. But very, very exciting and grateful just to have 5 on a day like today, man. All of us guys that fish tournaments know, especially this tournament, this isn't a normal one, so you don't want to fall on your face day one. And with these conditions and how tough it is, and the moment of fishing the 50th Classic, man, I'm so pumped and excited to be catching a few fish. The way my week is gone, for the most part, if you can get some bites, you might catch some good ones. But so I've only got just a couple more minutes left, and we got to go make that rough boat ride back. So I'm excited to get that one. It gives me some hope.
Daryl, if you can, kind of dial us in the difference today compared to how practice was.
Well, the biggest thing for me is I just feel like that wind blowing that direction it's blowing against that current, and it's pushing some of that mud and dirt and silt into places that it wasn't before. And honestly, I don't think if you're throwing a lipless bait in 6 foot of water, I don't think the fish love having 3-footers on their head. And so that's kind of what happened to my areas where I really thought I could catch some fish. It was just so windy there and so turbulent. And the other big factor too, man, is all this broken up eelgrass is getting blown all over the lake. And it's super, super hard to throw any kind of, treble hook lure, a moving bait, around all that broken up grass. So I was very happy I kept it together and was able to come grind out some fish. I'd love to get y'all one more big one, but I already said if I get one more 4-pounder, Mercer better watch out because I'm going to give him sugar on the stage.
Uh-oh. Wait, hey, now. I want to see that. Do it anyway.
Yeah, I'd like to give you some, Tommy.
Hold on now. Come on now.
Sorry about that.
Daryl, you punched your ticket on Toledo Bend. That's, I assume, your home lake. Give us the similarities and what's the biggest difference between this place and the legendary Toledo Bend.
Well, so Toledo hasn't had the grass the last couple of years that Guntersville has, but we've never had the type of eelgrass. But the similarities, really, honestly, I mean, this is fishing like what Toledo and Sam Rayburn does in January, February. It's pretty hard to get bites on these frontal conditions, but you can still catch some great big ones, and that's what is keeping all of us going out here. Any stop, you can catch 4 or 5 great big ones in a hurry. Or, you know, right now I just have a decent little bag going, but I catch a 7 or 8 pounder and things get real serious. And that's why these lakes are so popular, is for the opportunity to do that this time of the year. And so there are a lot of similarities. A lot of the techniques I'm doing, you know, I'm chatterbaiting the grass and trapping the grass and all that. That's stuff we do back home a lot. So, but I'd say the biggest thing is just set me up knowing that even if I'm only getting 8 or 9 bites a day, I can still be in this thing.
So Daryl, this being your first classic, is this is this all you thought it might be this week? Has it been everything you dreamed it would be so far?
Yeah, of course, Dave. Yeah, of course. And you know, here I am finishing up my day. Just got a few minutes left. That's icing on the cake. But the week's amazing, man. All the staff at B.A.S.S and everybody really rolled out the red carpet. And yeah, it was hard for me because I actually won my Open last February. So I've had a long time and a lot of sleepless nights waiting for this week. And so, you know, it's meant the world for me and my family and all my friends and sponsors and stuff to have this opportunity. And, you know, we fight like hell to get here, and we're going to do the same to get to Fish Sunday. That's my goal, is to fish Sunday and not go work that expo, man. I love my friends at Toyota, but I'd like to not go see them on Sunday. I'd like to be fishing instead.
Well said, Daryl Gleason, a person that a lot of people were picking to do very, very well. And Daryl, don't let us stop you from leaving. We don't want to get in trouble with Trip. So when you need to go, head on. We'll watch until then. And man, great meeting you. Great meeting Daryl Gleason. Good stuff out there.
Feel free to give Mercer some sugar.
Yeah, just do it anyway.
I mean, he's getting it.
Good.
That's great. That's great.
Well respected.
He's caught
guy.
a few, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
He catches them. He catches them.
It's great bonus coverage. Our extreme thanks to Daryl's Marshall. We'll try to get a hold of his name. Ronnie usually does that. Ronnie has split the scene. He's headed over to the arena. He'll be contributing to the coverage over there when the weigh-in cranks up here. Not too long from now.
He is mobile today, isn't he?
He is Mr. Everything. He's the water bug. Over to Chris Saldane here. Still, as far as we know, 1 shy of a limit. Would help his cause considerably. Well, here we go.
As you ordered?
Yeah. I don't know about this one.
Is that a keeper is the question. It's going to be close.
Hey.
Looks like it's about 14. Oh, I think it goes. Yep, touches. Bam, right there. Well, hold on.
Could be a very important fish here.
Yes.
How many classics do we remember somebody having that day and they didn't adjust to just put a small limit? Yes.
Saving it. Let that one go.
No, not quite. Close. Look at that expo. The big crowds here. This is a weekday, and this place is pretty well filled up.
Yes.
That first shot must have been before they opened to the
Yeah,
public
that
because
was-
I haven't seen an aisle.
No, it
Just a
had
few
been that
people.
clear in a couple of hours here.
Yes.
That's a little more like it. It's even more so than that. Great stuff in the Bass booth here, dude. Make it to the expo. So much history. They have curated a museum quality exhibit of the history, the 50 years of the Bassmaster Classic. Excellent stuff.
Saw Bob Cobb over there earlier signing some books.
Yeah, Bobby Murray, as we mentioned.
Yes.
Pictures you've never seen before, video that you've never seen before from the 50 years of the Classic.
Free buckets.
What? Free buckets, too.
Free buckets.
Free buckets.
Friend.
Yeah. Can't say enough about that. There's Davey Height. You might see him there. Wait a minute. He's right here.
Hey, speaking of free buckets, I was so glad to hear Martin say he just let us do the bass fishing. He was going crappie fishing and
exactly
put them in some grease.
That's right.
That's what it's all about.
It was close.
Okay. Man, this post front really messed up the fishing. Thought it'd be better than this. I mean, not getting very many bites. That giant one followed this thing. Didn't commit.
The expo, and it is a great one. Open to the public tomorrow and Saturday. They'll wrap it up in time for you to get over to the arena for the weigh-in. So it's all right together here. It's just a perfect setup for a very important classic.
Just got word from Robbie. Hank Cherry already checked in.
All right.
Yes.
Super smart move there.
Yes.
Our leader, Hank Cherry, in case you're just picking up with us. Got an excellent limit of fish today, to say the least. Great start to his classic campaign for 2020.
Makes me think a little about that injury Robbie said.
I think that's
Hank
exactly why. I think something going on with his shoulder. Sure, Robbie will dive into that a little bit.
Jerkbait guy doesn't need a bad shoulder.
No.
No.
You know, I'll tell you what, Tom.
Yeah?
Davey. There's something we didn't discuss earlier.
What's that? I thought we covered everything.
No? There's one thing we've saved for the end.
What?
That's right. It's going to be the Mercury move of the day.
Exactly.
How could we forget
See how
that?
I teed it up
my
right there?
Gosh.
See our takeoff right there, right outside of Browns Creek. A lot of history right there. Taking a look right now at Hank Cherry. That is pretty much did a lot of his damage. His Mercury move of the day is really not making that big of a move.
Yeah, yes.
If that makes any sense. We caught up with Hank Cherry after his morning flurry. Robbie Floyd kind of saving the day. He left Goose Pond, came back down to Browns, and it was just, here's what it was, just slow, steady upgrades after he already had about 20 pounds in the live well. Tommy Sanders, Hank Cherry's going to be, without a doubt, our Mercury move of the day.
Doing such a good job, just fishing the moment,
Yeah.
fishing what's in front of you, a boat dock here, riprap
good
there.
one right there.
He
That's
was
the
offshore.
one.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt. Slow, steady upgrades, giving them quarter pound to a half a pound. And we've got them. I believe we've got them right around 23-ish and could have a hair more.
Did he burn a gallon?
No way.
No,
There's
I don't think so
no
either.
way he burned a gallon. Let's see if we can't slide back out on the water right now with our friend from Canada, Corey Johnston.
Been a little slow for Corey today so far.
Surprisingly slow.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the lake that really sets up good for him.
Two.
And that is fish number 2?
2, I think.
Wow.
He's going to have to get on his horse tomorrow, and not in a small way, but in a huge
finally
way.
got a bite. Little keeper there. We're just gonna move back out to the area I started this morning and never had a bite. So I don't know. I'm confused right now. I don't know if these fish are here, they're just not biting good, or what the deal is, but
You're probably not scared to slide back up river right now with Chris Zaldane.
That's a big one. Stay on there. That's a, oh, no, he ain't big. It's a spot, I think. Yeah, it is a spot. That fish is going to be longer than that other one, but I don't know if it weighs more.
Final look at our TH Marine Weather Watch. Again, tomorrow is going to be warmer. High of 59. Cooler tonight, though, than it was last night. Sunny again tomorrow as well, and the wind should be significantly tapered off. Coming in from the northeast around 6 miles an hour.
Oh, look at Sunday.
Oh,
Yes.
Sunday. South-southeast. That means it's going to warm up fast, and not as cold at night. Partly cloudy. Might be a help to somebody.
Big crowd at the takeoff this morning. Tomorrow morning is supposed to be a little cooler, but it won't feel that way. I guarantee you the wind chill was much colder this morning than it will be tomorrow.
Yeah, everybody was kind of bundled up this morning at the weigh-in, but there's a lot of them. That's the good news.
Boy, Canterbury and Zaldane are tied for 26 right outside our cut. Neither of them has a fish much more than 2.5 pounds.
Wow.
There's some fish out here. Ooh, that felt like a good one too. I definitely think they're swatting it. I don't know if it's the front or what, but that last good one I just caught, he had it swatted really. He didn't have it eat. And that one right there for sure swatted at it. That one felt like a good one. Had him for just enough to load up. I've still got 30 minutes. It's enough time to catch a big one and make a huge difference.
Mark Menendez, who started with a 5-pounder mid-morning, just caught his 4th fish. He's 19th place. Some movement going on.
Yes, sir. Menendez 19th, Darrell Gleason, whom we just visited with, an 18th spot right now. Matt Herrick right ahead of those two. All three behind Hunter Shryock in 16th place.
Come on, I need one of them grizzly bears.
Berkeley Big Bass of the day. Should. It's 2,500, I believe.
I ran past this every day and looked at it on my graph, and I have not stopped and fished this yet. Today is the first time I've come across this, and I've had 3 bites in no time here. And a lot of it's just timing. I mean, that's just, they're up there, whatever reason, the wind, the current, whatever reason's got them sitting up on top of this stuff, but
John Cruz just made a small cull with a 3.6. He's up to 3rd place with 17.10.
Less than half an hour for these guys, most of them to fish here. It's hard to believe that they only have 2 days left.
Get something out of the wind a little bit. You got time to hit one more spot.
You see it in both of those pictures there, but I was starting to think the wind was calming down some. We see some guys that they were just protected, and it's still blowing pretty dang good. Here we go, here we go. Oh.
Dropped it.
Gosh, you see his rod bounce?
Oh.
Swap with me one more time.
Could have been a 1-pounder or a 10-pounder. Here we go. Came back.
Wow.
Cool.
Bass Track has him listed for 2 2¼ pounders, and then 2 3-pounders along with his 6'8".
Wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't catch another one here right quick.
Well, it is rolling in
yes.
there.
Boy. Well, the value of a win here at this World Championship is immeasurable, and it's a well-known fact that in terms of all the things that accrue to the winner, in terms of legendary status and endorsements and all of that, the money may be secondary, but if we poll the anglers, I think they'd say, let's go ahead and do the money payout as well, too. So we will be doing that. The 2020 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. $1 million purse splits out that way. First place, $300 grand. Second place, 50, 40, 30, 25, and on down to 10,000. At least for all of the competitors.
Talking about enough money your grandchildren couldn't spend it all.
No, well,
sorry, I don't know. Sorry.
$1 million.
That's what I'm here to talk
You
about.
get some low expectations
That's right.
for those grandchildren.
To an utter wasteland.
So Bobby Murray, we heard him this morning. $10,000. Winner take all. That was total purse.
Oh, yeah, that was it.
And yes, 50 years, that's
still
a long time ago, but in the big scheme, that's not that long ago as far as sports goes.
Right, absolutely.
A $10,000 purse for total purse for the first Bassmaster Classic, and it's $1 million now.
Yeah. Brandon Lester, one of the fellows we have been with all day long, and that has paid off. Certainly positioned himself in the top 5. But the man with the lead is Hank Cherry Jr. and Robbie Floyd with him right now to talk about, well, a couple of issues, including his elbow.
Well, Hank Cherry's not a good thing generally to come in early unless you got a good back. It's safe to say you've got a pretty good back.
Yeah, today was a pretty blessed day, to say the least. I kind of used the backup pattern, and it paid off. And I unfortunately had a little debacle this morning trying to land a fish, and I think I slipped and landed on my elbow wrong, and I don't know what I did to it, but it's a pretty good amount of pain right now.
And that was one of your biggest fishes of the day, but also that's your casting arm. I saw you in pain, having to stretch it out. How much has it affected you since then?
Well, if I'm having to get up and throw close at targets and stuff, I'm naturally right-handed, so it bugs. But if I'm out cranking or throwing a bladed jig or anything like that, I can manage with my left hand. It's just a lot of discomfort, really. I mean, it's like every time I take it out, and it's like somebody's just cutting me with a pair of scissors, so I'm not sure exactly what I did.
How happy are you right now, though? It says 22. That tells me you probably got about 25. I've seen those bass day 1 to the 50th Classic, and you've got something that really puts you in going into day 2.
I'm happy, but I'm not satisfied. It's just like this is like the 7th inning of a World Series game, and I'm the guy, the pitcher that didn't want to come out with a bum arm, and I got to get 2 more innings done. So I'm going to go at it like I always do, as hard as I can. Good Lord willing, I'll take that trophy to North Carolina. If not, there'll be no doubt that I give it them all.
In 2 innings, you've got 2 more games still left today, Saturday and Sunday. But this man caught him on day 1 of the 50th Bass Classic.
All right, thank you, Robert. Hank Cherry already checked in, as we learned a little bit earlier today. You gotta respect that move, especially in light of the fact that he's hurting a little bit there. So let's see what he can do about that in the time he has left before takeoff time tomorrow, which will be the exact same time today. We, of course, are going to spring forward on Sunday. We'll keep you apprised of all those times as we go through. Know for sure we got a weigh-in coming up before too long on Bassmaster.com. Going to be loud, raucous, and fun, and kind of get us set up for tomorrow, the big move day. Got to get yourself inside the top 25.
Boy, we just saw where Robbie and Hank were right there at takeoff, and here with Brandon, it is
gets gassing.
blowing.
Boy,
Yeah, it kicked up.
That little corner right there by our takeoff, mouth of Browns, and it's ripping. We had a bad blow on the first day of the Classic here in 2014, I believe.
Did we?
Out of the north, yes. I remember that.
Was that a fresh breeze, Z?
Let's see what my clock says.
I got 253.
It's amazing.
Okay.
Like, just when you think he's done,
Yeah.
he is still hitting the bullseye.
He is out of his shell.
Or is it a strong breeze?
Yep.
Which is 25 to 31 miles an hour. Fresh is under 24 to 19.
What is not so fresh? Where would that fall?
Right around me.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
That's your Buford scale of wind strength.
Gosh, tough day for Corey Johnston.
Boy, it's our sport. You dream your whole life of being here and then just get disappointed. And I mean, he's fished hard. I know. I mean, him and Chris, they practiced daylight to dark, or dark to dark. I think he put in his interview on Tuesday.
Good on grass lakes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Boy, this is surprising to me. Brandon Cobb, Paul Mueller, Clifford Perch, all with one fish, if that's at Bass Trek is correct.
Usually you get Clifford Perch around big fish, he's going to grab one or two of them. That's surprising. That's
Brandon
stunning.
Cobb kind of the same way.
Yeah.
And he had a good practice. Not a great practice, but a good practice. I talked to him, and I'm sure he's shocked to only have one fish.
But I want to go back to something we were talking about earlier. Stetson was vocal about it. He said there's going to be a lot of guys that don't come near a limit. A lot.
Looking at the map, a lot of boats are on their way back to Civitan Park to check in. Could be done for the day, a lot of folks.
Part of this week is surviving lack of sleep, distractions, physically, mentally, all those things. Seeing these anglers touch a button and spot lock and be able to just stand on the back deck, that's a whole lot different than having to fight a trolling motor all day long.
Point. That's it, yeah.
Big, big deal.
One more cast, TK, we're gonna roll.
Give a shout out to the 10 guys that have held those cameras today, too,
No
in this
doubt about
wind and bouncing around. And they don't have a spot lock.
Man. No, they don't. Their camera doesn't just keep itself in position by itself. So you want to be a cameraman in the Bassmaster Classic? This is here's your ride. Your ride's waiting right there. Hanging on to all your stuff, not hanging on to the boat, hanging on to your stuff so it doesn't fly out.
Or if it flies, you fly with it.
Yeah.
You better stay with it.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're not competing for $1 million, by the way.
No, no, no.
Wow. Takes a lot of people to make all this happen.
Boy, it sure does. It's been, people have been working on it since the day after the Classic wrapped up last year, and in some instances long before that.
Yes. Well, a lot of the field this morning said day number 1 was going to be the day of survival in this event. If they could just kind of hang in there, be within reach. Well, some of our anglers with cameras did that. Some of them did not.
Bassmaster Live tomorrow. Of course, we got that all cranked up and ready for you. That will start at 8:30 Eastern Time. First half ends at 11:30, the midday break, and then 12:30 to 4. Yet again. Weigh in today, coming up 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Bassmaster.com. Thank you so much for being here. 50th Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. Big, big week, and we got more of it tomorrow. We'll see you then.